Chapter 2026. The sky was vast and the water was vast. There was a spring for 5 kilometers around and a river for 50 kilometers around. Cloudwater Marsh lived up to its reputation. Clatter, clatter. Xiao Qin stepped on the muddy ground, traveling light as he advanced through the mist. The next 3 days were calm. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts, there were no other disturbances. At this point Xiao Qin relaxed, knowing that he was safe. However, he did not let down his guard. After putting in so much effort, the Golden Dragon Palace would not let him off so easily. At the very least, Xiao Qin had to cross Cloudwater Marsh. As Xiao Qin familiarized himself with his acquired divine body, he traveled. He did not fall behind in his cultivation either. 7 days later, Xiao Qin roughly familiarized himself with his acquired divine body. Cloudwater Marsh, which had had enough, was about to leave. Everything was developing in a good direction. Oh. What is that sound? A flute? However, just as Xiao Qin lowered his guard to its lowest, something strange happened. Suddenly, melodious flute music rang out in the vast mist. Xiao Qin looked around, feeling confused. The flute music surrounded him, but he could not figure it out. Xiao Qin shouted, "Which friend is playing the flute? Why not show yourself and meet me?" The flute music suddenly stopped, and a person slowly walked out of the mist in front. Xiao Qin's body was like jade and he looked delicate and pretty. He held a flute in his hand as he floated over. Within the mist, he looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. There were 3 scarlet marks on his forehead, forming a beautiful scarlet orchid. A white cloud flies in the depths of the white clouds. A dot of azure and red reflects the moonlight. I am Bai Yunfei. I was entrusted by Qin Ming to wait for Brother Xiao for a long time. Bai Yunfei. Xiao Qin had heard of this person before. He was the top expert of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan's younger generation. In the White Marsh Beast Empire, he held the same status as Qin Ming. Many years ago, Bai Yunfei's name had shaken the northern region. He could be said to be unrivaled among the northern region's younger generation, extremely strong. To think that Qin Ming actually invited him out, Xiao Qin's heart sank. He said coldly, "Since when did the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan become Qin Ming's lackey?" Bai Yunfei said softly, "Brother Xiao, don't be angry. I only owe him a favor. If you have any requests, I might be able to satisfy them before I die." Xiao Qin's thoughts spun rapidly. This person's cultivation was too high. His talent, comprehension and bloodline were all 1 in a million. He'd laid down a solid foundation long before he came to the Central World. If he was given another year and a half, he might be able to compete with this person. But now it was a little difficult. At the same time, he realized that Vice Hall Master Li and the others might have been deceived. Qin Ming might have been deliberately attracting the Blood Dragon Guard's attention in the Divine Dragon Empire. He knew that even if he were to make a move within the Empire, he would be obstructed. He might as well let him go and let Bai Yunfei kill him without any interference. What a good plan. To be able to make Qin Ming feel assured that Bai Yunfei alone would be able to intercept and kill him, this Qin Ming was truly confident. Cloudwater Marsh happened to be a place where the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators could bring out their full combat prowess. Enough nonsense. Make your move. With a cold face, Xiao Qin paid no attention to Bai Yunfei's hypocrisy. I originally kept my heart as bright as the moon. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao's enmity for me is too deep. Bai Yunfei shook his head gently. As he held the flute with his right hand, he slowly patted his left palm. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. The other party's patting seemed somewhat strange. Oh no. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet. In that instant, his figure soared into the air, spreading his arms. Boom. A large snake suddenly appeared where Xiao Qin originally stood, its gaping maw biting empty air. Xiao Qin could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. Had he been slower, he would have ended up in this beast's stomach. This person's heart was truly like that of a venomous snake, extremely sinister. As Bai Yunfei spoke, he actually hid a killing move in secret. Furthermore, he still appeared calm. Good movement technique. Bai Yunfei praised as he pointed with his flute. In the next moment, thousands of snake images shot out of the marsh, charging at Xiao Qin like arrows. Rumble. The ground trembled. The scene of thousands of snakes flying was truly shocking. When they appeared at the same time, they erupted with an aura even more terrifying than dragon might. Let's see how you break this. My flute already controlled all the large snakes within 5,000 kilometers. Bai Yunfei stood upright with his hands behind his back, appearing calm and confident in the mist. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, from the moment Xiao Qin saw him, Xiao Qin was already a dead man. The only thing left to guess was whether Bai Yunfei would finish off Xiao Qin in 3 moves, 2 moves, or 1 move. Firmament's rage. Just as Bai Yunfei was calculating how Xiao Qin would block and how he would deal a fatal blow after being severely injured, Xiao Qin, who was in the air, suddenly opened his palm. In that instant he caught all the thousands of snake images in his palm. Boom! Xiao Qin clenched his fist. When he opened his palm again, blood spurted into the air. Lightning and saber lights rained down in the sky. Xiao Qin's palm strike broke the killing move that he set up calmly. Go! While the other party was stunned, Xiao Qin turned into a flash of lightning and flew over Bai Yunfei's head. Damn it! Bai Yunfei was startled and furious. He had not expected Xiao Qin to break this move so easily. By the time the shock passed, Xiao Qin had already turned into a flash of lightning, flying 500 kilometers away. You want to run? It's not that simple. Clouds with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei revealed a grave expression for the first time. With a wave of his hand, mist soared for 5,000 kilometers around, condensing into an unending stream of white clouds. Just as the righteous Dao Xiao Qin was feeling uncertain, the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly turned into towering mountains, falling down one after another. Xiao Qin was forced to reveal himself. He continuously punched out, shattering the mountains. His speed was greatly restricted. Rain with a flip of the hand. Bai Yunfei shouted coldly and attacked again. Fine rain fell from the white clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This water is poisonous? When Xiao Qin came into contact with a drop, he immediately discovered that his veritable essence energy was being suppressed. The white rainwater turned into black poisonous gas that relentlessly attacked his physical body. Fortunately, Xiao Qin already had an acquired divine body and did not fear this poisonous water. However, the rain continued endlessly, corroding his body. In the end, it was a problem. Xiao Qin cursed in his heart. This person is really like a venomous snake, sinister and vicious and relentless. After being targeted, it is extremely troublesome to shake him off. After being targeted by me, Bai Yunfei, you still want to leave? Bai Yunfei flew up, moving like a venomous snake. A jade-green light appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved strangely fast. Xiao Qin ignored the poisonous rain in the air. He took out the god shadow bow, turned around and fired an arrow. Bai Yunfei drew back the bowstring and released. The arrow arrived before Bai Yunfei at a frighteningly fast speed. The soul tool. This startled Bai Yunfei, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He gathered his sovereign will on his forehead and shot it out, immediately pausing the arrow. Then Bai Yunfei quickly dodged, leaving only an afterimage. Boom! The arrow struck the afterimage and instantly tore it apart. The arrow continued forward, blasting a huge pit in the ground. Bai Yunfei dodged this arrow by a hair's breadth. He frowned heavily, revealing an even graver expression. Unexpectedly, the other party had a soul tool. That was to say, he had a chance of killing Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was no longer in an invincible position. Now there was the risk of dying. I just knew that Qinming's mission would not be easy. Bai Yunfei cursed in his heart. He felt that Qinming had tricked him. Killing this Xiao Qin was not an easy task. Originally, Bai Yunfei thought that he could kill Xiao Qin in a few moves and return the favor to Xiao Qin. Now it looked like things were not that simple. That's fine as well. Let me see how many arrows you can shoot. Bai Yunfei soared up and gave chase again. He actually missed. Since using the god shadow bow, this was the first time that Xiao Qin missed an opponent. The poisonous rain had already sealed off the path in front. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and relied on his divine dragon war body to endure the rain as he continued flying forward. As long as Xiao Qin left Cloudwater Marsh, the other party would not be so terrifying. At that time he would have a much greater chance of escaping. This fellow's physical body. Bai Yunfei felt incredibly shocked when he saw Xiao Qin moving through the rain. Bai Yunfei understood the horror of the poison in the rain the best. He had once relied on this poison to kill 10 sovereign personages when he was a holy venerate, shaking up the northern region. Now, someone could move about fearlessly in this poisonous rain. How could Bai Yunfei not be shocked? This person has to die. Bai Yunfei made up his mind. Even if Qinming did not kill Xiao Qin, he had to deal with this future problem. To think that Xiao Qin's killing move failed. In the future, Xiao Qin would definitely be Xiao Qin's nemesis. Chapter 2027. Braving the poisonous rain, Xiao Qin ran as if he was flying. Every time his feet touched the surface of the swamp, he would travel 100 miles. 10,000 meters in an instant. At some point, Bai Yunfei was already standing under a white snake. The huge white snake was wriggling on the ground. However, its speed was even faster and it did not need to worry about the effects of the poisonous rain on itself. He had the white snake chase after Xiao Qin fearlessly. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the white snake to catch up to him. Moreover, he could still maintain his physical strength and true essence, so victory was within his grasp. Actually, Bai Yunfei could fly even faster. However, he feared the god shadow bow in Xiao Qian's hand. If he was caught off guard and was hit by an arrow, it would be troublesome. With the white snake chasing after Xiao Qin, he would be more confident of dodging the god shadow bow's arrows. However, the edge of cloud water marsh was right in front of him, giving Xiao Qin a trace of hope. Wah! Xiao Qin suddenly felt his whole body relax. The world in front of him suddenly became clear, and a vast wasteland appeared in front of him. The blazing sun was scorching, and the land was scarlet, for thousands of li vegetation was sparse and life was scarce. What is this place? Desolate Sea. Xiao Qin thought for a moment and remembered this place. This was the central world, a vast and boundless region. The northern region and eastern region combined were not as vast as the Desolate Sea. The Desolate Sea lay between the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuowu dynasty. Rumor had it that it was the main battlefield of the previous Great War between righteous factions and demonic factions. It was originally a blessed land that was comparable to a fairyland, but after the Great Battle, everything turned to dust and became what it was today. There was no sea, but the vast and boundless desolate land was simply too vast. It was as vast as a continent or ocean. Hence, this land was called the Desolate Sea. Xiao Qin had not expected that in his panic, he would end up here from Cloudwater Marsh. However, that did not matter. He could compare it to the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories and the map of reality. The blue dragon's old land seemed to be in the Desolate Sea. It seemed like the heavens were also fated to send him to the blue dragon's homeland to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. Woo-woo, the sound of the flute was melodious and moving. Bai Yunfei chased after it. Hearing the sound of the flute, Xiao Qin frowned slightly. A murderous look flashed in his eyes. This was not the way to go on. Even the god Shadow Bao could not scare the other party away. If he didn't teach Bai Yunfei a lesson, he wouldn't learn his lesson. We reached the Desolate Sea? Standing on the head of the white snake, Bai Yunfei took a look at the surroundings and was slightly astonished. Unknowingly, Xiao Qin had chased them so far, arriving at the Desolate Sea. Looking around, he quickly locked onto Xiao Qian's position. Snakes were most sensitive to smell. Now that he had smelled Xiao Qin, it would be extremely difficult for him to completely escape from his pursuit. So be it, the Desolate Sea. This place is really annoying. The dry temperature and the scorching sun above their heads made Bai Yunfei, who specialized in the element of water, somewhat uncomfortable. The giant snake beneath his feet was also in a bad mood. There was no need to waste any more time on this mixed blood dragon. Bai Yunfei flung his sleeves gently. He decided to go all out, not holding anything back. Xiao Qin's aura suddenly soared, reaching a horrifying level. The beautiful orchid formed by the 3 dots on his forehead looked like it would drip off at any moment. In the next moment, Xiao Qin pushed off the head of the white snake with his feet. He placed the flute by his mouth and used his veritable essence energy to blow it. As wondrous flute music rang out, Xiao Qin's figure soared into the air. The surrounding scenery changed continuously, looking like he teleported. Xiao Qin was scarily fast, more than twice as fast as the white snake. Bang, bang, bang. What was even more horrifying was that the sound of the flute reverberated in the air. Everywhere it passed, it was an indiscriminate sound wave attack. Mountains flattened and the scarlet ground exploded. Lava spewed out of the ground and rocks floated in the air. This was a scene of the end of the world. No matter where Xiao Qin hid, as long as Bai Yunfei caught up, he would be injured by the sound waves. There would be no space for him to dodge. Suddenly the flute music stopped. Bai Yunfei frowned heavily as he put down the flute. Then he looked around in shock. It's gone. That's right. It's gone. The aura was still incredibly clear a moment ago. In the next moment, all traces of Xiao Qian's aura vanished. It was like this person had been erased from the world, no longer existing. Where is he? Bai Yunfei exclaimed softly. Then he suddenly looked up and discovered that demonic clouds for 5,000 kilometers had covered the sky at some point in time. The instant Bai Yunfei looked up, a pair of eyes happened to appear in the demonic clouds, staring at him in a daze. A demonic Dao expert. Bai Yunfei's expression changed slightly as he looked into the distance. A black-cloaked figure stood on a mountain peak in front. This person wore a white mask that looked like paint. Two strange scriptures were written vertically on the exquisite mask. Bai Yunfei probed the person and was shocked to discover that he could not sense this person's cultivation. The desolate sea connected to the Shuowu dynasty. This vast region should be the place with the most active demonic Dao cultivators in the central Great Realm. It was not strange to run into a demonic Dao expert. Just as Bai Yunfei felt uncertain, a ferocious beast soul suddenly appeared before him. Great desolate Ian ferocious beast, Qiongqi beast. This startled Bai Yunfei. This thing was even harder to deal with than the arrows shot by the god Shadow Bao. Even though Bai Yunfei had already retreated at his fastest speed, that Qiongqi ferocious beast still managed to bite him. Then Bai Yunfei's soul turned into a shadow and was dragged away. After the Qiongqi ferocious beast bit Bai Yunfei, a jade pendant on Bai Yunfei's neck gave off a ring of white light and forcefully pulled the incomplete soul back into the physical body. Bai Yunfei cried out in pain as he held his forehead. His complexion paled as he retreated frantically. The soul tool. It's another soul tool. When Bai Yunfei saw the Qiongqi beast ghost pendant in the cloaked person's hand, his heart thumped wildly. What's wrong with me today? First, I ran into Xiao Qin, who casually took out a soul tool. To think that a random demonic Dao cultivator has a soul tool as well. Isn't a soul tool a sect's soul tool? Could it be that the world has changed? In the future, I have to carry a soul tool when I go out? Bai Yunfei felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. His soul actually sustained severe injuries. If not for Bai Yunfei having a defensive soul technique secret treasure, he would have died here. Why did you attack me for no reason? Without a reason, I, Bai Yunfei, absolutely will not let this matter rest. Bai Yunfei felt that his name was rather famous in the desolate sea. Regular demonic Dao experts would give him some face. Even if they did not give him face, they would give the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan some face. The Bai clan was an overlord of a region in the central Great Realm. Ah! I just caught a good physical body and am refining it into a demonic soul. You use sound waves to kill your way here and you actually dare to ask me why I attacked you? Scram. If not for you being a Bai clan disciple, I would have refined you as well. A sinister voice came from the black-clad person. Bai Yunfei felt startled. I just caught a physical body. Could it be, might I ask Senior if the physical body you caught was wearing white clothes and was poisoned? I have no comment. Quickly scram. However, Bai Yunfei only smiled at the black-clad person's rage. It looked like it was true. No wonder Xiao Qin disappeared without a trace. It turned out that the soul-devouring sex people dealt with Xiao Qin, even refining his soul. TSK. How miserable. The pain of having one's soul refined was so painful that one could neither live nor die. One would have to suffer torment for life. A fellow who practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist should have a limitless future. To think that he ended up in such a state. This was really lamentable. Bai Yunfei immediately felt that the injury to his soul was nothing much. Instead, he felt somewhat guilty. He was the one who forced Bai Yunfei into such a state. In some sense, it was because of him. However, don't blame me. Just die obediently at my hands. There would not be so much pain. Sorry for disturbing Senior. I will take my leave first. I really did not know that Senior was refining a ghost pendant. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. After apologizing, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After the other party left and entered Cloudwater Marsh, Xiao Qin slowly removed his mask on the summit. There's no need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. Then he looked at the Qiongqi beast ghost pendant, which still contained a strand of Bai Yunfei's soul. I should keep this strand of soul first. Perhaps I can use it in the future. I have to find a place to treat my injuries first. I still have to force out the poison in my body. To severely injure Bai Yunfei, Xiao Qin nearly overdrew on his soul energy to activate the Qiongqi beast ghost pendant. However, it was all worth it. Chapter 2028. Inside Cloudwater Marsh, Bai Yunfei sat on the huge snake, holding his forehead as he walked back in satisfaction. However, 1 hour later, the more Bai Yunfei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it was really a demonic Dao expert, would he really show mercy after severely injuring him? Given the nature of demonic Dao experts, if Bai Yunfei were in his peak state, they would definitely be very polite after reporting his name, not daring to act rashly. However, would a demonic Dao expert with a soul tool remain indifferent after severely injuring him? Bai Yunfei's soul was much stronger than Xiao Qin's. To the soul-devouring sex people, it was a great supplement filled with temptation. No matter what, Bai Yunfei had to go back and take a look. Whoosh! Bai Yunfei gently waved the flute in his hand, and the clouds and fog for 5,000 kilometers around scattered. Bai Yunfei leaped up and soared into the air with his hands behind his back. The expression on his handsome face changed continuously. Clearly his emotions fluctuated. After 15 minutes, Bai Yunfeng, who was flying at full speed, returned to the place where he negotiated with the black-clad man. However, the mountain summit was empty. There was no one there. Bai Yunfei's exquisite and handsome facial features twitched involuntarily as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled slightly. A terrifying murderous intent spread in his heart. I got played. It would be impossible to refine the ghost pennant in a short time. If the other party had not lied, he would not have left at this moment. Bai Yunfei was a smart person. Naturally, he would not hold on to any hope at this moment, saying some self-consoling words. He had to admit that Xiao Qian had tricked him. To think that a plaything dared to reprimand him, pretending to be an expert and telling him to scram. The pitiful Bai Yunfei even believed it and apologized to the other party. Thinking about it, Bai Yunfei felt a pent-up frustration in his chest that he could not vent, feeling extremely unbearable. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the other party had injured him, yet he was secretly delighted. This was simply foolish. Even Bai Yunfei could not bear to look at it. Bai Yunfei closed his eyes and did his best to calm his emotions. His lips were still trembling. This showed how unbearable such humiliation was for Bai Yunfei. After a long time, Bai Yunfei finally opened his eyes. His expression had completely calmed down by now. Sighing, he said, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in a soldier's life. A man will always experience some setbacks in his life. It's not a good thing if things go too smoothly. This is a good lesson. I should thank him." Having said all of this, Bai Yunfei seemed to have completely let it go. He had already calmed down. However, Bai Yunfei had only taken one step when he suddenly turned around and slammed his palm down onto the mountain below him. Buzz. At the foot of the mountain, countless cracks spread out in all directions. In the next instant, the area within a radius of 10,000 li exploded. A terrifying aura swept across the place, turning the barren land into a land of death. It would be strange if I thanked you. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely come to the desolate sea to wash away today's humiliation. After venting his anger, Bai Yunfei finally calmed down. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. Naturally, Xiao Qian couldn't appreciate this wonderful scene. While riding on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Qian had already traveled more than 500,000 kilometers away from this place. He could be considered to have crossed the desolate sea's borders and truly stepped into the desolate sea that nurtured countless legends. After making sure that it was safe, Xiao Qian chose another place to land and treat his injuries. After everything calmed down, Xiao Qian discovered with some fear that he had still underestimated the poison in the rain. This poison had actually infiltrated his soul without him realizing it. No matter where the poison was, be it the internal organs, blood vessels, or bone marrow, the acquired divine body could cleanly remove it. However, the poison actually infiltrated his soul. In his soul pool, the azure-colored will of soul that represented Xiao Qian's soul was dyed with a layer of black fog. Although there wasn't much poison, it was difficult to expel. It was constantly corroding his soul. Even worse, Xiao Qian had used his soul energy to drive the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant without realizing it, causing the poison to infiltrate further. Although it was not fatal, it would be difficult to eradicate it quickly. Xiao Qian searched the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for poisons that could corrode the soul. However, he was greatly startled. It turned out that there were hundreds of poisons that could corrode the soul in this world. There were even sinister people who could combine the poison with a curse. Even if one destroyed their soul and cultivated a part of it, they would not be able to remove the poison. As Xiao Qian continued searching for a way to detoxify the poison, he learned that the poison Bai Yunfei used was the Thousand Taste Red, which only the extremely talented people of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan could comprehend. This poison cultivation technique had extremely harsh requirements, even more difficult than Xiao Qian's Supreme Dragon Fist. However, once one succeeded in practicing it, one would be extremely horrifying. One would not need to fear cultivators with higher cultivations. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had suffered from it. Xiao Qian immediately felt some lingering fear. Now he knew how horrifying Bai Yunfei was. How fortunate was he to be able to escape from Bai Yunfei's hands and even severely injure him. Naturally, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not want to suffer from such a terrifying poison cultivation technique a second time. After much effort, he finally thought of a way to detoxify the poison. Xiao Qin carefully thought about the blood-soaked dragon emperor's method to detoxify the poison. After understanding it, he felt much more confident. According to the secret technique in the blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories, he only needed 7 days to perfectly remove the poison in his soul. Oh, oh. Just at this moment, the sound of musical instruments rang out from behind. Xiao Qin opened his eyes, and his expression changed slightly. At first he thought that it was Bai Yunfei chasing after him. However, after a while he discovered that was not the case. The musical instruments behind him clearly came from a group of people playing. However, there was a flute among this group of people, an exceptionally refined sound. This flute sounded like resentment and admiration. It was ethereal and refined, going on endlessly. The sound lingered in the air, its cadence pleasant to the ear. What was even more amazing was that the flute player did not deliberately stand out. Instead, the zither and pipa music around her intertwined and fused together. It was like a clear spring twisting and turning, and she was just a fish in the spring. Occasionally she would be lively, leaping out of the water and looking at the world in a cute and mischievous manner. Then she would immediately fall back into the spring and flow happily with the flow. Soon, the performer of the music entered Xiao Qian's vision. It turned out to be a group of white-clad women, each looking like a fairy with a moving spirituality. They played the flute and the zither, appearing carefree and unfettered. Are they from the heavenly fragrance? Xiao Qin entered deep thought as he watched this group of women pass by, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. The heavenly fragrance was an ancient and mysterious holy land. Holy lands were existences that surpassed rank 7 sections. Like most holy lands, the heavenly fragrance rarely interfered with mundane matters. Without a doubt, the overlords of the world were the 4 dynasties, the 8 great empires, and the various rank 7 sections. However, the truly strong holy lands with ancient inheritances rarely appeared in the world. They pursued mundane benefits. Among the holy lands, the heavenly fragrance was the strangest. It always remained neutral. Even in the great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it would not involve the unfettered sections. The heavenly fragrance's disciples were all women. All of the disciples were as beautiful as fairies and had outstanding grace. It was said that the heavenly fragrance's sect was in the desolate sea. However, no one knew the exact location. I am pretty lucky to be able to see a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. The earlier music seemed to still echo in Xiao Qian's ears. He revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly, revealing some doubt. The heavenly fragrance's disciple who had just passed by him had actually turned back. Xiao Qian felt suspicious. He was not confident that he could attract the heavenly fragrance's disciples with his charm. Otherwise they would not have passed by earlier without slowing down at all. They really came. As Xiao Qian thought this, the group of fairy-like heavenly fragrance disciples really landed before him and stopped playing the instruments in their hands. One of the people holding a flute slowly stepped forward. He was not wearing a veil. She did not wear a veil, but her face gave off a blurry feeling, like looking at flowers in the fog. It was hazy but not to the point where one could not see anything. She should have been the one who played the flute earlier. However, what did she mean by walking over? Chapter 2029. What is she trying to do? Xiao Qian felt somewhat confused. This flute-bearing woman was already very close to him. She was less than 2 meters away. Furthermore, she was getting closer. When she was 1 meter away, she stopped. Just as Xiao Qian felt confused, a spirited voice came from the flute-bearing woman's mouth. This young master seems to be poisoned by the White Marsh Beast Empire's strange poison, Thousand Taste Red? So, it is because of this, Xiao Qian smiled helplessly in his heart. For a moment he really thought that his charm was boundless. That's right. I am indeed poisoned by the strange poison, Thousand Taste Red. Do the fairies of the heavenly fragrance have a way to treat me? The flute-bearing woman shook her head and said, this poison can only be treated by an elder of our sect. The process is rather troublesome. However, our sect rarely receives outsiders. Here is a detoxification pill. It can help young master for a while. I wish young master good luck. The flute-bearing woman came all the way here just to give him a medicinal pill. Even though the poison could not be completely cured, it was still a token of goodwill. Xiao Qian thanked her and received the medicinal pill. I hope that young master will be blessed by heaven. The flute-bearing woman sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Being poisoned by Thousand Taste Red was basically a dead end for a holy venerate. Although it was said that heaven helped the worthy, it was not that easy. Might I ask for young lady's name so that I can repay this favor in the future? We are just strangers meeting by chance. It's nothing much. There is no need. The flute-bearing woman did not stop walking, drifting away with her senior and junior sisters. They came like the wind and left like the wind. They came and went in a hurry like a dream or an immortal. If not for the faint fragrance lingering in the air and the medicinal pill in his hand, he would find it hard to believe that he had just interacted with a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin smiled faintly and carefully put away the medicinal pill. As Xiaoqin looked around, he entered deep thought. I have to find a city first to figure out where I am. The desolate sea was boundlessly vast, but the population was sparse. The scarcity of resources had created a valiant and unyielding people. On the endless barren land, newcomers needed some luck if they wanted to find a city without spending too much time. At dusk, on the western horizon, an incomparably huge setting sun appeared at the end of the horizon. Such a setting sun could only be appreciated in the desolate sea. It was an incredibly shocking sight to behold. After sunset, the sky quickly darkened. The temperature plummeted. It was the complete opposite of the scorching heat of the day. It was bone-chilling. Just by opening one's mouth, one would exhale cold air. Blood moon? Xiaoqin looked up and was surprised to find that the moon had appeared in the sky. However, it was a blood-red moon. This was the first time Xiaoqin had seen a blood-red moon, and he frowned. Xiaoqin seemed to have heard that the desolate sea's moon was scarlet every night. He looked around and gradually found that something was wrong. The air was cold and there was a chill in it. It wasn't entirely because of the temperature. The yin qi in this place was extremely dense. It was said that the decisive battle between the righteous and demonic paths had taken place here. Both sides had killed until their eyes were red. This resulted in the original immortal realm turning into the current desolate sea. Who knew how many aggrieved spirits and corpses were buried under the ground? Furthermore, the desolate sea was located at the intersection of the northern region, the eastern region, and the Shuawu dynasty. It could be said to be a chaotic place. Over the years there had been endless killings. After the war between the righteous and demonic paths, who knew how many corpses had been buried here? Xiaoqin used his spiritual sense to listen in all directions. He could hear the terrifying wails of many aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. Together with the blood moon in the sky and the sinister cold qi, this boundless night made one feel somewhat flustered. When Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye, he could see scattered black resentment coming out of the cracks in the ground in the night. The resentment lingered in the air, swaying and looking very strange. It looks like this place is not suitable for traveling at night. Xiaoqin did not understand much about the desolate sea. He had only heard a little about it. Xiaoqin felt that many places in the boundless night were different from the day. This gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not see through many places at all. The desolate sea's night seemed exceptionally deep. Xiaoqin had been unlucky during the day, failing to find a city. However, the night suddenly became so strange. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin chose to rest here, not advancing any further. He got the demon blood vulture to patrol the surroundings to protect him. As for Xiaoqin, he chose to continue cultivating. Now that his divine body was formed, he needed to spend more time on his cultivation. He had already been stuck at late-stage Holy Venerate for a long time. He needed to break through to Sovereign Personage as soon as possible. After losing the protection of the Heaven Dragon Palace and coming directly to the desolate sea, Xiaoqin's Holy Venerate cultivation was insufficient. Xiaoqin checked his resources. Of the millions of primeval heavenly pills he had, only about 500,000 remained. He probably would not be able to cultivate for long, which would be problematic. This was how things were after leaving the sect. One needed to face many things alone. However, Xiaoqin was already used to this. He maintained a good attitude and did not worry too much. Under the night sky, Xiaoqin laid a simple spirit gathering formation and infused spirit jades into it. Then he waved his hand and consumed 100 primeval heavenly pills. Together with the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation, he refined them at the same time. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Whoosh! The 100 primeval heavenly pills were digested in mere moments. After tempering his body, his cultivation speed was on a completely different level. However, his need for resources also increased exponentially. Rumble? Just as Xiaoqin cultivated, the sound of fighting came from the night sky. Based on the sound, it was not far from where Xiaoqin was. That's not right. The source of the sound was continuously approaching Xiaoqin. Soon he sensed two auras. The two auras were very chaotic. When mixed together, it was hard to tell what exactly was going on. Xiaoqin's vision and spiritual sense were significantly affected in the night sky. Xiaoqin stopped cultivating and soared into the air. Then he landed on the demon blood vulture's back and waited in formation. While on the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye and finally saw what was going on. A gray-clad man was currently dodging the pursuit of another person. The gray-clad man was covered in mud and looked somewhat miserable, appearing very dangerous. The humanoid ferocious beast radiated death qi, obscuring its appearance. It seemed to be someone of the demonic Dao. It was very common to run into people of the demonic Dao in the Desolate Sea. The factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao maintained a delicate balance in the Desolate Sea. The relationship between the cultivators of the two factions was not as tense in the Desolate Sea as it was in other places. The gray-clad man appeared extremely weak and severely injured. When he saw Xiaoqin, he rejoiced and shouted, "Friend of the dragon race, I am Qin Zhuolin. Can you help block the desolate slave behind?" Desolate slave? What is that? Could it be that the person behind is not a demonic Dao cultivator? Without thinking, Xiaoqin attacked decisively. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiaoqin used the Thunder Great Dao's Thunder Dao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. When the Thunder Great Dao energy infused into the 5-element Divine Lightning, it quickly formed a solid spear. Whoosh! Boundless electric light burst out in all directions from the spear. A sovereign's aura spread out on the spear. Under the illumination of the electric light in the night, Xiaoqin's face appeared solemn. Bang! In the time it took for Xiaoqin to think, the Thunder Monarch spear stabbed into the strange desolate slave chasing after him. Bang! The horrifying electric light exploded, illuminating the surroundings in the night. Qin Zhuolin took this opportunity to climb onto the demon blood vulture. Then he urged, "Quickly go. This thing cannot be killed. It is not something you can fight." Is that so? Xiaoqin looked over. Although the 5-element Divine Lightning did not blast the strange desolate slave into pieces, it collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. The 5-element Divine Lightning blasted away most of the death qi on its body, causing it to twitch endlessly. 5-element Divine Lightning. This startled Qin Zhuolin. Then joy appeared on his face. So, it is the 5-element Divine Lightning. No wonder you dare to barge into the Desolate Sea as a mere holy venerate. However, we still have to leave quickly. There is still a large group behind this thing. Xiaoqin did not dare to be careless, so he got the demon blood vulture to turn around and leave. Sitting on the demon blood vulture, Qin Zhuolin's flustered expression calmed significantly. Qin Zhuolin wiped away the dirt on his face. Under the dirty dirt, his facial features appeared upright, giving him a forthright air. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale. He could compare to the white marsh beast empire cultivators that Xiaoqin had seen before. Qin Zhuolin smiled generously and said, "Many thanks, brother, for saving my life. If there is anything you need in the future, just give me a call. I will be at your beck and call in the Desolate Sea." "You are too polite. What is the background of the desolate slave chasing you?" When Qin Zhuolin heard that, he felt slightly startled. After a while, he smiled and said, "It looks like this is not your first time coming to the Desolate Sea. Furthermore, you did not come on purpose but were forced to." Chapter 2030. Xiaoqin was not surprised. With just a little deduction, he could tell that this was his first time here. Qin Zhuolin paused for a moment before explaining to Xiaoqin, "Desolate slaves are not strange things. They are just the unclean things in the ground. In other places they are called zombies. The cultivators of the Desolate Sea are used to calling them desolate slaves. They are much more horrifying than regular zombies. Lightning had a strong suppressive effect on unclean things like zombies. However, the Thunder Monarch Spear could not completely kill zombies. They could no longer be described as simply horrifying. Calling them zombies was no longer appropriate. It was hard to imagine how this Qin Zhuolin managed to escape from a group of desolate slaves. Based on Qin Zhuolin's cultivation, he was only an initial perfection sovereign personage, not even at small perfection. He was far from great perfection. Sovereign personages had a total of 4 grades: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With every 10%, the difference in strength would be significant. Right now, Xiaoqin no longer feared an initial perfection sovereign personage. If he grasped the timing well, he could even severely injure or even kill the other party. However, he still had to be careful when running into a small perfection sovereign personage. This Qin Zhuolin before Xiaoqin definitely had something extraordinary about him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from a group of desolate slaves. To think that you dare to appear in the wilderness under the blood moon. I guess that you have not found a city yet? Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Xiaoqin guessed correctly. Then he added, "The nearest city is to the southeast." You will reach it after about 15 million kilometers. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt flabbergasted. This desolate sea was really remote. If Xiao Chen were unlucky, he might not even find a city after 10 days or half a month. 15 million kilometers was said to be very far. However, in the vast desolate sea, it was not even the tip of an iceberg. Even if the eastern and northern regions were added together, the desolate sea would not be as large as the desolate sea. To cultivators, 15 million kilometers was a relatively long distance. If one did not travel at full speed, one would need 2 days. When we get there, we should buy a map of the desolate sea. Although it is not complete, we will not get lost. Qin Zhuolin suggested considerately, appearing very experienced. This person was also very mysterious. Xiao Chen never had the habit of speaking out of turn. Naturally, he would not ask why this person was being chased by a group of desolate slaves. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously and said, "Come, I'll treat you to some wine. It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on this wine, but I haven't had the chance to drink it yet." Qin Zhuolin felt grateful to Xiao Chen for saving his life. The best wine in the world? Xiao Chen, who had drunk the 1,000-year flame before, did not believe it. He showed a suspicious expression. Qin Zhuolin took out an ancient metal wine flask. The wine flask was azure and had some dust on it. After wiping away the dust, a complex and exquisite appearance was revealed. There was a curved dragon-shaped handle, and the body of the bottle was embroidered with a dragon pattern. A long, thin chain was attached to the handle to prevent it from being lost. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a blue dragon sealed in chains, raising its head and roaring angrily, wanting to soar into the sky. This has a blue dragon drawn on it," Xiao Chen exclaimed hoarsely, truly startled. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. "So, this is a blue dragon. You dragon race people are really more knowledgeable. However, what kind of dragon is a blue dragon?" Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, "I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse of it in ancient texts and did not understand it in detail." Qin Zhuolin did not mind. He handed the flask to Xiao Chen and said, "Hee, there's no need to care what dragon it is. Try drinking it." After receiving the blue dragon wine flask, Xiao Chen took out a wine cup and filled it up. Then he took a sip. Not bad. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, an extremely cold sensation invaded every cell in Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment he felt extremely carefree. His entire body, including his soul, could not help trembling. The fiery feeling turned into a warm current flowing through his body. Xiao Chen felt dizzy. After drinking one cup, he actually felt drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that after drinking this cup of wine, Xiao Chen felt his cultivation improve significantly in an instant. This was equivalent to half a year of bitter cultivation. Xiao Chen was truly shocked. After a long time he slowly recovered his wits. However, the blush on his face did not fade. The aftereffects were hard to get rid of. Xiao Chen's entire body felt like it was on fire. His internal organs and even his soul felt like it was burning. "How is it? This wine is pretty good, right?" Xiao Chen took a deep breath and stabilized his somewhat shaky mind. Then he asked, "How old is this wine?" "Not long. I estimate it to be at least 5,000 years old." "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. This bottle contains the already lost exceptional wine, Heartburn. It is the legendary strongest wine of the dragon race. Rumor has it that a powerhouse was willing to pay a jade mine for this cup of wine." That news shook the world. Heartburn indeed felt like the heart was on fire. The after-effects were great, leaving one with a rich aftertaste. Amid the heat was an indescribable carefree feeling, boundlessly delightful. Great wine. However, Qin Zhuolin did not even tell me about this 5,000-year-old wine. This Qin Zhuolin is really bad. Seeing something amiss with Xiao Chen's expression, Qin Zhuolin quickly smiled and said, "Haha, don't be angry. I'll give you this wine and the wine cup. This wine cup is also a wondrous item. As long as you drip a drop of wine on it, it will fill up the entire flask in an instant. Also, I'll give you the recipe for heartburn as well. I have no use for it anyway." Qin Zhuolin's repeated generous gifts did not make Xiao Chen angry. He really liked this wine flask. In addition to the brewing recipe of heartburn, the amount spent was really quite large. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to accept such a big gift. There was no such thing as an undeserved reward. Although Xiao Chen had saved the other party's life, it was just a slight effort. Compared to this generous gift, it was truly insignificant. Qin Zhuolin smiled straightforwardly and said, To you, this is an insignificant gesture, but you saved my life. Furthermore, I have no use for this, so it is not much. Many thanks. Xiao Qin did not stand on ceremony, accepting the Blue Dragon wine flask and the recipe for heartburn. The appearance of the Blue Dragon wine flask piqued Xiao Qian's curiosity. Where did you get this? Qin Zhuolin smiled mysteriously but did not answer. Oh no. Just at this moment the two's expressions changed. Xiao Qin turned his head to look. In the sky, a huge figure appeared under the huge blood moon that seemed as if it could be reached out to touch. This figure wore heavy armor, and a pair of scarlet eyes flickered under the helmet. Death chi spread all around him. There was a rusty chain in his hand, and there was an iron hook that was as sharp as a knife tied to it. As the man waved the chain, the iron hook and the iron chain spun like the wind. The huge figure hovered in the air, covering most of the blood moon. Even from a great distance the two could feel the cold wind blowing at them. That pair of intimidating eyes made one tremble with just one look. Xiao Qin instantly sobered up, feeling wary and fearful. Xiao Qian's legs went soft and he could not control his limbs. How horrifying was the strength of this desolate slave that targeted the two. Xiao Qin did not dare to imagine. He felt that the other party only needed one strike to crush him to dust, killing him. He felt incredibly insignificant before it. Damn it. It still caught up. Run. Qin Zhuolin pushed Xiao Qin and quickly jumped off the demon blood vulture. Then he turned into a beam of light and fled. Xiao Qin startled awake. He turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then he shot off like lightning. Right after the two left, the iron hook traveled more than 500,000 kilometers and landed where the two had been. With a swoosh, the iron hook sank into the ground. Bang! Before Xiao Qin could react, he was horrified to discover that the ground stood up like a wall and crashed into him. Xiao Qin immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shattered and the ground exploded, turning into countless huge rocks. This desolate slave in tattered heavy armor actually managed to pull up the ground. From a distance, it looked like it had pulled out a square lattice from the ground. However, in reality, this square lattice was already as large as the Heaven Dragon City. Just the impact of the ground instantly severely injured Xiao Qin. After all, he had an acquired divine body and was severely injured. One could easily imagine how horrifying the impact was. Xiao Qin and Qin Zhuolin could not help themselves as they got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave ignored Xiao Qin. It fixed its gaze on Qin Zhuolin, who got knocked back. The heavy-armored desolate slave spread out its hand, and space seemed to shrink in front of it. The distance between it and Qin Zhuolin shrank. Qin Zhuolin looked as insignificant as an ant before that palm, powerless to struggle. After being captured, he would not be able to escape death. The scene before Xiao Qin was somewhat similar to Xiao Qian's firmament's rage. Without much thought, Xiao Qin activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and used the 5-element divine lightning to drive firmament's rage. Then he threw a palm strike. Something strange happened. The gigantic hand, which was much larger than Qin Zhuolin, was about the same size as the one Xiao Qin used to execute firmament's rage, only slightly larger. Just as the heavy-armored desolate slave was about to grab Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Qin threw a palm strike first. Bang! The two palms clashed and Xiao Qin got knocked back like a sandbag. Space turned chaotic, nearly tearing Xiao Qian's physical body to shreds. Qin Zhuolin took the opportunity to escape. When he saw this scene he felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape from a sure-death situation. Seeing the heavy-armored desolate slave focus on Xiao Qin, Qin Zhuolin immediately panicked. He crossed his hands and formed hand seals. Qin Zhuolin's eyes turned pitch black, looking boundlessly deep like a bottomless pit. It was so deep that it made one's heart tremble. 9 Heavens God Sealing Formation Rise. After Qin Zhuolin formed the hand seals, he shouted and light shone behind him. Thousands of formation flags soared into the sky like a boundless rain of arrows. In the next moment, thousands of formation flags layered over each other. Spiritual light danced in the night sky, forming an incredibly complicated formation that turned into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. The 9 layers of heavenly curtains smashed down on the heavy-armored desolate slave, preventing it from killing Xiao Qin. However, before the 9 layers of heavenly curtains could finish smashing down, the heavy-armored desolate slave tossed out a metal hook. The heavenly curtains broke layer by layer, turning into starlight that filled the sky. When the formation broke, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. The legend is true. Qin Zhuolin turned ashen, feeling some despair. Just at this moment, The first ray of light from the east appeared in the distant horizon. Dawn is approaching. Qin Zhuolin felt stunned. Then he rejoiced. I'm saved. The heavy-armored desolate slave could not be bothered with the two. It stretched out its hand to cover its eyes and quickly fled far away. It quickly withdrew its overwhelming death qi. Chapter 2031. With the appearance of dawn, the blood moon receded. In the desolate sea, the sinister, cold, and strange atmosphere vanished. That heavily armored desolate slave also felt some fear. After the first ray of light shone on its body, it quickly withdrew its death qi and fled far away. By the time the sun rose, this terrifying desolate slave was nowhere to be seen. The desolate sea fell into another extreme. Xiao Qin and Qin Zhuolin stood side by side as they looked at the morning sun. After surviving a calamity, the two felt somewhat rueful as they looked at the rising sun. No one expected to be able to escape from such a horrifying desolate slave. This was the first time in their lives that they found the morning sun so familiar. Xiao Qin asked, "What is the origin of that desolate slave?" "It came for you, right?" "That is Soul Reaper. Because it resembles the Soul Reaper from the immortal epic, the people of the desolate sea call it Soul Reaper. It is one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. According to legend, everyone who saw it died but the two of us survived." Qin Zhuolin appeared to be in a good mood. Under the morning sun he relaxed. As Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiao Qin, his initial indifference turned into admiration. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be able to save him from Soul Reaper with one palm strike. "You should not be a nameless person. How come I have never heard of a dragon race cultivator who can reach the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage?" Even now, Qin Zhuolin still felt somewhat shocked at the crucial palm strike that saved him. It was not only the might of the 3rd layer of Firmament's Rage that shocked him but also Xiao Qian's courage. How many people could have the courage and boldness to attack Soul Reaper? Not only did Xiao Qian not flee, but he even turned around and made a move, saving Qin Zhuolin. This was much more valuable than the first time Qin Zhuolin saved him. The first time he was only caught by a desolate slave. "I believe that your name will shake the desolate sea soon, becoming a dragon race outstanding talent no weaker than the Dragon God Crown Prince or the White Dragon Holy Daughter." Qin Zhuolin thought highly of Xiao Qian's potential, not holding back on his praise. Xiao Qian smiled but did not say anything. The person in front of Xiao Qian was even more mysterious than Xiao Qian had imagined. Xiao Qian originally thought that the desolate slaves had injured him. Now it looked like the one who severely injured him was Soul Reaper. Then a group of low-ranked desolate slaves chased after him. To be able to come out unscathed after receiving a blow from a Hellguard, it was clear that this person was no simple character. "You must be a Geomaster, right?" Xiao Qian shook the blue dragon wine pot in his hand and said thoughtfully, 5,000 years of fine wine, I wonder which tomb it was taken from." Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Who knows? Goodbye, we'll meet again someday." This answer was a tacit admission. "See you later." For some reason Xiao Qian felt that he would meet this Qin Zhuolin again in the future. At that time, the mysterious identity of that person would be revealed. After coming to the desolate sea, he first ran into the heavenly fragrances fairy maiden. Then he ran into this Qin Zhuolin. This was rather interesting. After watching the other party leave, Xiao Qian set off again according to Qin Zhuolin's instructions. He needed to find a city and obtain a map of the desolate sea. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qian closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time he used the secret technique that the blood-soaked dragon emperor left behind. Xiao Qian had to remove the 1,000 red from his soul. His injuries were rather problematic. Fortunately there were no major problems and no fatal danger. When the sun set, the silhouette of a city appeared in Xiao Qian's vision. The huge setting sun in the skyline slowly sank. Every time one saw such a huge setting sun in the desolate sea, they would feel incredibly shocked. The setting sun looked like fire, dyeing the horizon red and forming unending volcanic clouds. Together with the darkening sky, the setting sun looked somewhat ancient. Clatter, clatter. Cultivators from various places could be seen on the ground, riding huge mutated beasts. These cultivators kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed to the city. Only in the city could one find a sense of security in the desolate sea's night. However, many cultivators stood on the city walls, wearing all sorts of clothes. Their expressions were cold as they occasionally leaped down, going in the opposite direction. These people moved out of the city in groups of 3 to 5, looking exceptionally eye-catching. These people all gave off faint demonic qi. They were all demonic Dao cultivators. The desolate sea's night was especially suitable for these demonic Dao cultivators. they could bring out their full combat prowess. If these demonic Tao cultivators were lucky, they could find strong souls or capture desolate slaves and refine them into corpses, which would be a pretty good harvest. Of course, there were also some righteous Tao cultivators among them. They were all skilled and bold people. There would always be such adventurers everywhere, daring to challenge themselves. Perhaps they were here for experiential training or to seek out fortuitous encounters. The desolate sea seemed to be much more exciting than what Xiaochen first saw. However, at this moment, no matter what others thought, he only wanted to enter the city quietly and rest well after experiencing the excitement of the previous night. Ping City, as its name suggested, it was just an ordinary city. It was far from being as majestic and glorious as the Dragon City. However, this small city bustled with people and was brightly lit. The density of people and the bustle of the night made it even livelier than Heaven Dragon City. This made sense. There might not even be a city within 50 million kilometers. With such a small population, there had to be a lot of people. Xiaochen was not in a rush to buy a map. After choosing an inn to stay in, he started to treat his injuries. Be it the fight with Bai Yunfei or the previous night's fight with Soul Reaper, he needed to recover properly. Xiaochen stayed in the inn for 7 days before coming out. His injuries had all healed and he returned to his peak state. He even felt like he was going to improve further. 1 cup of heartburn allowed Xiaochen's cultivation to improve significantly, completely stabilizing his cultivation as a late-stage Holy Venerate. Xiaochen estimated that when he finished this bottle, no matter how many resources his divine body required, he would be able to reach peak Holy Venerate. His cultivation would also reach peak consummation Holy Venerate. As Xiaochen wandered around the city, preparing to buy a map, he stopped in front of a magnificent building with a 4-legged cauldron in front of it. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion. No matter where Xiaochen went, he would run into such shops. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion before him seemed to be of a higher standard than the ones he had seen before. Learning from his previous experience, Xiaochen took out the VIP medallion that Li Xiuhai gave him and asked, "What is this medallion? Can I meet the manager of this pavilion with this medallion?" "You can. Young master has the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's gold VIP medallion. Please come with me. I'll go and inform him first." Soon, a maidservant led Xiaochen to the VIP room of this pavilion. After meeting the manager, the matter of buying a map went much smoother. Furthermore, the map that Xiaochen obtained was not a detailed one that ordinary people could easily obtain. The identity of a VIP helped him a lot. All that remained was to compare the map with the one in the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Then he would compare the current map with the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor's memories and find the old lands of the Blue Dragon. This was not a good task. The Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor had been alive for 100,000 years already. 100,000 years ago, there was no such thing as the desolate sea. Xiaochen needed to walk around, continuously observing and comparing. There were many difficult problems to solve. The sea had changed into mulberry fields. 100,000 years had changed the landscape greatly, something that could not be explained in a few words. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiaochen had to do it. As the last Blue Dragon descendant, Xiaochen was duty-bound to search for the map. 2 months later, on a mountain peak, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Then he muttered to himself, "Is this the place?" In the past 2 months, Xiaochen had traveled a lot and encountered many troublesome matters. Finally, he determined the general area. However, he did not dare to guarantee it. Before Xiaochen was a barren land of death covered in sand. The blazing sun shone down. Even a cultivator like Xiaochen found this somewhat unbearable, unable to endure this harsh sunlight. "This is too barren." Xiaochen closed his heavenly eye, showing a suspicious expression. This large region was too barren. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a land of death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly the sound of rocks tumbling came from the cliffs. Xiaochen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a child carrying a medicinal herb on a cliff, climbing under the blazing sun. This was a native of the desolate sea, born and raised here. Hence, he was more accustomed to the environment here than outsiders. Over the past 2 months, Xiaochen had seen many natives. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, they were much stronger. Compared to the ordinary people of other places, the ordinary people of the desolate sea had it much harder. The lack of water, the harsh environment, and the dangers at night were all tests of life and death. The child nimbly dodged the rocks and stopped. Then he revealed joy on his face. The child found a medicinal herb between the cliffs. The harsher the environment, the more valuable the medicinal herb that grew. In this place where vegetation was sparse, one could easily imagine the value of medicinal herbs. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber chi chopped a venomous snake hidden in the cliffs, about to attack. Whoosh! Xiao Qin leaped into the air and landed firmly, sending the startled child to the ground. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, are you a cultivator? The little girl did not panic. Clearly, she had seen many strong cultivators in the desolate sea. She blinked and asked curiously. The child's voice was clear and melodious. Xiao Qin had not noticed that the child was actually a girl. You are too polite. Xiao Qin looked at the little girl. Her hands and feet were bruised. He could not bear to see her like this. Where is your home? I'll send you there. Who knew? Right after Xiao Qin said that, the little girl started crying. Little Qing Qin was chased out. Little Qing Qin no longer has a home. Big brother, if you want to help me, send this herb back. My little brother needs it. Chapter 2032. So this girl is called Qing Qin. Why was she chased out? After being chased out, she still has to risk her life to pick herbs. How is this girl going to live in the future? Based on the girl's appearance, she should not be more than 10 years old, and her body was covered in dust. Xiao Qin felt somewhat sad. It was really difficult for ordinary people to live in the desolate sea. Don't cry. I promise you that I will bring this herb back. However, tell me, why were you chased out? Who chased you out? Where are your parents? Xiao Qin's string of questions confused the girl. The girl looked at Xiao Qin with watery eyes as she stammered, not knowing which to answer first. Xiao Qin knew that the girl was too anxious. He sighed and asked in a warmer tone, Where are your parents? Qing Qin does not have parents. They died when she was very young. This pitiful child turned out to be an orphan. Xiao Qin continued asking, Who chased you out? Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief told little Qing Qin to go as far away as possible. Sop, sop, sop. However, little brother is sick. If I do not bring the herbs back to the spirit jades, what will happen to little brother? Sop, 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 sop. The girl seemed to have suffered a great grievance. Worried about her little brother's illness, she cried even harder. Xiao Qin did not continue asking. He waited for the girl to calm down before asking, Where is your village? Over there. The girl pointed in a direction. Xiao Qin sent his spiritual sense into his eyes and looked into the distance. There was indeed a village more than 50 kilometers away. Xiao Qin picked up the girl and carried her on his way. Big brother, I cannot go back. Grandpa Village Chief will be angry. The girl said somewhat fearfully, Big brother, just bring the herbs I picked back. Little Qing Qin cannot go back. As Xiao Qin looked at the setting sun in the distance, he said softly, The sky is turning dark. Where can you go? To Xiao Qin, 50 kilometers would not take long. Along the way, Xiao Qin ran into a group of bandits riding mutated beasts. Bandits were like sand in the desolate sea everywhere. In the land of bloodshed, it was difficult for morality to exist. Chaos and slaughter coexisted. Xiao Qin didn't speak to the other party. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. Xiao Qin covered Qing Chen's eyes with his left hand and punched with his right. The 100 bandits in front of them, along with the strange beasts they rode, all turned into a bloody mist. After Qing Chen let go, she blinked. Why did that group of bad people suddenly disappear? Looking at his surroundings, he felt more and more familiar with them. Qing Chen felt both anticipation and fear. She did not dare to say anything in Xiao Chen's embrace. When it was getting dark, Xiao Chen arrived at the village. There were about 100 households in the village. The village was surrounded by a simple fence made of lightning-subduing wood, which was used to prevent dirty things from entering at night. The lightning-falling wood was a kind of wood in the desolate sea that had a suppressive effect on filthy things. Villages and other gathering places mostly had this kind of wood, forming a fence, making it look like a stockade. At this moment, the sky was getting dark. Many villagers were reinforcing the fence. When they saw Xiao Chen and the girl in his arms, they immediately panicked. Quickly, tell the village chief that Qing Chen is back. Quick, quick, quick. These villagers stopped what they were doing and ran back in a fluster. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. When Qing Chen, who was put down, saw this scene, she felt sad and could not help crying again. Soon, the villagers escorted a skinny, hemp-robed old man over. The old man looked at Qing Chen, then at Xiao Chen. Then he sighed and said, Bring her back. This young hero, it is getting dark. Come in and talk. This old man's cultivation was not high. However, the people who lived in the desolate sea were much stronger than the ordinary people outside. If one could not adapt to this harsh environment, one would not be able to survive. Hence, while this old man looked old, he was spirited. Seeing that this old man did not seem like a bad person, Xiao Chen said softly, Village chief, these are herbs that little Qing Chen picked outside. She wants to give them to her younger brother. Qing Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she carried the herbs over. She sobbed and said, Grandpa Village Chief, little Qing Chen will not be going in. Grandpa Village Chief will help me sell these herbs. Take care of my younger brother. He is sick. I'm afraid that no one will take care of him. The old village chief let out a long sigh. A trace of sorrow flashed in his ancient eyes, and tears flickered in them. Come in. It is getting dark. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. You should go and see your younger brother. Everyone has been taking care of him. Really? Qing Chen blinked but still did not dare to go in. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He picked her up and directly entered the village chief's residence. As the sky turned dark, the villagers quickly closed the village's wooden gates and scattered a layer of black dust along the way. After Xiao Chen sent Qing Chen to her house, Qing Chen could not help but bow to him. Thank you, big brother. I'm going to see my younger brother. As for the wooden house, Xiao Chen did not enter. The old village chief sighed and led Xiao Chen to the side. How should I address this old man? The village chief said, I am old and the seventh child. Everyone in the village calls me Grandpa Seven. In that case, I'll call you Grandpa Seven. The village chief quickly said, You can't do that, you can't do that. With one look, I can tell that little brother is not an ordinary person. You have delicate features and delicate bones. How can you address me, an old man, as Grandpa Seven? It's fine. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Grandpa Seven led Xiao Chen to his house. There were other people in the house. When they heard that Grandpa Seven had an honored guest, they quickly took out wine and started to serve him. Unexpectedly, the wine poured out of the crude beefskin wine pouch was unexpectedly delicious. Xiao Chen drained it in one gulp. Then he exclaimed in shock, Great wine! Grandpa Seven brewed this yourself? Grandpa Seven revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. Yes, a little craftsmanship passed down from my ancestors. An honest-looking youth at the side said, How is it a little craftsmanship? The wine that our Grandpa Seven brewed is the best in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. The wine that our ancestors brewed has even appeared in Desolate City's Heavenly Fragrance Banquet. Desolate City. The largest city in the Desolate Sea could be considered a holy city. This city was very ancient, even older than some of the dragon cities in the Divine Dragon Empire. This city gathered the factions of the world, a dazzling pearl in the Desolate Sea. As for the Heavenly Fragrance Banquet, it was even more incredible. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would hold a banquet every 100 years, inviting everyone. It was a rare event in the world that could attract all the factions. Grandpa Seven sighed, This is all in the past. The world is too chaotic now and ingredients are hard to find. The skill of brewing wine was mostly lost in my generation. What is the point of knowing how to brew wine in this day and age? Grandpa Seven's words were filled with emotion. His tone was filled with sorrow. Xiao Chen changed the topic. Grandpa Seven, why did you chase little Qing Chen out? I can tell that you are not a ruthless person. Is there a reason for this? The great rock soars with the wind and soars 45,000 kilometers. Little brother, your aura is extraordinary. Sooner or later you will soar into the sky. Our small village is not even a drop of water in the great rock's eyes. Little brother, why do you have to worry about such things? The old man could tell that Xiao Chen was not an ordinary cultivator, so he said that Xiao Chen had a great future ahead of him. The small matters of the village were nothing compared to his world, so he told Xiao Chen to ignore them. The great rock would not pay attention to you, who leaped up with the waves as it soared. When it soared, it would cross 5,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it would become nothing. It could only fly higher and further by looking forward. Grandpa Seven's words were a tactful rejection and also out of politeness. There was also some pride, not wanting to ask a stranger for help. He could clearly see that Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen were people of two different worlds. Grandpa Seven, you can't say things like that. Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. He put down his wine cup and wanted to say something. However, Grandpa Seven interrupted him. In the Desolate Sea there is always blood and death every day. Even the sages cannot deal with this. Little brother, you really don't have to worry. Everyone has their own fate in this world. You should rest well here tonight. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he felt helpless. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. The night passed quietly. When the sun rose, Xiao Chen walked out of his house and saw the villagers gathered together, worshipping a lone peak in the distance. The lone peak was a verdant mountain. However, there was no vegetation on it, looking like it was made of divine metal. Xiao Chen looked at it and frowned heavily. He could not help feeling suspicious. This green mountain had an extraordinary aura. When it rose from the ground, it gave off a sharp aura that soared into the sky. However, when it reached the summit, this aura stopped. There was a flat platform at the summit. It looked neat and smooth like someone had chopped it off. After these people finished worshipping, Xiao Chen went to find the honest-looking youth in Grandpa Seven's house yesterday and asked about it. When the honest-looking youth heard this question, he scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. What's strange about this place? I heard that every morning they worship this green mountain. This is a rule passed down by our ancestors. I don't know what they worship either. However, after worshipping it, I do feel somewhat at ease. It's strange. Has no one gone to take a look? That place is not clean. Even if it's daytime, it is still very gloomy. After getting within 10 kilometers, no one dares to go over. Grandpa Seven also warned us not to go over." Xiao Chen could not help feeling even more suspicious. Suddenly, the honest-looking youth leaned over and whispered, "I once heard from the elders in the village that this mountain originally had a dragon head. It has always been a dragon head mountain. Later the dragon head broke and it became unclean." Chapter 2033. Grandpa Seven, the village chief, smoked his pipe as he watched Xiao Chen go in and out every day. He showed a complicated expression, but he did not say anything. When Xiao Chen saw that Grandpa Seven had some difficulty squeezing through the crowd, his face filled with excitement. Xiao Chen could not reject Grandpa Seven's kind intentions, so he dismounted and bent his back to let Qing Chen put on a garland of flowers for him. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He had seen many bandits recently, but Iron Egg had never shown such shock on his face. When Xiao Chen opened his palm, boundless electric light and saber chi burst out, and blood blossomed in the air. Iron Egg said anxiously, "Scram. Who said that I, Iron Egg, am not good-looking? I've been walking around the village with Big Brother Xiao for the past few days. Many ladies like me. The ordinary people who lived in the desolate sea always lacked food and water. The old people told him everything they knew, saying that this was how their ancestors passed it down. No one had seen it for themselves. Normally, before the other party could say anything, they would kill them in an instant. You speak a lot of nonsense. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Iron Egg, you told me earlier that there was a dragon head on the Azure Mountain. Which old person in the village said that?" Xiao Chen had not experienced life for a long time already. After spending a few days together, he felt rueful. After dealing with the corpses, Xiao Chen turned his head to look at the Azure Mountain. Then he returned to the village with Iron Egg. Good. After searching for many days, Xiao Chen obtained some useful information. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he led Xiao Chen to his house. "Iron Egg, you are not embarrassed. With your dark and swarthy face, you will not look good even if you wear it," someone mocked. Everyone guffawed. Blood flowed endlessly and Iron Egg died on the spot, falling off the horse. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and nodded. "Right. I want to know where the dragon head went." "Big Brother, wear a garland of flowers and look good." When Qing Chen saw the garland she weaved on Xiao Chen's head, she felt overjoyed. Iron Egg rubbed his head and smiled. "Little Qing Chen, why don't you make one for your big brother Iron Egg as well?" However, the Azure Mountain, which had soared with an imposing aura, suddenly stopped, made Iron Egg enter deep thought. They would bring large prey back to the village. Xiao Chen said with a smile, "Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. If you have time, come with me to the other villages. I still want to ask around." "Let's go back first. I don't have a name. Everyone in the village calls me Tai Dan," the honest-looking young man said shyly. "Keep bragging." At this moment, the honest-looking young man said that there used to be a dragon head on the Green Mountain. To think that he was actually a holy venerate like Xiao Chen. However, when asked why they worshipped Qing Shan, no one could give them an answer. "Leave it to me." Bruiser felt a little embarrassed that he hadn't found anything. Yes, I know. "Brother Xiao Chen, can you teach me martial arts? I want to be like you." Tai Dan said with some longing. "It's only been a few days, but he's already helped me gather enough food for several years. I don't have to risk my life hunting anymore." With so many legends put together, it could basically be confirmed. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Big Brother, here you go." Xiao Chen did not say much. Tai Dan was just an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen grabbed with his palm. He could not be bothered to waste time with Tai Dan, so he executed Firmament's Rage. Tai Dan was not very knowledgeable and did not understand the difference in strength between cultivators, which was why he was so shocked. All the villages within 5,000 kilometers did indeed have a tradition of worshipping Qing Shan. Qing Shan was the dragon head. Many villages had similar legends. The black-cloaked man glanced at Xiao Qin and sensed that the other party's cultivation was higher than his. There had indeed been a dragon head on the Green Mountain. However, it was already so long ago that it could not be considered. While laughing, Xiao Qin discovered Grandpa Seven in the distance, smoking a pipe and looking at him. But for the mortals of the mortal world, surviving was what they had to face and think about at every moment. Right now, Xiao Qin's combat prowess rivaled that of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Squashing a holy venerate to death would be as easy as squashing an ant. After looking carefully for a while, Xiao Qin discovered that the leader actually cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique and possessed a significant cultivation. There was a dragon head on the Green Mountain? Tai Dan still did not dare to believe that Xiao Qin could kill the demonic Dao envoy with one palm strike. After arriving at the village, Xiao Qin took out a huge ferocious beast from his storage ring. All the households rejoiced. They had been waiting for a long time to cut up the ferocious beast meat. In the following days, many old people have said this before. What's wrong? Big brother Xiao, you don't really believe that there is a dragon head on Azure Peak, right? Iron Egg was astonished that Xiao Qin actually believed the nonsense he spouted. The two did not return empty-handed this time. The group of bandits before them seemed somewhat different. When Xiao Qin looked over, he discovered that the leader seemed somewhat strange. Xiao Qin and Tai Dan traveled everywhere. They went out during the day and returned at night. They never returned empty-handed. How dare you attack my people? You are seeking death. Tai Dan's attire made him look very valiant. Xiao Qin borrowed a horse from the village and the two went out together. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, a strand of saber chi pierced through the foreheads of the surrounding bandits. Qing Qin struggled out of the crowd with some difficulty. Then she ran over excitedly, holding up a garland she made from tree branches and wildflowers. Young hero Xiao is really our village's lucky star. Xiao Qin never had a good impression of bandits. Their bodies contained spiritual energy. When ordinary people consumed them, they would strengthen their physique, tendons, and bones. They were great supplements. Whoosh! When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt startled. He looked at the distant Azure Mountain and remained silent. To cultivators, this piece of land was filled with fortuitous encounters. Naturally, Xiao Qin was not satisfied with such an answer. How could words be trusted without any proof? However, Tai Dan's words made Xiao Qin somewhat wary. Xiao Qin instantly grabbed Tai Dan, not giving Tai Dan a chance to flee. That was why there were no clear words or words passed down. Xiao Qin said softly, "It's hard to say for sure. There is always some basis to legends. Do me a favor and bring me to meet the elders in the village." To think that a bona fide holy venerate would team up with a group of bandits. This was truly shocking. Xiao Qin needed to make time to go to the Azure Mountain and take a look. Just at this moment, the urgent sound of horse hooves rang out. It was a group of ostentatious bandits. The leader wore a black cloak and a conical bamboo hat, covering himself well. This ferocious beast meat was very different from the wild beasts they normally hunted. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. After some thought he asked, "What is your name?" This was rather rare. The bandits that Xiao Qin normally met only knew some mediocre martial arts. Those who were slightly strong would not go to the extent of becoming bandits. There were too many ways to survive. "Big brother Xiao, it looks like I can't help you." On hearing that Xiao Qin was willing to help him hunt, Tai Dan felt incredibly excited. Soon, he appeared on a handsome horse with a bow on his back and a large saber at his waist. Dragonhead Mountain. A bandit pointed at Xiao Qin as he held the reins of his horse. "Ah, it's just a small matter. Everyone is dying to talk to someone like Big Brother Xiao. Come, I'll lead you there." A look of terror appeared in Bruiser's eyes, and he clenched his right fist in fury. He said coldly, "Friend, you just arrived at the desolate sea. Don't you know the rules? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke." Xiao Qin and Iron Egg rode ferocious horses and stopped at a riverside, looking up at the Green Mountains. From afar it approached the two of them. After they sat down and drank a cup of wine, Grandpa Seven said, "Little brother, have you been asking about Dragonhead Qingshan recently? Big brother Xiao, you killed the demon envoy." As for worshipping the Green Mountain, it was already a tradition. All the villages in this area had this tradition. He planned to stay here for a while before continuing his search. It looked like these bandits were backed by a demonic Dao faction. They were not as simple as they seemed. The people in the village were all overjoyed. They did not expect to see a martial artist. He actually stayed in the village and even helped them hunt. Demon envoy? It was just something passed down by word of mouth, passed down from generation to generation. This startled the black-clad man. He had not expected Xiao Qin to attack at the drop of a hat, instantly killing the group of bandits by his side. That's the black-clad man from earlier. All the bandits in the vicinity are under the control of the demon envoys. They are like demons. No one dares to disobey their orders. They are simply demonic gods. The horse that Xiao Qin sat on felt the black-clad man's emotions and started neighing somewhat restlessly. Bruiser was so shocked that he even stuttered. Under Bruiser's lead, Xiao Qin asked several elders in the village about the dragon head on the Green Mountain. Sure, but I have to go out to hunt. I have not hunted for half a month already. Xiao Qin had long noticed that Grandpa Seven wanted to say something. After saying that to Bruiser, he walked over. "Milord, it's him. Recently he killed many of our brothers, never leaving anyone alive. We spent a lot of effort to find him." Xiao Qin had found this place based on the maps of the Modern Realm and the Modern Realm. Originally he had some doubts and did not dare to be sure. Chapter 2034. I would like to know where the dragon head went. Grandpa Seven tapped the table with his pipe. Wrinkles filled his aged face as he sighed. How many years has it been? There have been people coming to look for the dragon head, but no one has found it. People thought that it was just a legend long ago. Little brother, don't take it too seriously and delay your proper business. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. Others have come to look for it? There were many in the past, but there are fewer now. When I was young, I saw my grandfather entertain one person. Since then no one has come. Before that, people came intermittently, but they all returned disappointed. There is nothing to look for. Grandpa Seven puffed out a mouthful of smoke as he looked at Xiao Qin through the smoke. From what I remember, that person's aura is somewhat similar to little brother's. Somewhat similar? Xiao Qin casually waved his hand and used his veritable essence energy to draw a portrait in the air. When Grandpa Seven saw the portrait, he exclaimed in shock, "That's him. Little brother, you know him? I remember that back then he came alone as well. He was as kind as little brother. I wonder how he is now." The person in the portrait was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Now Xiao Qin was certain that this place was the Blue Dragon's old haunt. There were no more surprises. However, Xiao Qin could not immediately answer Grandpa Seven's question. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was currently locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, suffering inhumane torture day and night. He is very good and very tenacious. Xiao Qin paused for a while. That was all he could say. Grandpa Seven smiled and sighed. "You cultivators are good, unlike us ordinary people. We do not have enough talent and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, my grandfather would be able to live until now. However, living in the Desolate Sea is not a good thing. Practically no sect in the Desolate Sea would accept disciples or nurture disciples here. Firstly, the land was vast and sparsely populated and resources were scarce. Secondly, there were too few natives in the northern region. The sects here were all branches of the various large factions. These sects would draw disciples from their headquarters and slowly develop." Xiao Qin was deep in thought. Since the Heaven Dragon of the previous generation had been here before, did he leave any clues behind? After some questioning, Lord Seven recalled with some difficulty, "I really can't remember clearly. Let me look for it." Grandpa Seven gulped down a mouthful of wine and began rummaging through the old house. Found it. Grandpa Seven took out a yellowed book from an old box. He patted the dust off it and said, "This is my grandfather's diary. I remember that he would write down all the major matters in this book." Xiao Qin received it solemnly. He revealed a joyful expression and said, "Seventh Grandpa, thank you so much. This thing is very useful to me." Grandpa Seven smiled and said, "If it's useful, then take it. You've helped the village so much these past few days. I don't know how to repay you." "You're too polite, Seventh Master." "That's right, when I saw Seventh Master earlier, I wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed like I had something to say?" Xiao Qin put away the book and asked softly. Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "There is indeed something that I would like to ask little brother for help with. However, this old man has not been able to repay me, so I have not been able to say anything." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Grandpa Seven is too polite. It is not convenient for me to tell you about my fate with this place for now. However, you can rest assured. If you have anything to say, just say it. I owe you." When Grandpa Seven saw Xiao Qin's sincere expression, he sighed softly. "There is a peach blossom city 1,500,000 kilometers away. There is a small-scale peach blossom wine festival every 10 years and a large-scale peach blossom wine festival every 100 years. Peach Blossom City. Xiao Qin had seen this city before when he was roaming around. Indeed, the fragrance of wine spread everywhere. One could smell it from 50 kilometers away. However, as Xiao Chen was in a rush, he did not enter the city to take a look. Senior, please continue. Yes. When I was young, I would bring the wine that I brewed to the wine festival. Even if I could not make it stand out, I could sell it for a good price, helping the village not to worry about food and clothing for a few years. However, 30 years ago, after the ancient well outside the village dried up, it could no longer brew any good wine. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "Do you always want to come out of retirement and participate in this centennial wine festival? I'm also a wine lover. Grandpa 7, if you have any requests, just let me know." Grandpa 7 sighed and said, "I did not do this on a whim. Peach Blossom City Lord is a major character. If he takes a fancy to the wine brewed by someone in the Centennial Wine Festival, he will agree to one request of the brewer. With just one word from him, our village will be safe for 100 years. Although the chances are slim, I still want to risk these old bones of mine and give it a try." Centennial Wine Festival. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Grandpa 7 seemed to be worried about something. There seemed to be a hint of worry on his face. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen had already finished drinking heartburn long ago. He had used it to stabilize his cultivation and raise his cultivation. As for the 1,000-year flame, Xiao Chen still had half a bottle left. If he dripped a drop into the Blue Dragon wine flask, he could fill it to the brim, which he could use to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Before Xiao Chen drank heartburn, he had felt that the 1,000-year flame was the best wine in the world. However, after drinking heartburn, Xiao Chen had to admit that there were indeed more outstanding wines in the Great Thousand Realms. It was hard to say whether the 1,000-year flame could take the top spot in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Grandpa 7, look at this wine recipe. Can you brew it? Xiao Chen thought for a while and took out the wine recipe. Perhaps Grandpa 7 could brew it himself. This is the Dragon Race's wine heartburn. Grandpa 7 felt somewhat startled. He quickly returned the recipe to Xiao Chen and said, "This wine recipe has been lost for several thousand years. If I brew it and participate in the wine festival, I might attract a fatal disaster." There's hope. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Grandpa 7, there is no rush. Help me brew it. I won't participate in the wine festival. How about I drink it myself?" Grandpa 7 hesitated before saying, "However, I'm afraid that I cannot obtain the ingredients." "It's fine. Leave the ingredients to me." Grandpa 7, what wine do you want to brew? I'll take care of all the ingredients. All right, but we need to restore the ancient well outside the village first. Without that well water, we can't do anything. Without that well water, your heartburn and the wine I want to brew will not succeed. I'll go and take a look. If I really can't do it, I'll go further away and look for a replacement well water. What well water was so important? Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen arrived at an ancient well not far from the village. The well water had already dried up long ago. Saying, "What's strange about this well?" Xiao Chen asked after calling out softly. Xiao Chen did not have any outstanding talents, so he could only ask Sang to take a look. Sang was an expert in this aspect. Sang came out of the Divine Universe Steel and looked at the dried well. Then he looked at the surrounding terrain. His expression changed slightly as he said softly, "This is a Coldine spring. To think that a Coldine spring can appear in the desolate sea." Coldine spring? That's the spring that appears in places of extreme een. Places of extreme een are bone-chilling, extremely cold. It is very difficult for running water to flow. If there is, and the terrain happens to produce a fountain, it will be called a Coldine spring. First of all, places of extreme een are very hard to find in the desolate sea. Having running water is even harder. Furthermore, the terrain produces a fountain, which is even harder. Sang paused for a while before continuing, "The spring water of a Coldine spring is indeed suitable for brewing good wine. It is very difficult to find a substitute." That was somewhat problematic. It looked like Grandpa 7 was right. If the wine recipe stated that it required the spring water of a Coldine spring, there was indeed no way to brew it. Why did the spring water stop? There are too many reasons. It might be that the water source broke, or the een energy might be too dense, causing the water to stop flowing. It might also be that the terrain changed and the underground water flowed further downstream. As the propping mulberry tree, Sang knew the terrain and the spring water like the back of his hand. There was no need to doubt Sang's words. "It looks like I still have to go down and take a look," Xiao Chen said softly as he stared at the deep, dried well. "Don't go down first." Sang pulled Xiao Chen back, not letting him rush down. "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen did not understand. Sang explained seriously, that Grandpa 7 is just an ordinary person and does not know much about the Coldine spring. I suspect that this coldine spring is not naturally formed. Man-made? That is too exaggerated. Who could change the terrain so precisely, even altering yin and yang to create a place of extreme yin? When Xiaoqun heard that, he felt flabbergasted, somewhat in disbelief. Sang said softly, although it is somewhat difficult, I have seen everything you said before. It is very difficult for a coldine spring to appear in the desolate sea. It is not appropriate to go down rashly. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. Then he looked up at the decapitated blue dragon in the distance and then at the coldine spring. Sang's words were indeed worth thinking about. A green mountain with a decapitated dragon head and a dried-up coldine spring. If these two were connected, it would indeed feel a chill. Chapter 2035. Coldine Spring. Is this a trap laid by someone else? Xiaoqun stood in front of the well and entered deep thought. After a while he decided to go down and take a look. I'll accompany you. If anything happens, we can look after each other, Sang said softly. It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry. Without giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaoqun gently leaped into the well. It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry. Not giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiaoqun gently leaped into the well. Sang looked at the well and then the surroundings, entering deep thought. Soon he soared into the air and looked down at the surroundings. He saw indistinct mountain ranges in the distance. The entire terrain gave off an indescribably strange feeling. Below in the well, Xiaoqun descended for a long time. Finally, his feet touched the ground and he landed. Whoosh! The instant Xiaoqun's feet touched the ground, a chill assaulted him. Xiaoqun's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt inattributed qi in his body, and the chill was overwhelming. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to waste a lot of veritable essence energy. Xiaoqun circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation and directly absorbed this inattributed qi, turning it into the power of his ice domain. When he looked up, he could see a bowl-sized light. The ancient well was probably 10 kilometers deep. When he thought about it, he realized that he was now 10 kilometers underground. He could not help but be exceptionally cautious. As for the surroundings, it was pitch black. He could only see within 100 meters. Xiaoqun groped his way forward in the darkness. The narrow path widened as he walked. However, the terrain became increasingly complicated. Soon his vision suddenly widened. Xiaoqun had already arrived at an underground cavern. The inverted stalactites were 2 meters long. They gave off a crystalline light, barely allowing him to see the entire cavern. One had to admit that the strange stalactites and the night view of the water looked rather shocking and wondrous. After admiring it for a while, Xiaoqun followed the water and headed upstream. The inattributed qi became increasingly denser. To his surprise, Xiaoqun discovered that his frost domain was rapidly expanding. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiaoqun broke through and comprehended the Ice Great Tao. His ice domain had long reached the limits. He only lacked a fortuitous encounter, and he could break through to the power of Great Tao. Perhaps this was an opportunity. With this thought, Xiaoqun circulated the Ice Feather Divine Art to its limits. The cold qi around Xiaoqun condensed into strands of cold qi that glimmered in the night sky. The cold qi around him grew thicker and thicker. The cold qi that had condensed into threads had already condensed into feathers. Countless ice feathers flew up and down, looking exceptionally beautiful. Along the way they came across many round stone pillars that were wrapped in layers of thick ice. It stood abruptly on the ground. The underground environment was really strange. They didn't run into any danger along the way, but that made Xiaoqun even more cautious. He felt that something was off. Gotcha. Suddenly Xiaoqun stepped on a patch of frozen ground, and his right foot sank in. The cold qi instantly froze his foot. Xiaoqun cursed himself for being unlucky. Then he lowered his head and tried to pull his foot out. However, he suddenly felt the danger of impending death. Xiaoqun could not care less about pulling his right foot out. He tilted his body slightly, and a 2-meter-long stalactite silently slid past his face and into the ground. Whoosh! The sharpness of the stalactite surpassed Xiaoqun's expectations. The long stalactite directly pierced into the ground, not making a sound. Xiaoqun immediately felt a chill run down his back. If he had not dodged, this stalactite would have pierced through his head and body, killing him on the spot. Was it a coincidence? There did not seem to be any formation fluctuations or signs of anyone controlling it. It could only be explained as a coincidence. After pulling his frozen right foot out, Xiaoqun stretched his legs. He had to be even more careful from now on. No. Suddenly Xiaoqun thought of something and looked back. He saw that on the way here, he looked at the round stone pillars that had suddenly appeared on the ground, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiao Chen threw a palm strike ferociously, and a saber wind spread out. All the dust on the surface of the circular stone pillar fell off in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick stone chips peeled off bit by bit, the cylindrical stones revealed their true bodies. They were all corpses. The frozen corpses stood erect on the ground. Their blank expressions before they died could even be seen clearly. The saber wind didn't stop, and in the next moment, all the corpses were turned into dust. Xiao Chen's face was deathly pale. He was completely frightened out of his wits. With his courage, there were very few things that could scare him. However, the scene before him had truly frightened him. It turned out that he had already walked through many paths of death before this. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have lost his life on the spot. Xiao Chen recalled the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, there was a kind of exquisite killing formation that completely merged with the natural environment. One would not even be able to sense the existence of the killing formation. Even when one died, one would not understand what happened. I can't go any further. The killing formation of this place already surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. Even a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor might not be able to leave alive. When Xiao Chen sized up the area in front, he felt that the rather ordinary underground environment was filled with killing intent. Xiao Chen sent out a few palm winds and discovered several more corpses in various states of death. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blank expressions, not understanding what was going on. Among them, Xiao Chen even discovered the corpse of a sovereign emperor. Most of the frigid qi in the surroundings came from the corpse. Xiao Chen understood why this spring dried up. Someone once discovered the secret of the Coldine spring and came down to explore it. In the end, they all died in there. None of them left. The influence of the cold qi on these corpses suddenly intensified, affecting the flow of the Coldine spring. The cold spring dried up, and the death gate of the killing formation opened. On the contrary, the life gate might appear only after the cold spring flowed. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chopped these frozen corpses into pieces. Then he sat down cross-legged and cultivated without moving. Right now he was already in a dead end. If he returned rashly, he would definitely die. Only when the Coldine spring flowed again could this killing formation disappear, giving him a chance at survival. Xiao Chen drove the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, continuously absorbing the surrounding cold qi. Firstly, he could save himself and use this opportunity to break through and comprehend the Ice Great Tao. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding cold qi gathered at Xiao Chen like a storm. Boundless ice feathers danced in the air like goose feathers. Xiao Chen held his breath and focused, not bothering with anything. He had experience with the Thunder Great Tao and the Saber Great Tao. Xiao Chen was very experienced in breaking through the Ice Great Tao. He did not panic, taking his time. Ding dong. Ding dong. Time passed slowly. After some time, the sound of water dripping rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. With a thought, it's coming. Xiao Chen continuously absorbed the cold qi. The cold qi plummeted and the Coldine spring flowed again. Xiao Chen needed to break through before the Coldine spring arrived. The life gate would give him only one chance. Charge, charge, charge. A heroic spirit surged in Xiao Chen's heart as he drove the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to its limits. His long hair fluttered and his fine black hair gave off a jade-white light. His entire body radiated cold qi. Then Xiao Chen saw spots of white light the size of grains of rice appear behind him. In the next moment, the spots of white light suddenly gave off a bright light and turned into a complete Tao disc behind Xiao Chen. Boom! Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw an ice spring surging over from upstream. It was like a dragon wanting to swallow him up. Before Xiao Chen could feel the Ice Tao's great Tao energy, he leaped up and rushed forward. The ice spring gushed endlessly behind him. The life gate of the killing formation was fully open. As Xiao Chen rushed forward, he did not run into any danger. Xiao Chen retraced his original path and finally arrived at the bottom of the well. Without even thinking, his veritable essence energy surged and exploded under his feet. Then he leaped up and soared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Xiao Chen soared into the sky. Soon, he leaped out of the well and hovered in midair. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and retreated to the side with Sang. Then he informed Sang of the situation underground. Sang said with a grave expression, "You ran into a heavenly Tao killing formation. This kind of killing formation merged with the heavenly Tao. It is extremely profound and formless. Being able to return alive is truly luck. It is not fake at all." Xiao Chen also felt some lingering fear. If he had continued forward at that time, he might have died in there without realizing it. Sang paused for a moment before saying, "The person who laid this killing formation is extremely profound. If someone dies, it means that the secret of the Coldine spring was discovered. Furthermore, when someone dies, the spring dries up, no longer attracting the attention of others. This is a very natural form of self-protection. It is truly indescribable." Xiaoqun thought about it carefully and also found it somewhat scary. Just at this moment, the Coldine spring rushed out of the well and turned into a wave soaring into the sky, attracting the two's attention. Spring water gushed out and sprinkled in the surroundings. When the villagers saw this scene, they all stirred up and rushed out. All of them felt wild with joy. Water was scarce in the desolate sea. Having an underground spring was enough to feed hundreds of families. Since this Coldine spring dried up, the villagers had to travel 50 kilometers to get water from the villages they had a good relationship with. Now that the spring water was flowing again, they no longer had to beg others for water. The overjoyed villagers all smiled as they bathed in the spring water. Several of them took out farming tools to store water, their faces filled with smiles. When Xiaoqun and Sang saw this scene, they revealed smiles. Their expressions involuntarily warmed up significantly. No matter how many startling secrets this Coldine spring had, it was just a well to feed ordinary people. The person who laid down the killing formation was someone who did not miss out on anything. He definitely could not have predicted this. Many times life was simpler. Not knowing and not understanding was bliss. The person who laid the formation had incredible means and might not be as happy as the simple villagers. Chapter 2036. Who do you think laid this heavenly Tao killing formation? Xiaoqun and Sang chatted in soft voices. Sang shrugged and said, "How can I know? Just take your time." As the two spoke, Grandpa Seven walked over with a smile on his face. This was the first time Xiaoqun saw Grandpa Seven so happy. This is. When Grandpa Seven saw Sang, he felt slightly surprised. Xiaoqun introduced, "This is my friend Sang. Without his help, we would not have been able to draw out the spring water." Many thanks, many thanks." Sang nodded and said, "You are too polite." Xiaoqun thought for a while before asking, "Grandpa Seven, what other ingredients do you need? I'll go get them for you." Right. I made a list. See if you can do it. Don't worry. Leave it to me." The Dragon Race's excellent wine, Heartburn, was not only an excellent wine but also something that could raise one's cultivation. It could even be used when one advanced to sovereign personage. Naturally, Xiaoqun would do his best to obtain it. 3 days later, the gushing spring water slowly receded. The Coldine spring settled in a place similar to the ancient well. Xiaoqun busied himself with the various ingredients that Grandpa Seven needed, doing his best to run errands. When Xiaoqun had free time, he would read the records left by his grandfather in the village. Today, that little brother from the dragon tribe actually went down into the ancient well. That's an ancient well that our ancestors have warned us not to go down. That little brother went down for a long time. In the middle of the night, I heard strange cries coming from the ancient well. Feeling worried, I came out to take a look. Aside from the exceptionally scarlet blood moon reflected in the water, there was nothing strange. When that little brother came out the next day, he had an excited expression on his face. He told me that he discovered an incredible secret in the well, that he knew where the dragon head was. When Xiaoqun reached this part, he showed a slightly stunned expression. Then he hurriedly flipped to the next page. However, the second page talked about something else and did not record anything. The previous generation heaven dragon went down the ancient well. Did that little brother go further than me? He even discovered the secret in the ancient well. Xiaoqun showed a grave expression as he looked at the records. Xiaoqun continued reading. Little brother went to the Azure Mountain again today. Every time he went, he showed an unsightly expression. My ancestors told me not to go to the Green Mountain because I would be cursed if I went there. But I know that even if I tell him, he won't listen, so I can only let him be. Every night, we tremble in fear, afraid that the desolate slaves will come out. Ever since little brother came, the desolate slaves seem to take special care of our village. Fortunately, little brother is here. The desolate slaves cannot kill him. I wonder how strong little brother is. Winter is here and the ground is covered with snow. Little brother hasn't left yet. With him around, the people in the village won't go hungry. It's a blessing. This winter won't be too difficult. Too scary, too scary. It was unknown what array the little brother had set up, but the killing mountain that was thousands of miles away seemed to be roaring angrily. Many streams of light entered the Green Mountain. That Green Mountain trembled, flowing light flickering about. It was as if blood vessels were flowing, as if it was going to come to life in the next moment. The villagers were scared silly. They trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. But the little brother didn't stop. He flew above the green mountain. I saw the blood moon and the great sun appear at the same time. Many terrifying people charged over. The little brother seemed to be injured. I looked through the window and saw that the little brother seemed to have lured them into the ancient well. 3 days passed, but the little brother did not come out. Those terrifying people did not come out either. It has been several months. I know that the little brother is definitely fine. However, he definitely won't come again. The village is finally at peace. The little brother really did not come again? Pa! Xiaoqun closed the notebook and pushed off the ground. When he arrived at the Coldine Spring, he felt an urge to jump in immediately. It turned out that the people below were all lured down by the Heaven Dragon. He tricked all those sovereign emperors and sovereign personages to death. The Heaven Dragon was indeed a ruthless person. The old village chief was right. The Green Mountain was indeed cursed. The Heaven Dragon's ending was truly miserable. One could not go to the Green Mountain casually. However, the blood moon and the great sun appeared in the desolate sea's night sky at the same time. What exactly did the Heaven Dragon do? What exactly did he discover? Did he know why the blue dragon was destroyed? Did he know who the person who set this up was? After that, he was locked up in the Starry Heaven's Dragon prison, suffering for eternity. Xiaoqun's reasoning suddenly felt somewhat terrifying. If the Heaven Dragon was locked up in the Starry Heaven's Dragon prison not because he provoked the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor but because he discovered a startling secret, then who exactly did he offend? Why was he even more horrifying than the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor? After looking at the ancient well and calming down, Xiaoqun no longer had any impulses. He did not have the cultivation of the Heaven Dragon yet. It was hard to say if he could survive after going down. Big brother, what are you looking at? Xiaoqun turned his head and saw Qingqian. He had not seen this little girl for several days. She was no longer like when he first saw her, crying. She was already satisfied with returning to the village and being able to take care of her younger brother. Although Xiaoqun said that he would not return, he actually could not bear to part with her. Let me take a look as well. Qingqian hopped over and leaned against the mouth of the well to take a look. Xiaoqun quickly turned around, worried that this little girl would fall in. How strange. Why is there a moon in the water? Isn't it daytime now? There is a moon? Xiaoqun went over to take a look and found nothing strange about the water in the well. Just as he was about to say something, Qingqian said, "The moon slipped away again." Xiaoqun immediately laughed hoarsely. Then he carried Qingqian to the side and warned, "Don't come over again. This well is very deep. If you fall in you will die." "Right, I'll listen to Big Brother." Xiaoqun rubbed Qingqian's head and said, "Go back and take good care of your younger brother." As Xiaoqun watched the other party leave, he revealed a faint smile. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance at the Azure Mountain in the distance. The lonely mountain peak looked crisp and clear. Not a single blade of grass grew on it as it stood tall on the ground. The villagers within 5,000 kilometers worshipped it. Xiaoqun still had to go and take a look. What exactly was the connection between the Azure Mountain and the ancient well? He had to make a trip there to figure it out. Xiaoqun gently pushed off with his feet and flew towards the Azure Mountain. "Are you really going? This mountain is cursed. Will bring bad luck." Sang reminded Xiaoqun from the Divine Universe Steel. How can a cultivator believe this? If there is a curse, we just have to remove it. There was no lack of secret techniques for curses in the Great Thousand Realms. Curses were not that mysterious to cultivators. When Xiaoqun saw the nearby Azure Mountain, he realized that it was still some distance away. The distance between them and the village was very far. In just a short while they had left the village far behind. By the time Xiaoqun got close, the sky had already turned dark. An incredibly vast and majestic setting sun slowly set in the distance, half of it already disappearing into the horizon. Every time one saw the desolate sea's setting sun, they would feel shocked, sensing its vastness and boundlessness. It was just like the desolate sea's blood moon, which felt cold and sinister. They were polar opposites. "Did you sense anything?" Sang asked softly as he appeared beside Xiaoqun. The two were still 10 kilometers from the Azure Mountain. They did not enter rashly. They extended out their spiritual sense and carefully checked. Xiaoqun did indeed feel something strange. The space around the Azure Mountain was exceptionally cold and sinister. Xiaoqun's spiritual sense sensed resentment, invisible to the naked eye, spreading everywhere. Indeed, ordinary people could not get close. If they did, they would immediately go crazy from the negative emotions. However, aside from this, Xiaoqun also felt a sense of familiarity. It It was like a voice in his heart was calling out to him. Don't move first. I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Qin stepped forward alone, walking towards the Azure Mountain step by step. Immediately, countless negative emotions assaulted him. Pain, dissatisfaction, and rage filled Xiao Qian's mind, trying to drive him crazy. Xiao Qin maintained his calm as he slowly approached the Azure Mountain. To Xiao Qin, 10 kilometers only took a few steps to cross. However, these few steps were not easy. Instead, it felt like he was walking on thin ice, every step taken cautiously. When Xiao Qin arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up at the Azure Mountain and felt a sense of familiarity. However, just as Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and touched the Azure Mountain, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art in his body instantly suppressed the purple thunder divine incantation. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art circulated wildly, and demonic chi spread out from his body. The entire Azure Mountain exuded strands of black aura. Xiao Qin quickly let go and took a step back, sweat pouring down his face. What happened to you earlier? You scared me to death. There was no movement for 4 hours. Sang said worriedly as he rushed over to Xiao Qian's side. 4 hours. However, Xiao Qin clearly felt that it was only an instant. He was greatly startled when he looked around and discovered that the sky had already turned completely dark. The blood moon already hung high in the night sky. 4 hours had really passed. This startled Xiao Qin. What happened earlier? I'll go up and take a look. This Azure Mountain is somewhat strange. I have to figure it out. Xiao Qin gently pushed off the ground and turned into a bolt of lightning, soaring up. After a while, his figure appeared and landed at the place where the solitary peak was cut off. The instant Xiao Qian's feet touched the ground, he immediately felt boundless demonic chi pour into his body. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. Sang was greatly startled when he saw Xiao Qin standing under the huge blood moon. His white robes and long hair fluttered chaotically, and his eyes turned scarlet. Under the blood moon on the Azure Mountain, Xiao Qin looked like he was in the moon, looking incredibly strange. Scatter. Xiao Qin shouted and scattered all the demonic chi in his body. Then he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation at full power, suppressing the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. The scarlet in Xiao Qian's eyes slowly receded, and his mind recovered. However, he still felt some lingering fear. Just at this moment, Xiao Qin, who was looking into the distance on the lone peak, suddenly frowned. A fiery light soared into the sky where the village was. It was destroyed. Chapter 2037. Fire lit up everywhere where the village was. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat as he leaped down from the Azure Mountain. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of red light and caught Xiao Qin, who had jumped down. Then they rushed towards the village. Whoosh! Sang gently leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back. When he looked into the distance, he immediately felt startled. Oh no! The village is in trouble. No village would be on fire for no reason. In the desolate sea, which was filled with roving bandits, such a scene could only mean one thing. The roving bandits broke into the village. Every once in a while, roving bandits would sweep through a village in the desolate sea. However, when Xiao Qin saw the village that he had stayed in for so long suddenly suffer a calamity, he felt an indescribable rage in his heart. At this moment, outside the burning village, wooden stakes were hammered into the ground. A villager was tied to each wooden stake. Hundreds of roving bandits rode ferocious horses as they looked at this group of people with sinister smiles. Pah, pah, pah. Iron Egg's flesh was lacerated, dripping with blood. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Bastard! Brat, weren't you very awe-inspiring earlier? You killed a few of my brothers. Why are you not awe-inspiring now? This old man will whip you to death. The bandit leader held his whip and lashed it a few times. Then he spat on Iron Egg. Iron Egg's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Too strong. This group of people is too strong. Even if Big Brother Xiao taught me a saber technique and can block these bandits, I will not be able to last one strike before the demon envoys. What? This group of bastards. Why did they burn down the village, not even letting off the elderly and children? Sob. 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 All the villagers, young and old, were tied to the wooden stakes. Several children were so frightened that they started crying loudly. Their cries sounded incredibly miserable in the night. However, this group of roving bandits laughed without a care in the world. Some of them even ran over to torture the elderly and children. You bastards! Come at me if you have any problems. Iron Egg roared in dissatisfaction as he vomited a mouthful of blood. The bandit leader had a dark complexion and a tall and sturdy figure. He revealed a cruel smile. You finally spoke. Don't worry. In any case, all of you will die later. Bruiser kept struggling against the chains on his body, causing the wooden stake to sway back and forth, but to no avail. The bandit leader laughed. I don't have time to play with you. Behave yourself. Pah. Another whip landed on Bruiser's mouth. Bruiser's flesh split open and the pain almost made him faint. The leader of the roving bandits walked over to the wooden stake that village chief 7th was tied to. Not far from this wooden stake stood a cold and arrogant young man. The young man was wearing black armor and a blood-colored cloak. There was a strange pattern embroidered on the chest of the armor, which should be the symbol of a certain sect. Sir, please let them go. This time it's my fault. If there's any lord, you can just blame me. The 7th lord looked at the young man and said in a choked voice. The young man remained expressionless as he said indifferently, I gave you a chance. I said that if you come across a purine body, you have to hand it over immediately. Did I say that? When Grandpa 7th heard that, his aged face trembled slightly, but he could not say anything in response. Answer me. Did I say that? Sir said that. Grandpa 7th lowered his head and answered softly. Since you know, why hide it? Our heavenly slaughter sect has been in this region for many years, and we have been upholding justice by interacting with you. As long as you hand over the children on time, we will not come and cause trouble for you. If you hand over a purine body, you will even receive a reward. The young man paused for a moment before continuing indifferently, If I do not kill one to warn 100, how will I convince others in the future? Tell me, do you think you deserve to be killed? Grandpa 7th remained silent, unable to say anything. I gave you face but you rejected it. You have to show some colors before you know who's better. You mortals are really despicable. Continue whipping. The young man ordered, not wasting his breath. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Lord Demon Envoy said? Hurry up. The bandit leader quickly shouted in a fawning manner. Then he smiled and said, Lord Demon Envoy, there is no need to bother with these lowly commoners. Just rest at the side. Teach them to us lest you dirty your hands. The young man showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, Torture them until midnight before you can kill them. Tell your subordinates to pay attention. What I need are the souls with the heaviest resentment. Don't mess it up. However, right after the young man spoke, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up. He saw a large bird covered in scarlet flames in the night sky, spreading its wings as it flew over, exuding an overwhelming demonic nature. A demon blood vulture. The young man's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it was a mutated demon blood vulture, a peak-quality demonic pet that the demonic Tao dreamed of. Whoosh. Just as the young man was about to ask who his friend was, countless saber lights flashed in the night sky. Countless saber lights flickered in the night. In the next moment, all the roving bandits in front of the wooden dummies were minced into pieces by the saber lights without exception. The bandit leader was so frightened that his legs went numb. He took a few steps back, stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The black-armored young man's expression immediately turned extremely sullen. As he stared at the descending Xiao Qin, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sir, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Qin did not reply to the black-armored young man. Instead, he swept his gaze over the villagers on the wooden pillars. All the villagers, young and old, regardless of gender, were tortured. No one escaped. After taking a few steps, Xiao Qin arrived before Iron Egg. As Iron Egg looked at Xiao Qin, he started crying. Big brother Xiao, I'm useless. Iron Egg had many things he wanted to say. However, when he truly saw Xiao Qin, his chest filled with rage, but he did not know where to start. All the things he wanted to say were contained in these 3 words. You've suffered, Iron Egg. Xiao Qin patted Iron Egg's shoulder, calming his emotions. His heart bled as he did his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Friend, I advise you not to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is not an existence that you can afford to offend. The black-armored cultivator felt that although Xiao Qin was not a sovereign personage, he felt immense pressure for some reason. Feeling somewhat unconfident, the black-armored cultivator used the name of his sect to scare Xiao Qin away. The Heavenly Slaughter sect? Xiao Qin muttered to himself, entering deep thought. That's right. It is the rank 7 Heavenly Slaughter sect. Not to mention you, even the major sects of the northern region and eastern region would not dare to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. I see that you are a dragon race cultivator, so I'll give you some face and let it go this time. Quickly withdraw. When the black-armored cultivator saw that the Heavenly Slaughter sect's name was effective, he slowly regained his confidence. Then electric light flashed and a fist light charged at the black-armored cultivator at an incredible speed. The black-armored cultivator wanted to retreat, so he quickly tried to block. However, he missed. Bang! The fist light struck the black-armored cultivator's face, and 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. This early-stage holy venerate heavenly slaughter sect demonic envoy died on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Cassie. On the other side, Sang helped the villagers undo their chains. At the same time, he infused gentle veritable essence energy into them to treat everyone's injuries. Soon Sang arrived beside Xiaoqin. He whispered, "Fortunately we arrived in time. Everyone is fine. However, I did not see little Qingqin." "I did not see little Qingqin?" Before leaving, Xiaoqin had patted the little girl's head. The smile on her face had yet to fade from his mind. Xiaoqin walked over to the village chief and sighed, "Grandpa Seven, stop hiding things from me. Why did you chase little Qingqin out back then?" Grandpa Seven wept as he replied, "Little Qingqin has a purine body. She is a good cauldron for the demonic Dao sects to cultivate their evil cultivation techniques. As long as she was discovered, it would bring disaster to the entire village. However, this old man could not take the initiative to send her out. So I could only chase her out." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. The many cultivation techniques of the demonic Dao sects did indeed require a purine body. Grandpa Seven was right. Ordinary people could not resist demonic Dao cultivators at all. Xiaoqin also understood why Grandpa Seven did not tell Xiaoqin at the start. The demonic Dao and the righteous Dao coexisted in the desolate sea. The demonic Dao even suppressed the righteous Dao. Similar things had happened countless times. Which group of bandits did not have a large sect supporting them? In Grandpa Seven's opinion, telling Xiaoqin was sending him to his death. Perhaps Grandpa Seven had seen many hot-blooded people in his life. When they saw injustice, they drew their weapons and attacked. However, they ended up losing their lives. Time had worn away this old man's sharpness. When facing the desolate sea, his heart had already died. Grandpa Seven did not tell Xiaoqin because he wanted to deal with it himself. He wanted to seek peace for the village at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At some point, Sang arrived carrying the bandit leader. This fellow wanted to run, but I caught him. After seeing Xiaoqin's means, the bandit leader was so frightened that he was at a loss for what to do, continuously begging for mercy. My lord, spare me. I was forced." Xiaoqin looked at Sang and said, "Help keep an eye on things. I'll go and save little Qingqin." "Don't worry. Leave this to me." Xiaoqin grabbed the bandit leader and leaped into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture expressionlessly. Under the illumination of the blood moon, Xiaoqin's delicate face looked scarily gloomy. It was as Grandpa Seven said. Blood flowed every day in the desolate sea. Even a sage could not stop it. However, Xiaoqin had his own principles in his heart. He could not kill all the demonic Dao sects in the world. However, those who touched his friends had to pay the price. A man's courage should not be worn away by time. Chapter 2038. If Xiaoqin wanted to save Qingqin, he had to know where she was sent. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's black-armored cultivator had already been killed by Xiaoqin. The only one who knew this was the bandit leader. This was also why Xiaoqin did not kill the bandit leader. "Come up." Xiaoqin lifted the bandit leader onto the demon blood vulture and asked coldly, "Where is Qingqin sent to?" The bandit leader's eyes darted around as he cried, "My lord, this lowly one really does not know such a secret. Please spare me. Let me go, and I will give you all the resources I have accumulated over the years." Xiaoqin smiled coldly. "You think I am interested in your resources? You are not going to speak, right?" With a slap, Xiaoqin sent the bandit leader flying off the demon blood vulture's back. At this moment, the bandit leader was more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Given the bandit leader's cultivation, he would be severely injured or crippled even if he did not die. The bandit leader immediately screamed in the air, his complexion pale. I'll speak. Pull me up. Jie? De." The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh as it swooped down and flapped its wings. It treated the bandit leader like a toy, flapping its wings in the air. Sometimes it would toss him up several kilometers. Sometimes he would fall 10 kilometers. After a few times, the bandit leader's soul nearly left its scabbard in fright. "It's done." Xiaoqin sent a voice projection to the demon blood vulture. Got it, master." The demon blood vulture had enough fun. It flapped its wings and a strong suction pulled the bandit leader onto its back. The bandit leader was still startled, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Then he suddenly met Xiao Chen's gaze and said quickly, "I'll speak. I'll speak. The bandits of various sizes in the vicinity have to hand over 10 girls every 3 months. There is a mountain manor on a mountain range in the north. That is their stronghold. That girl should still be in the mountain manor. Milord, I already said it. Spare me. How many groups of bandits does the Heavenly Slaughter sect control? How many girls do they need each time? There are too many bandits. They need about 400 to 500 girls each time." Xiao Chen clicked his tongue. He could roughly guess what these little girls would be used for by the demonic path sections. They were either used as cauldrons to cultivate evil techniques, or they were used to collect Yin souls to refine ghost penance. He just didn't expect there to be so many of them. Xiao Chen had long known that demonic Dao cultivators were vicious and merciless. For the sake of becoming stronger, they would do anything. Today he finally witnessed it for himself. "Sir, the villa is over there." On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen looked in the direction that the bandit leader pointed. He saw a brightly lit mountain manor in the mountain range ahead. However, there was something strange about the light. It looked like a ghost flame flickering with a glossy green light, looking exceptionally scary in the desolate sea's night sky. "Sir, we've arrived at the place. Shouldn't you let me go?" The bandit leader carefully begged for mercy. "When did I agree to let you go?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. He had never agreed to let this person off. Given what the bandit leader had done, he would not regret dying 10,000 times. Before the bandit leader could speak, Xiao Chen tossed the bandit leader down. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and swallowed the bandit leader. "The meat is really sour and not tasty at all," the demon blood vulture muttered as it digested the meat. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with the picky demon blood vulture. He turned the meat into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then he put on the death god mask and silently approached the mountain manor in the dark night. This mountain manor should be just one of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's strongholds in this area. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and there were even spirit formations and restrictions around it. The formations and restrictions layered over each other, and a huge, formless existence encased the entire mountain manor. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye, and the formless existence slowly became clearer. That was a mutated beast with a ghostly face made of countless souls. The horrifying ghostly face hovered above the mountain manor, its body encasing the entire mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect truly lived up to being a rank 7 demonic Dao sect. This was just a stronghold, and its restrictions were already so terrifying. If not for Xiao Chen having so many trump cards, he would not have been able to do anything and could only return in defeat. The ghostly face's eyes scanned the surroundings. However, it could not detect Xiao Chen. The death god mask isolated all auras. Right now Xiao Chen was like air. Even a sovereign emperor could not figure out his true identity. After silently sneaking in, Xiao Chen leaped over the many guards and landed on the wall of the mountain manor. Then he slowly removed the mask on his face. The mask could be considered one of Xiao Chen's trump cards. If he used the mask to save others, someone with ulterior motives would find out that he was the masked person related to the village. Since Xiao Chen already snuck in, there was no need to wear the mask. The moment Xiao Chen landed, he heard weeping. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiao Chen sneaking through the many buildings of the mountain manor. Soon he arrived at the source of the sound. This was a dilapidated house. Xiao Chen lay on it and sent in his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen saw more than 300-odd young girls locked up in there. "Cry, cry, cry. You bunch of stinky girls. If you keep crying, I won't give you anything to eat." The door opened, and an old woman with a withered face and a walking stick walked in. Then she cursed ferociously. The old woman showed a terrifying expression. When she roared, the many young girls no longer dared to cry, only silently sobbing. "This old woman is a sovereign personage." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not act rashly, continuing to observe. The old woman continuously searched the young girls. After a while, her gaze landed on Qing Qin. The old woman squeezed out a smile and walked over with a smile. "Come, you must be the new girl that was sent over. Don't be afraid. Granny dotes on you." However, Qing Chen was frightened. She retreated continuously. Soon she could no longer move, so she retreated to a corner. "Come, let this granny touch you." The old woman held her walking stick, smiling somewhat horribly. Before Qing Chen could refuse, she placed her hand on Qing Chen's head. A dim light came from the old woman's hand and entered Qing Chen's body. Qing Chen immediately closed her eyes, feeling somewhat pained. Her body gave off a white light. At first, this white light had some green light mixed in. However, in the end, the white light on Qing Chen's body became pure and translucent, as white as divine jade. A faint cold light appeared in the surroundings. When Qing Qin reopened her eyes, they also gave off a jade-like light. A cold moon slowly appeared behind Qing Qin amid the cold light. Extreme body. This startled the old woman and she quickly let go. Then she rejoiced. It really is an extreme body. It really is the legendary extreme body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mysterious phenomenon earlier startled several experts in the mountain manor. In the shabby thatched cottage, a few old men followed a middle-aged man in black armor and quickly walked in. Manor Lord, this girl has a peak-quality purine body, the legendary extreme body. When the old woman saw the black-armored, middle-aged man, she quickly reported the good news. She looked like she had become several hundred years younger. The black-armored, middle-aged man stared at Qing Qin for a long time. Then he revealed a smile. It really is an extreme body. Good. The 8th prince will definitely be happy with this gift. Ah, man. Send this girl to our sex branch in the desolate sea. We need to send her back to the dynasty quickly, lest something unexpected happens. Up on the roof, Xiao Qin thought if I had come any later, it would have been too late. Qing Qin actually has an extreme body. Such a body was extremely rare. It was a physique that would drive some demonic Dao cultivators crazy. Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. I'll send a message to the main sect and make some preparations. The black-armored, middle-aged man glanced at Qing Qin, feeling wild joy in his heart. He had done a great service this time. Soon this group of people left one after another, leaving behind a confused Qing Qin. Up on the roof, Xiao Qin thought for a while. Then, his figure leaped up and caught up to the black-armored, middle-aged man, jumping onto the roof. Inside the house, the black-armored, middle-aged man took out a medallion and used his spiritual sense to send a message about Qing Qin. The black-armored, middle-aged man did not give Xiao Qin any chance to stop him. Damn it! Xiao Qin cursed. Then he shattered the roof beam and punched at the black-armored, middle-aged man. The sudden appearance of Xiao Qin startled the black-armored, middle-aged man. In his fluster he quickly punched. Bang! Who knew Xiao Qin's fist light contained frightening force? A faint azure-colored dragon-shaped vital chi gathered in his fist light. 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. The black-armored, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His vital chi shook the surroundings. The entire house instantly exploded. Someone sneaked in. The entire mountain manor immediately turned chaotic. The hidden cultivators emerged and stood behind the black-armored, middle-aged man. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Chapter 2039. The sudden explosion threw the entire mountain manor into chaos. A few of the black-armored, middle-aged man's subordinates supported him. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Where did this junior come from? To think that he dares to cause trouble in the heavenly slaughter sect's base. The old woman that Xiao Qin saw earlier shouted as she looked at Xiao Qin while holding her walking stick. The other party looked like they had the advantage in numbers. However, the truly powerful ones were the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman, two initial sovereign personages whom Xiao Qin feared. After Xiao Qin injured the black-armored, middle-aged man with one punch, the remaining old woman was no match for Xiao Qin. You do not need to know who I am. Today none of you can leave. Xiao Qin looked at the people in the mountain manor. His white robes showed an indifferent expression, appearing extremely cold. To think that such a demonic Dao sect like the Heavenly Slaughter sect raised young girls like pigs and dogs, using them as cultivation furnaces. They were utterly devoid of conscience and deserved to be killed. How arrogant! You are just an insignificant holy venerate, yet you are ridiculously arrogant. Kill him. The old woman smiled coldly, and the many demonic Dao cultivators behind her stepped forward. Demonic flames surged from their bodies and their auras soared. They used martial techniques that Xiao Qin rarely came into contact with as they charged over. When they worked together, their auras were boundlessly vast. The dense demonic chi in the night looked exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Qin did not need to waste time with this group of people. Relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao Qin circulated his vital chi, and a faint azure vital chi merged into a blue dragon. A casual punch brought out a strong dragon might. Furthermore, his vital chi reached a startling 200 cauldron force. Bang, bang, bang. These holy venerates were demonic Dao cultivators of varying strength. However, Xiao Qin easily tore them apart like he was breaking dry branches. Practically no one could take a punch from Xiao Qin. In mere moments, the demonic Dao cultivators charging over turned into blood splattering in the air. Xiao Qin's white robes remained untainted by the blood splattering in the air. His dragon might did not appear angry. Damn it. He's a body cultivator. Use the sky-killing array to kill him. The black-armored cultivator caught his breath and led the others back. Then he saw the disciples taking out their formation flags. The ghost-faced soul beast that shrouded the mountain manor roared angrily. It turned from formless to corporeal and lunged at Xiao Qin. The light of the sun and moon. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. The sun and moon behind him rose into the sky at the same time, instantly overshadowing the ghost-faced exotic beast's terrifying aura. Xiao Qin's will of soul was much stronger than his cultivation. His will of soul had broken through the shackles of a sovereign personage long ago. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together was comparable to the soul will of a great perfection sovereign personage. Tao of Thunder. Accompanied by the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, the peak consummation thunder great Tao appeared. Xiao Qin did not hold back at all. He used the peak thunder great Tao energy, his soul energy, and the blue dragon's vital chi to punch. Wah! The explosive fist light was like the blazing sun in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately, the mountain manor became as bright as day. This punch instantly blasted the ghost-faced exotic beast charging at Xiao Qin into ashes. The old woman holding a walking stick looked at Xiao Qin incredulously. This is impossible. You are so young. How can you have such a strong will of soul? Who exactly are you? Do your elders know what you have done? Now the old woman suspected that the unremarkable Xiao Qin might be a true inheritor of a rank 7 sect. Or perhaps he was the scion of an ancient noble clan. Otherwise, a holy venerate could not possibly erupt with such terrifying strength. With such strength, Xiao Qin would be considered a peak existence among the heavenly slaughter sect's true inheritors. The black-armored, middle-aged man said with a sullen expression. He is a dragon race cultivator, however, he only has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. No matter who you are or what your background is, you have already caused great trouble. No one can save you. When Xiao Qin heard that, he smiled and said, Interesting. Even at this moment you are still concerned about who I am. Think about how the two of you are going to survive first. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Whoosh! Veritable essence energy surged and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out as Xiao Qin punched. Xiao Qin's entire body trembled and killing chi spread out. Then it merged with his veritable essence energy and turned into strands of dragon chi moving about in the sky, materializing thousands of dragon images. A dragon image appeared in the sky. Guided by the force of Xiao Qin's punch, it swooped down. Countless dragon images swept through the surroundings, attacking all the demonic Tao cultivators in the mountain manor indiscriminately. Bang! 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 The many dragon images flattened the mountain manor in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. Many of the demonic Tao cultivators who could not block vomited blood when the dragon images crashed into them, severely injuring them. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the dragon race's most ferocious fist technique. The moment it was executed, it showed a boundlessly tyrannical scene. After Xiao Qin advanced to peak consummation Holy Venerate, this was the first time he used the Supreme Dragon Fist against an enemy. This resulted in a startling scene. Those whose cultivations were weaker than Xiao Qin's were instantly severely injured by the first punch, losing their combat prowess. Among the thousands of dragon images, only the black-armored, middle-aged man and that old woman remained, stubbornly resisting. Damn it! What fist technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The ferocious and tyrannical dragon images containing boundless killing chi continuously attacked. Every time they shattered a dragon image, it would shatter it. Every time they shattered a dragon image, the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt their arms go numb. Their chi and blood surged and their internal organs slowly ruptured. Soon they found themselves unable to do as they wished, commanding the dragons. Xiao Qin did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He roared, releasing the rage in his heart as he roared. The berserk dragon images all calmed down, listening to his command and flying back to his body. This allowed Xiao Qin's aura to soar. His body erupted with a tyrannical aura that made the dragons submit to him. Xiao Qin punched. Using the unparalleled tyrannical aura of commanding the dragons, his fist aura surged out like an overwhelming wave. Whoosh! The black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt a strong wind blowing in their ears. Their hair became disheveled as they retreated continuously. Before this tyrannical fist aura, not only could they not stand stably, but they could not even open their mouths. Their bodies were forced back involuntarily. Before the fist light arrived, This fist aura filled with killing chi tore terrifying cracks on the surface of their bodies. They could only watch as the tyrannical fist light surged over like a surging wave. The two felt despair in their hearts and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! However, no matter how unwilling they were, it was useless before this unreasonable fist technique, the strongest ferocious fist technique of the dragon race. When the fist light arrived, the two vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bones shattered, their internal organs ruptured, and their souls shook. They fell to the ground, twitching. Pah! Pah! Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he flew forward and stomped twice, crushing the two's heads. They were just two demonic Dao sect trash. There was no need to take pity on them. Xiao Qin looked around. Aside from the dilapidated hut that Xiao Qin took care of, the entire mountain manor was destroyed. Xiao Qin did not rush over. Instead, he patrolled the interior of the mountain manor. He killed all the fish that slipped through the net, not leaving a single one alive. Xiao Qin was not a ruthless person. However, he understood that evil people could not be spared, and scourges would last for 1,000 years. Xiao Qin stood before the ruins of a formation in the courtyard for a long time. A pile of corpses lay before him. The ghostly mutated beast formation that he saw earlier was made from the corpses of ordinary people combined with the demonic Dao sect's blood sacrifice. Many of the corpses were of children, a ghastly and flabbergasting sight. Xiao Qin shook his head. After searching the mountain manor for some useful information, he went to the thatched hut. The girls in the hut trembled in fear, all of them crouching in a corner. Big brother? Qing Qin immediately spotted Xiao Qin in the crowd. She flew over, tears filling her eyes as she cried endlessly. Big brother, the bad guys captured Grandpa Village Chief and the others. It's all Qing Chen's fault. Sup, sup, sup. Xiao Qin consoled, it's fine. The bad guys are all dead. Don't cry. While Xiao Qin consoled her, he sighed in his heart. This girl possessed the legendary extreme Yin body. Such a body was extremely special. Many major characters coveted it. Even Xiao Qin did not dare to boast that he could protect her. Xiao Qin had started a massacre in anger because he could not stop the black-armored, middle-aged man from spreading the news of her extreme Yin body. When Xiao Qin looked ahead, he saw many pairs of weak, fearful eyes in the darkness, looking helplessly at him. Little Qing Qin, be good. Don't cry first. Tell the other big sisters that the bad guys are all dead. Tell them not to worry, all right? All right, all right. Qing Qin said resolutely as she wiped away her tears. The night passed in silence. When the sky turned bright, Xiao Qin sent the hundreds of girls back. After much effort, Xiao Qin found out from the information he obtained in the mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was a rank 7 sect of the Shuawu dynasty. Its headquarters was in the Shuawu dynasty. There were a total of 13 branches in the Desolate Sea. The strongest branch was located in the Desolate City. Aside from this, each branch controlled more than 100 strongholds like the mountain manor. The various branches were very far apart from each other. The Desolate Sea was too vast. Even the Heavenly Slaughter sect could only use such a method to expand the area they controlled. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He discovered that the establishment of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches was not simple. Every branch spent hundreds, even thousands of years to gain a firm foothold and slowly develop many strongholds. If Xiao Qin could uproot the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch that controlled this area, then the village Qing Qin was in would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. In that case, Qing Chen's village would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. Some crazy ideas popped up in Xiao Qin's mind, but they could not be stopped. Chapter 2040. By the time Xiao Qin returned to the village, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. With Sang's help, the village had more or less recovered. Most of the villagers were emotionally stable. They started to help each other, repairing the destroyed houses and tidying up the messy things. As they helped each other, the villagers slowly revealed smiles on their faces. This was how things were in the Desolate Sea. To many ordinary people, living one more day was already a blessing. Living in the Desolate Sea was already a terrible thing. Resources were scarce, the environment was harsh, and bandits roamed the land. They had long since accepted life and death. The Desolate Sea citizens showed a simple attitude that did not care about life and death under their valiant appearance. Go back first. Don't overthink. Xiao Qin patted Qing Chen's head as he said softly. Qing Chen nodded and quickly left. However, she kept turning her head back. Xiao Qin sent her off with Xiao Qin, feeling extremely reluctant to part as she returned home. Seeing Sang Chao walk over, Xiao Qin nodded slightly. Then he told Sang about last night's events and some of his thoughts. Sang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about destroying the Heavenly Slaughter Sect branch. The two sovereign personages from last night were only initial perfection sovereign personages. They probably could not even become outer sect elders in a rank 7 sect. Furthermore, you severely injured one of them. That's why they won so easily. The branches have been operating for at least 100 years. They definitely have many small perfection sovereign personages and even a great perfection sovereign personage." There was a huge difference in strength between initial perfection sovereign personages and small perfection sovereign personages. As for great perfection sovereign personages, that was even more so. Xiao Qin relied on the will of soul of a great perfection sovereign personage, the acquired divine body, the three great Tao and the supreme dragon fist. He could fight a small perfection sovereign personage and even defeat some of the weaker ones. However, he would definitely lose to a great perfection sovereign personage. I need to advance to sovereign personage quickly. Xiao Qin felt some pressure. However, the acquired divine body required too many resources. In reality, if not for that flask of heartburn, a peak holy venerate would need at least a year. The flask of heartburn that Qin Zhuolin gave Xiao Qin was a great help. On the way back I thought about it carefully. Wiping out a branch is indeed a bit risky. Think of another compromise. The Heaven Fiend sect branch that controls this region has about 80 strongholds. Xiao Qin paused for a moment and continued, "If we uproot all 80 strongholds, it will take about 10 years to rebuild them. The Great Desolate was too vast. Without these strongholds, they would not be able to control the roving bandits. It is impossible for the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's branch to control this area. Within 10 years the village should be safe. The attention of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's branch should also be attracted by me." Sang asked softly, "What about 10 years later? If I participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, as long as I get a promise from that big shot, I will not have to worry about anything for 100 years. 100 years later? 100 years later, my name will shake the desolate sea. With Xiao Chen's name around, I can ensure the safety of the village." Sang felt somewhat flabbergasted. At this moment, the sharpness of Xiao Chen's body made it hard for others to look directly at him. He said sullenly, "It is still somewhat risky. If we are not careful, we might run into a branch elder patrolling." "What do you mean by 100 years later?" Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "If I don't take some risks, how can I resolve the problem? I do need some battles to temper myself when I break through to sovereign personage. I'll just treat it as cultivation." Seeing that Xiao Chen had made up his mind, Sang did not try to dissuade him. Xiao Chen had always been swift and decisive. That night, he set off silently under the cover of night. When the sun set, Xiao Chen returned to the village with some minor injuries. In the following days, Xiao Chen's return became increasingly irregular. Sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days, and sometimes as long as 7 or 8 days. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat worried. He asked Sang several times, but Sang did not say much. He only told Grandpa Seven to brew wine and prepare for the Peach Blossom Festival. However, with Grandpa Seven's experience, he could tell that Xiao Chen's killing chi had grown heavier every time he returned. Most of the time, the blood on Xiao Chen's body had not dried yet. Then, Grandpa Seven received news from the nearby villages, saying that the number of roving bandits had decreased. There were rumors that a white-clad youth had appeared recently and was sweeping up the bandits in this area. Some people even saw the white-clad youth kill the demon envoys. He attacked. The shock in Grandpa Seven's heart was somewhat indescribable. He had experienced too much in his life. He had seen many righteous Tao cultivators boasting. However, in reality these people were just acting on a whim. Either they were young and rash, losing their lives because they underestimated their enemies, or they gave up when they met with some resistance. Grandpa Seven even saw righteous Tao cultivators and demonic Tao cultivators walking together, chatting happily. At Grandpa Seven's age, he had already seen through many things. He already knew about the desolate sea's environment. It was the result of the major characters compromising. In the eyes of those true experts, ordinary people like them were no different from ants. They had never been important. There was no right or wrong in the desolate sea, only benefits. Hence, when Xiao Qin first asked Xiao Qin about it, Grandpa Seven did not tell him why he chased Qin Qin away. However, now, it was this somewhat taciturn person who directly took action without saying a word. Gradually, many of the nearby villages began to sense something different. A month had passed, and the bandits that could be seen almost every day were nowhere to be seen. Some rumors also started to spread. Recently, a strange bird appeared that specialized in killing roving bandits. It could swallow up more than 100 roving bandits in one bite. When that huge bird saw the demon envoys, its eyes lit up as it chased after them. The master of the strange bird was the white-clad man who had been sweeping up the nearby roving bandits. However, Grandpa Seven and the people in the village started to worry, as Xiao Qin had not returned for half a month already. Qing Qin would wait on a pile of rocks at the village entrance every day. Under the setting sun, a little girl could be seen waiting in the distance at dusk every day. However, Qing Qin would return disappointed every day. Rumors continued to spread. Some people saw the white-clad man with a pale complexion being chased by 7 or 8 demon envoys, appearing extremely dangerous. Some people also saw a bloodied white-clad man lying on the sea of sand in the distance. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A large scarlet bird stopped beside him. However, when these people approached, the scarlet bird scared them away, causing them to flee in a fluster. The village's worries seemed to have become reality. Xiao Qin had not returned for a month already. This, combined with the bad rumors, made the people exceptionally worried. Sang guessed that Xiao Qin might have fallen into a trap. At the start, Xiao Qin would return once every 2 or 3 days. After a series of incidents, he would definitely be on guard. No matter how cautious Xiao Qin was, he would not be able to avoid it. Even if a rank 7 demonic Tao sect was only one of the 12 branches in the Desolate Sea, it still could not be underestimated. It was not something that one person could deal with easily. Later, more bad news came. The roving bandits that had been scared away started to wander again. Rumor said that the white-clad man died. Rumor said that the white-clad man startled a terrifying major character and got swallowed up by a horrifying ghost-faced soul beast. Some roving bandits also started to appear near Grandpa Seven's village. Qing Qin was warned not to go to the village entrance again. It had not been peaceful recently. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat nervous. Sang told him that it was fine and that he should focus on brewing wine and preparing for the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. The villagers all felt somewhat depressed. Many of them thought that Xiao Qin was already dead. However, there were always people who did not believe it. Qing Qin was one of them. Every day the little girl would sneak out and look into the distance, waiting anxiously. Why did she wait? Only when there was anticipation would there be anticipation. However, every time her anticipation fell through, the disappointment would intensify. When the villagers saw the little girl's heartache from waiting, they advised her not to go out again. However, the little girl stubbornly insisted that Big Brother would definitely return. Another month passed. Grandpa Seven had finished brewing all his wine. Aside from the heartburn that Xiao Qin asked him to brew, Grandpa Seven had also finished brewing the wine that he prepared for the wine festival. This is heartburn? Sang looked at the wine bottle and carefully examined it. A fragrance assailed his nose, but it was not much different from regular wine. Xiao Qin still had not returned. Even though Grandpa Seven had finished brewing the dragon race's best wine, he felt somewhat dispirited. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he said casually, "Yes, it is heartburn. It has not appeared for more than 5,000 years, perhaps even longer. I don't know if the world can still recognize it. If not for some techniques passed down by the ancestors, this old man would not be able to tell that this is heartburn." Sang, tell this old man what's going on with little brother. He has not returned for 2 months already. Now that the wine is ready, if he does not appear, what is the point? Grandpa Seven brought up the same topic. He had already asked Sang several times, but Sang did not answer. Sang put down the wine flask and said softly, "I know him very well. Even if his legs break, he will continue walking the path that he chose with his hands. As long as he does not bleed to the last drop, he will not give up." Grandpa Seven sighed in shock. Little brother is so young. What exactly did he experience for him to have such a mental state? All right, Sang, keep an eye on Qing Qin. That girl keeps sneaking out. No one can stop her. Sang was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled faintly and said, "He returned." Grandpa Seven felt startled when he heard that. He quickly asked, "What do you mean returned? Little brother returned?" At the ancient well outside the village, Qing Qin looked at the spring water in the well and said innocently, "Moon, oh moon, tell me, when will Big Brother return?" "You stinky moon, bad moon. You never speak. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that Big Brother did not return, right?" Qing Qin said unhappily to the ancient well with a pout. "Didn't I say that the ancient well is dangerous and that you should not come back?" Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qing Qin. Startled, Qing Qin turned her head to look. Under the light of the setting sun, a familiar face appeared before Qing Qin. "Big Brother?" Qing Qin felt incredibly joyful. She quickly ran over, crying tears of joy as she hugged him tightly. Xiao Qin felt somewhat confused. When he turned around, he saw the village entrance. He saw Grandpa Seven and Iron Egg leading the entire village, young and old, over. When they saw Xiao Qin, they all showed shock and joy on their faces. After disappearing for 2 months, Xiao Qin, who was rumored to have lost to the demon envoys while sweeping away the roving bandits, actually returned. Chapter 2041. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover many fatal injuries. However, these injuries formed a weak balance in Xiao Qin's body and slowly recovered. Xiao Qin avoided the topic, not saying much. When he raised his wine cup and took a look, his eyes immediately lit up. Sang's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Qin. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to be so severely injured. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin was too weak and could not go too deep. However, only Sang knew that Xiao Qin had not rested much in the past 3 months. Furthermore, Xiao Qin fought a great perfection sovereign personage and barely survived. He would definitely be injured. When Xiao Qin looked carefully, the blood moon disappeared again. It looked dreamlike, exceptionally wondrous. Xiao Qin had a feeling that the person who laid this ancient well might be a dragon king of the blue dragon bloodline. As long as Xiao Qin could unravel the mystery of this ancient well, the secret of the blue dragon bloodline's destruction would be revealed. However, the time was not right yet. Grandpa Seven nodded. The recipe passed down by my ancestors is already somewhat incomplete. It was originally called Blood Moon, but I can only change it to Waning Moon. Iron Egg told Xiao Qin about the rumors he heard in the neighboring villages, seeking confirmation. Big brother Xiao, is that all true? Someone saw you lying in the desert covered in blood. They all said that the demon envoys surrounded and injured you. Iron Egg's strength was somewhat inferior to Xiao Qin's. However, no matter what, the innocence in his heart was that he hoped for Xiao Qin to live well. At every moment, I am able to sense that there are 2 great powers fighting in the desolate sea. These 2 factions are so strong that they are terrifying. If I were at my peak, my main body would not be able to last a single strike before these 2 factions. Sang smiled faintly and took out a wine flask. Then he slowly opened the lid. His horizons would definitely be broadened. He would be able to properly appreciate the charm of the desolate sea. Sang walked over to the ancient well and said softly, "This girl has an extreme body. It is normal for her to see what you and I see. There are blood moons both day and night. There might really be a blood moon in this well." In Grandpa Seven's house, from the villagers' point of view, Xiao Qin's white robe was spotless and had an extraordinary bearing. Sang said softly, "When you were heavily injured, the bandits rose from the ashes and wandered outside the village. I dealt with some of them and found these on their bodies. You're lucky. The Heaven Fiend Sex Branch Master personally made a move, but you still managed to escape with your life." There was indeed a moon in the well. However, Qing Qin could see it during the day. This was somewhat puzzling. Xiao Qin was startled when he heard this. Sang's main body was the propping mulberry tree. Even the propping mulberry tree could not withstand a single blow from these 2 forces. The ancient well and the Blue Dragon clan were definitely related. Xiao Qin chuckled and said, "I'm fine. You're all worrying too much. You can all leave now. I don't have anything to see. Thank you for your concern." Xiao Qin took it and opened it. It was a wanted poster and the person in the picture was himself. Bruiser ran over excitedly and punched Xiao Qin. "Everyone thought you were dead. 3 days later?" Although this wine was not as stimulating as heartburn, it was very refreshing. After drinking it, Xiao Qin felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He put down the wine cup and said, "It is indeed good wine. However, it seems to have some flaws and is not perfect enough." Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "You decide. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival is about to begin. Little brother, when are you preparing to depart? What you see might not be true. Have you ever wondered why there is a blood moon in the desolate sea and why the setting sun is so huge?" A wine fragrance spread out and Xiao Qin immediately rejoiced. He exclaimed, "Heartburn. Big brother Xiao, you finally returned. What wine is this?" Grandpa Seven asked somewhat anxiously, "Is it really fine to participate in the wine festival with heartburn?" "We will participate in the wine festival with a waning moon. If we do not stand out, I will take out heartburn." "What do you mean? An acquired divine body was a divine body in the first place. You succeeded?" During the past 3 months, Xiao Qin had experienced countless battles. His cultivation had stabilized at peak holy venerate. Xiao Qin said calmly, "Grandpa Seven, there is no need to worry. If the Peach Blossom City Lord is truly strong enough, with just one word from him, no one in the city will dare to touch me. Furthermore, it will not be easy for anyone to snatch the recipe from me." Waning moon. The wine in the cup was as red as blood and gave off a chill. When the cup was gently shaken, cold air blew out. In their opinion they could not help Xiaochen. Night fell and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Seeing that Xiaochen was indeed fine, the villagers revealed sincere smiles as they left, chatting and laughing. Xiaochen praised, "Grandpa Seven is really humble. I know a little about brewing wine as well. To brew something as excellent as heartburn, I would have to spend a lot of effort. Even if a regular winemaker has the recipe, they would find it hard to successfully brew it. Their success rate is extremely low." Xiaochen had several chances to break through to sovereign personage. Unfortunately, he had always failed by one move. There were simply too many unsolved mysteries in the Coldine Spring. When Xiaochen advanced to sovereign personage, he had to go down and take a look. However, the Heavenly Slaughter sect placed a bounty on your head for 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiaochen stood alone beside the ancient well. The water in the well reflected the bright scarlet moon. Sang stretched out his hand and a painting flew over. How terrifying were these two factions in the past. An indistinct blood moon appeared in the cup amid the hazy white fog. No wonder you managed to return alive. Your physical body is truly astonishing. It rivals a divine body, Sang said in shock as he withdrew his hand. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected Sang to know so much. He said softly, "I was lucky. Unfortunately, I failed to break through to sovereign personage midway." Footsteps came from behind. Xiaochen turned his head back and saw Sang walking over. Sang said helplessly, "Never mind. I can't be bothered to talk about it. When you reach Peach Blossom City, you will know how much trouble you have caused. How terrifying are the 6 demonic Dao sects. Let me take a look at your injuries." In the end, Xiaochen still lacked an opportunity to advance to sovereign personage. It was not that he did not have sufficient accumulations but that his horizons were lacking. Xiaochen felt that Peach Blossom City might be an opportunity. Xiaochen drained the cup in one go. He immediately felt a refreshing coolness in his mouth. The chill assaulted him, making him shiver involuntarily. Grandpa Seven sighed softly, "Unfortunately, my skills are limited. Little brother gave me so many ingredients but I can only brew such a small pot." Xiaochen changed the topic. Then he looked at the ancient well and asked, "Little Qingchen said that she can see the blood moon in this well during the day. What do you think?" "It doesn't matter. There is still this." "Why?" The recovery ability of Xiaochen's physical body was somewhat heaven-defying, comparable to a divine body. "Your injuries?" Sang looked at Xiaochen with a complicated expression. "Previously, I went out to make some inquiries. Nearly all the cultivators near Peach Blossom City know that the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were destroyed. This news has spread throughout the entire desolate sea, causing a huge commotion. No one knows what happened. Many people are guessing your identity. The Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 great sects of the demonic Dao, has not suffered such a loss for many years. Some people even suspect that the righteous Dao and demonic Dao factions are about to clash again. The desolate sea has been peaceful for too long." No wonder Sang was not satisfied. "So that was the case," Xiaochen said softly, "this is really unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have been able to shine at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival and attract the attention of Peach Blossom City's city lord. At that time, all the wine lovers of the desolate sea would gather in Peach Blossom City. There would be many experts from various places among them." Xiaochen nodded and said, "I have already destroyed the 89 strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches. If I want to rebuild these strongholds, I might not be able to do so even after 10 years. I have achieved my goal." "The painting is rather similar. Where did you get it?" Xiaochen was not surprised, he had long expected this. He replied calmly, "As I wish. At the very least, the Heavenly Slaughter sect will focus all their attention on me. I will do my best to dilute the news of the extreme body. This will be good for little Qingchen." Chapter 2042. 3 days later, Xiaochen brought Iron Egg with him, preparing to head to Peach Blossom City. Sang remained in the village just in case. Grandpa Seven got Xiaochen to bring Iron Egg along to let him see the world. As for Grandpa Seven, he rejected Xiaochen's invitation, not going with him. Xiaochen brought the 10-odd bottles of Waning Moon and half a bottle of heartburn that Grandpa Seven brewed, as well as the anticipation of the entire village. "Iron Egg, have you been to Peach Blossom City before?" "I have never been there before. However, I heard Grandpa Seven mention it. Peach blossoms are everywhere there. The mountains are beautiful and the water is beautiful. It is like an immortal realm." Iron Egg felt very excited about going far away to see the world. Xiaoqun also felt some anticipation in his heart. He had been in the desolate sea for a long time already, but he had only stayed in the city for a short time. As for a large city like Peach Blossom City, he had never been there before. Xiaoqun had spent most of his time in the village, away from the cultivators. To him, this was something he had never experienced before. It had been a very long time since he had such close contact with ordinary mortals and lived together. After galloping for 7 days, the two smelled a heavy wine fragrance under the blazing sun. Since they could smell the wine fragrance, Peach Blossom City was naturally not far away. Xiaoqun opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. An oasis appeared at the limits of his vision. It was rare to see such a vast oasis in the harsh environment of the desolate sea. Many cities were built directly on wastelands. A large peach forest could be seen in the oasis. Pink peach blossoms covered the ground. A clear river flowed through the peach forest. Lush green mountain ranges lined the sides. The scenery in the vast peach forest was like a painting, fresh and elegant. However, when one thought about the vast peach forest, one would find it boundless, deep and shocking. This place was the famous Peach Blossom Wall of the desolate sea. Peach Blossom City was behind this vast peach forest. Xiaoqun and Xiaoqun withdrew their gazes and galloped. They finally arrived at the peach forest before sunset. In the peach forest, many cultivators gathered under the peach trees. They played zither and played music, drinking wine with the peach blossoms. They chatted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. In the past, Xiaoqun had only observed it from afar. However, Xiaoqun had never been to Peach Blossom City before. He was stuck in the peach blossom forest. The horse's hooves trampled on the fallen flowers on the ground, unable to find his way into the city. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that there was only one way to enter the city, and it could only be brought in by a boatman. If one wanted the boatman to sail, no matter how many primeval heavenly pills one offered, one needed to offer a cup of fine wine. If the boatman thinks that the wine is good, he will guide you into the city. Otherwise, no matter how many resources one had, it would be useless. They would only be able to smell the fragrance of the wine in this peach forest. They would not be qualified to participate in the banquet. So there was such a rule. It could be considered a threshold. The two of them led their horses back and forth along the riverside. When they saw a boat docked by the riverside with no one queuing up, they hurriedly ran over. The boatman wore a straw raincoat and sat at the bow of the boat, fishing with a hook in his hand. When Xiaoqun saw this, he felt startled. This seemingly ordinary boatman's cultivation was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was at least a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Iron Egg did not feel anything. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, are you driving the boat?" Xiaoqun immediately found this somewhat strange. This was the first time he heard someone address a sovereign personage as sir. The straw-caped old man was clearly stunned for a while as well. After glancing at Iron Egg, he fixed his gaze on Xiaoqun. Fortunately, he did not get angry. The old man withdrew his fishing rod and removed his conical bamboo hat, revealing a spirited, aged face. "Ah, it is not easy to get this sir to drive the boat. There were a few waves earlier, but I sent them all away. If the two of you are smart, you should go and find another boatman." The straw-caped old man stroked his beard as he laughed strangely. Xiaoqun thought back. Indeed, many cultivators who wanted to enter the city avoided this boat. They did not even look at it, showing some disgust in their eyes. "Ah, sir, you really know how to joke. You look rather friendly. How could you not let us pass? Big brother Xiao, let this sir have a cup of our wine." However, Iron Egg guffawed and boarded the boat without any hesitation. Xiaoqun thought to himself, "Oh no. This is not in accordance with the rules." Just as he was about to stop Iron Egg, the straw-caped old man waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. Then he let Xiaoqun fetch the wine. Since Iron Egg made his choice, Xiaoqun did not want to interfere. He took out a flask of waning moon and handed it over. Quick look. Someone boarded drunkard Chui's boat. The two's actions attracted the attention of the many cultivators in the peach blossom forest. Someone is going to be unlucky again. To think that someone dares to board drunkard Chui's boat. If drunkard Chui is not satisfied with the wine, he will chase them away. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. What kind of lousy wine flask is this? Are these two people from the countryside? To think that they cannot even afford a decent wine flask. Really, anyone can come to Peach Blossom City now. They are not even particular about the wine flask. Even good wine is wasted. When the cultivators at the riverbank saw that the wine flask Xiaoqun took out was extremely ordinary, like a clay figurine from the countryside. When they saw that Iron Egg did not have any cultivation, they immediately showed expressions of disdain. Iron Egg immediately felt upset. He shouted from the boat, "Bunch of lunatics. What are you talking about? What does this Lord's choice of boat have to do with you? So what if it's from the countryside? Countryside people can still participate in the wine festival." Damn. To think that this little bastard dares to talk back. Just you wait. When drunkard Chui tosses you off, this old man will beat you up until your own mother won't recognize you. Seeing Iron Egg acting so arrogant despite looking like a clay figurine, the group of people in the distance immediately felt upset. Unfortunately, due to the straw-caped old man, they did not dare to come over. They could only shout from the riverbank. Bunch of trash. You are just bullying me for not having any cultivation. If this old man cultivated from a young age, I guarantee that I would beat you up until your own ancestors wouldn't recognize you. You only know how to shout. If you have the guts, come and beat me up now. This group of people suffered a great loss when they bickered with Iron Egg. After a while, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and gritted their teeth. However, they did not dare to board the boat and could only wait, shouting that they would beat him up after he disembarked. However, the straw-caped old man did not care so much. After he poured himself a cup of wine, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Mist rose from the wine cup, and an indistinct blood moon appeared amid the cold chi. The straw-caped old man's eyes immediately lit up. He gently inhaled, and the mist formed by the wine turned into a crescent moon, which he sucked in. This startled Xiaoqin. This old man was truly incredible. Even Xiaoqin did not know how to drink like this. After that, Xiaoqin closed his eyes and drained the wine in his cup in one go. When he opened his eyes again, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Waning moon. Waning moon. I have not drunk this wine for several decades already. It is still as cold as before, but there is a trace of joy in it. It is not so chilling and heartbreaking. Old Seven's skill is becoming increasingly exquisite. Set sail." Xiaoqin shouted, filled with lofty sentiments. Then he casually waved his hand, and the boat shot forward like an arrow, kicking up surging waves. The boat set sail just like that. The cultivators at the riverbank were all stunned. The notoriously bad-tempered old drunkard Chui actually set sail. Even though old drunkard Chui's entire body was drenched, he did not feel it. This old drunkard's boat had been parked at the riverbank for several decades, never moving. No matter what kind of wine they offered, anyone who boarded would be scolded and beaten down. As time passed, drunkard Chui's reputation became increasingly notorious. No one sought him out to set sail. However, today 2 bumpkins from the countryside actually got drunkard Chui to set sail. This was truly inconceivable, completely unimaginable. The cultivators waiting to beat up Iron Egg were all drenched. They could only watch helplessly as Iron Egg slipped away, feeling so frustrated that they stomped their feet. When Iron Egg, who was on the boat, saw the situation, he felt very delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "Bunch of trash, and you still want to beat me up? Just watch obediently. This old man is leaving." Ah! More people gathered at the riverbank. As they watched drunkard Chui's boat go further away, they all showed astonished expressions. Someone in the peach forest played the zither and sighed, "The peach blossoms on both sides turn red every year, but the ancients do not come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet." Even old drunkard Chui set sail. This wine festival is finally going to be interesting. After not setting sail for 30 years, old drunkard Chui was not waiting for a cup of wine but a person. However, that person did not arrive in the end, only a cup of wine for the ancients. Chapter 2043. The peach blossoms on both banks turn red year after year, but no old friends come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. The zither music stopped. The youth playing the zither put it away and carried it on his back. As he looked at the reflection of the peach blossoms on both banks, he said softly, "It is time to enter the city. Most of the people who should be here are already here." As the boat traveled along the river, it gradually slowed down. The noise behind also faded. Xiaoqin looked curiously at the straw-caped old man and asked softly, "Senior, do you know Grandpa Seven?" The straw-caped old man smiled and sighed, "I have been waiting for him at the Peach Blossom Cove for 30 years. It looks like he still cannot forget the past. He really will not come again." Iron Egg exclaimed in shock, "Sir, what exactly did my 7th uncle experience back then? Why has he not come to Peach Blossom City?" Xiaoqin felt this was strange. Could there be another reason for Grandpa Seven not coming to Peach Blossom City aside from the drying of the Coldine Spring? The straw-caped old man looked at the two, and a reminiscing expression appeared in his eyes. I got to know your grandpa 750 years ago. Back then, when he first came to Peach Blossom City, he came to my city. What a fellow. He gave me a cup of wildfire and nearly made a fool of himself in front of everyone. The two of you might not know this, but when old Seven Dew came to Peach Blossom City, he became famous everywhere. Many large sects wanted to invite him over to nurture him. However, he refused. His arrogance offended many people. However, every time he came, there was an endless stream of people asking him for wine. However, Iron Egg felt somewhat stunned. He had not expected the seemingly ordinary Grandpa Seven of the village to have such a great background. Xiaochen was not surprised. When he first saw Grandpa Seven, he knew that the other party had seen the world. His speech and mannerisms were not like that of an ordinary person. From the very start, Xiaochen had maintained some respect for Grandpa Seven. Iron Egg asked anxiously, however, what? The straw-caped old man sighed. At the wine festival 30 years ago, he finally brewed Waning Moon and qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. He obtained a promise from the Peach Blossom City Lord. This was the dream that he had been working hard to achieve. However, he lost to someone in the Wine King contest. It was a miserable defeat, a humiliating defeat. After that, I never saw him again. The world is really interesting. I waited for 30 years, but he didn't come. Instead, his descendant came. You can't just say it's a coincidence that you met me. Indeed, the two had never heard of Drunkard Shui before they came. They did not know that Grandpa Seven had once enjoyed such glory in Peach Blossom City. He even became close friends with this old man. Just to wait for one person, he didn't set sail for 30 years and even had to bear so many curses. This kind of friendship wasn't something that anyone could easily form. Grandpa Seven had given them special instructions, but the two somehow boarded the straw-caped old man's ship. It could only be said that it was the will of the heavens. Let this cup of wine put an end to the friendship between the two old men. Who defeated Lord Seven? Xiaochen asked. The straw-caped elder said, Lu Yuanfei is currently the royal winemaker of the Hound Lion Empire in the eastern region. People call him Master Yuanfei. It's seventh brother's fault for being stubborn. He refused to join a sect or accept the empire's resources. Otherwise, how could this have happened? There were some things that the straw-caped elder did not say clearly. However, Xiaochen could roughly guess. This Master Yuanfei definitely did not just defeat Grandpa Seven back then. He must have done something bad, resulting in Grandpa Seven not coming to Peach Blossom City. It was very possible that Grandpa Seven suffered some grievances. Senior Chui, to think that you are setting sail. Just at this moment, a tall, magnificent fortress ship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it passed by. Banners fluttered in the wind. A youth stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. When he saw the straw-caped old man setting sail, he was greatly startled, appearing extremely shocked. The fortress ship was bustling with activity. The laughter of several girls could be heard, making it a very lively ship. The straw-caped old man glanced at them and ignored them, focusing on steering the ship. Senior Chui, will you board the ship for a chat? I have already prepared good wine. I will not disappoint, Senior. That youth wore embroidered robes and had an extraordinary air. His cultivation had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage. However, that youth's attitude toward the straw-caped old man was extremely polite. Not interested. The straw-caped old man waved his hand, decisively rejecting. Ah, in that case, sorry for the disturbance. The youth frowned slightly. Then his gaze fell on Xiaochen and a hazy look flashed in his eyes. What wine did this fellow use to move Senior Chui? You won't spoil my plans, right? The fortress ship moved very fast. Soon it vanished from the group's sight. Iron Egg was flabbergasted. Who is that? How can he be so arrogant? To think that he drove his own fortress ship here. The clear river was filled with all sorts of small boats belonging to Peach Blossom City. Suddenly seeing such a large, magnificent fortress ship appear, it would be hard not to notice it. The straw-caped old man said indifferently, that fellow is Yi Han, the top true inheritor of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 7 sect in the eastern region. He is just relying on the face of his sect. This is a rare centennial wine festival. There will always be some strange people coming to join in the fun. After seeing more of them, it will not be strange anymore. Following this, Xiaochen finally understood what, after seeing more of them, it would not be strange anymore. Not only did the rank 7 sects and empires of the eastern and northern regions send people over, but even the demonic Dao factions in the distant Shuowu dynasty came to join in the excitement. It had to be said that the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was indeed famous. What surprised Xiao Qin and Iron Egg was that when the fortress ships of nearly every major faction noticed the straw-caped old man, they were all astonished. They would all be surprised and invite them to board the ship. Naturally, they would all be politely rejected. This puzzled Xiao Qin. What exactly was the background of this old man before him? 1 hour later, the river flowed through a city gate. Then the scene before them suddenly widened. An ancient city appeared before Xiao Qin and Iron Egg miraculously. Xiao Qin and Iron Egg had not sensed it before. To think that there was such a majestic city behind the peach forest. Xiao Qin did not know what formation it used to hide this city so ingeniously. When the river flowed through the city before them seemed to suddenly appear. Go up then. The wine festival will start in a few days. You can stroll around or sell the wine you have here. The city should be quite lively these few days. All right. The straw-caped old man thought of something. Then he said, "Give me another flask of waning moon. I'll sign you up for the Wine King contest. You have to fight for it." Xiao Qin already knew that these boatmen were wine appraisers sent by the city lord's residence. Using wine to pilot a boat meant appraising the best wine and participating in the Wine King contest. Of course, those rank 7 sects did not need to go through so much trouble. They were all qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. After Xiao Qin offered up a flask of waning moon, he formally took his leave of the old man. The two went ashore, officially entering Peach Blossom City. The bustle of the city dazzled the eyes, overwhelming them. Taverns filled the place and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. If one opened their mouth to breathe they might get drunk. After Iron Egg entered the city he became excited. He looked around and sighed in amazement. These were all scenes that he had never seen before. Xiao Qin was in a good mood as well. The two strolled around the city, occasionally stopping to sigh at the novelty of the things they saw. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is out again. Everyone quickly go and take a look. She is out again? Could it be that no one has appraised the wine that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter brought? Quickly go, quickly go. If we are late, she might not appear again. Suddenly the crowd on the street Xiao Qin was on rushed to the East Street in a frenzy. Iron Egg exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother Xiao, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is here as well. The Holy Land, the Heavenly Fragrance." Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He recalled that when he first came to the Desolate Sea, he came into contact with a group of Heavenly Fragrance disciples. At that time, the woman holding the flute had given him a bottle of medicinal pills when she saw that he was poisoned by the 1,000 taste red. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he led Iron Egg over to the crowd. The crowd gathered at a courtyard on the East Street, densely surrounding the place. Xiao Qin had to use some skill to squeeze his way in. Xiao Qin saw a few Heavenly Fragrance disciples with the air and beauty of fairies standing behind a white jade table in front of the courtyard. "Our clan's young miss obtained a flask of wine half a year ago and liked it a lot. Unfortunately, we did not know its name. Even when we looked for the wine master, no one knew what kind of wine it was." Coincidentally, the Peach Blossom Wine Festival gathers all the wine lovers of the Desolate Sea. If anyone can identify the origins of this wine, our clan's young miss will reward you handsomely. A Heavenly Fragrance disciple smiled as she looked around and pointed at the wine in the cup on the table. If one could identify the origins of this wine, they could meet the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and even receive a gift from her. Without a doubt this was very tempting. "Big brother Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Big brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything?" The excited Iron Egg asked in confusion when he noticed that Xiao Qin's expression was somewhat strange. Xiao Qin stared at the wine in the cup in a daze. Why does this wine resemble the 1,000-year flame? Did Emo Qin leave the Kunlun realm? Chapter 2044. 1,000-year flame. The 1,000-year flame was a wine that Emo Qin brewed based on an incomplete winemaking recipe from the immortal epoch. Logically speaking, it should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. If it appeared, there could only be one reason. Emo Qin had already left the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Qin counted carefully and realized that it had been close to 8 years since he left the Kunlun realm. He remembered that the old dragon horse said that Emo Qin had a chance of entering the Blue Dragon Palace. Given Emo Qin's intelligence, after entering the Blue Dragon Palace, she should have grown strong enough to leave the Kunlun realm in 8 years. There was another important point. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. The restrictions that he laid might no longer exist. No matter how Xiao Qin looked at it, Emo Qin had a high chance of leaving. However, he needed to verify that the wine on the white jade table was indeed the 1,000-year flame. "Big brother Xiao, are you all right?" Iron Egg asked from the side. Xiao Chen's expression recovered its calm. He nodded and said, I'm fine. Continue watching. The somewhat charming heavenly fragrance disciple behind the table said softly, if anyone is confident, you can come up and check it out. However, I'll say this first. Those who come up will have to pay 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you succeed, the heavenly fragrance will return 200,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you fail, you will lose the 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a threshold was mainly to prevent anyone from coming up to taste the wine. The wine was limited and could not be tested frequently. The moment the disciple said that, the crowd discussed it. However, no one stepped forward. It is difficult. Yesterday, 3 scions brought grandmaster winemakers over. In the end, they did not gain anything. No one knows what wine it is. Among them was the top true inheritor of the heavenly lodging sect. Last year he entered the Wine King contest, but no one knows the result either. Damn. Is it that difficult? Whether it is difficult or not, just hand over the primeval heavenly pills and go up to check. What kind of joke is this? Even if they are scions, 100,000 primeval heavenly pills is not a small sum. How could they dare to go up? Many people came to watch the excitement. However, only a few actually stepped forward. These people were not fools. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land had seen all sorts of wine. They already had the best winemakers. Furthermore, with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's connections, they could meet even more winemakers. However, they were still unable to appraise it. Furthermore, the people who had failed yesterday knew that this was not an easy task. Just as that charming heavenly fragrance disciple appeared disappointed, a white-clad person walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "This young master, please pay the primeval heavenly pills first." How could Xiao Chen have any more primeval heavenly pills? He had used them all long ago, so he was now penniless. Without saying a word, he reached out to grab the wine glass. Young master is rude. The charming woman smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers were as white as jade, soft and beautiful. Her hand moved like she was pinching a flower, grabbing at Xiao Chen's wrist. Xiao Chen gently flipped his palm to avoid the attack and continued to grab the wine cup. The charming woman immediately became somewhat angry. Her lily-white hands continued to move. Instantly, brilliant lights appeared, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Her lily-white hands were like saucers that danced around, dazzling and unfathomable to the eyes of others. Heavenly fragrant 100-flower finger. The cultivators watching from behind were greatly startled when they recognized this consummate technique. At the same time they felt shocked. To think that someone was so rude in front of the heavenly fragrance. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd? As Xiao Chen looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in front of him and the indistinct immortal butterfly hidden among them, he could not help but feel shocked. Xiao Chen thought to himself, interesting. If I continue to grab the wine cup, the other party will definitely restrain me. Xiao Chen retreated in order to advance. After he withdrew his hand, he silently circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Strands of azure light representing vital qi slowly flowed in Xiao Chen's body and gathered at his 5 fingers. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand as slowly as an ant. However, the instant he withdrew it, he attacked again at lightning speed. Anxiety immediately flashed on the charming woman's face. She could not help but move faster. Multicolored butterflies danced around, creating many phantoms. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The hundreds of flowers bloomed even more beautifully. Xiao Chen and the charming woman's palms moved around each other, dazzling everyone and making them sigh in amazement. The crowd that was startled and angered by Xiao Chen earlier could not help cheering when they saw such a game. Where did this person come from? To think that he can last for so long before the 100 flowers twining fingers. I've never heard of him before. He seems to have the dragon race bloodline. Interesting. This is much more interesting than watching wine tasting. The onlookers' interest was piqued, and they began to watch attentively. Many people even gained some comprehension, using their left and right hands to mimic the moves. 100 flowers twining fingers, soft fingers twining among the 100 flowers. Toward the end, Xiao Chen found the other party's fingers increasingly difficult to deal with, making things difficult for him. However, it was not that simple for him to admit defeat. Time to gamble. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he gave up on playing with the wine cup and grabbed it with a flip of his hand. The 100 flowers twining fingers grabbed the other party's wrist, preventing her from struggling free. However, Xiao Chen's other hand grabbed the wine cup firmly at an even faster speed. The mysterious phenomenon of the 100 flowers suddenly stopped. This startled the charming woman, and she revealed a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. "You're cheating." When the charming woman saw the wine cup land on Xiao Chen's body, she immediately felt flustered and frustrated. When the others saw this scene, they also felt sorry for the charming woman. This white-clad person really did not play by the rules. To think that he even dared to tease a heavenly fragrance disciple. Senior Sister Chu. When the other heavenly fragrance disciples saw Xiao Chen grab the charming woman's wrist, they immediately panicked and charged at Xiao Chen. In that instant, 10,000 flowers bloomed, looking very beautiful. A strong wind blew as they charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained calm. Boundless azure vital qi circulated in his body. The vital qi surged from all over his body, forming the might of a blue dragon. With a dragon roar, Xiao Chen let go of the charming woman's wrist. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, looking like a dragon swinging its tail. This seemingly casual waving carried 200 cauldron force in his body. Bang, bang, bang. Shattered flower petals filled the air, knocking back the heavenly fragrance disciples charging at Xiao Chen. Just as the charming woman was about to get serious, she suddenly looked up and discovered that Xiao Chen had already focused all his attention on the wine in the cup. He held the wine glass with 3 fingers, and with a slow and gentle movement, he began to shake it gently in accordance with some sort of rhythm. While Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the wine in the cup gave off a golden light. Then, a golden crow soared into the sky and circled the surroundings. It had both form and spirit, like a divine bird had appeared. Golden crow. Golden crow. Quick run. The golden crow holy beast is coming out. The golden crow empire of the eastern region was famous. Everyone knew that the divine bird of the empire had appeared. Right now the empire's luck was flourishing and unstoppable. The strength of the golden crow was boundlessly ferocious. It was a divine bird that only existed in myths and legends. The sudden appearance of the golden crow startled the many cultivators present, causing them to scatter and flee. After a while, the circling golden crow slowly scattered. Only then did everyone startle awake from a dream. It turned out that everything earlier was just an illusion. They immediately felt embarrassed. To think that the mysterious phenomenon in the wine scared them into such a sorry state. Damn it, this fellow actually tricked us. Many people glared at Xiao Chen, feeling very angry. Xiao Chen did not care. As he looked at the wine in the cup, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the 1,000-year flame that Mo Chen brewed. The charming woman looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Just as she was feeling shocked, a voice projection rang out by her ear. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young master, please come with me. The holy daughter requests your presence." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He wanted to ask where the other party got this 1,000-year flame. Xiao Chen drained the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then he called out to Iron Egg and walked to the residence with large strides. Damn, he actually managed to figure it out. Who is that rustic country bumpkin? Heavens, where did these 2 weirdos come from? This is illogical. What? I can't enter the residence. I want to see the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter as well. Seeing that even Iron Egg was invited in, the many cultivators behind wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They felt extremely disappointed, finding this unfair. Chapter 2045. After passing through the corridors, courtyards and pavilions, Xiao Chen's field of vision gradually widened. A patch of green grass appeared before Xiao Chen. Many people were already seated on the grass, looking carefree and at ease. Xiao Chen took a quick look and found many familiar people among them. These were the rank 7 sect outstanding talents and noble clan scions who had taken the fortress ship to come over. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han was among them. However, the one who attracted Xiao Chen's attention the most was a youth playing the zither. This youth wore embroidered robes, and his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. He held a flask of wine by his hand, looking very extraordinary. For this youth to be so eye-catching among the true inheritors of a rank 7 sect, he was definitely extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen only took a glance at him. His attention landed on a woman holding a flute behind the grassy field. The 2's eyes met and Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. It turned out that she was the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Back when he first entered the desolate sea, this person even gave him a medicinal pill. No wonder there was always a fog around her. Even though she was right before Xiao Chen and their eyes met, he could not make out her appearance. While Xiao Chen was startled, the other party was even more startled. The poison of the 1,000 taste red has already penetrated deep into the soul. You can still remove it. This is truly shocking, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said slowly, feeling incredibly shocked. The moment the holy daughter said that, she immediately attracted the attention of the outstanding talents on the grassy field. The poison of the thousand taste red had long since spread throughout the desolate sea. Everyone feared it, even more so than the soul devouring of the demonic Tao cultivators. I was lucky. Xiao Qin was not used to such a scene. After giving a simple explanation, he asked, "Might I ask the holy daughter, where did this 1,000-year flame come from?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said in understanding, "So, this wine is called the 1,000-year flame. I obtained it by chance. I wonder who brewed it. I spent a lot of effort searching but could not find it. Probably came from the outer realm. Young master seems to know a lot about it." The outer realm referred to the worlds outside the central great realm, such as the Grave Sea Cluster. As the two spoke, several people noticed Xiao Qin, finding him somewhat familiar, and started whispering to each other. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Given this, Mo Qin should have left the Kunlun realm already. However, they hadn't reached the central world yet. It wasn't easy for outsiders to reach the central world. In order to set foot on the central world, Xiao Qin had wandered for 5 years and suffered a great deal. If young master knows, please tell me. I really want to introduce this wine to the heavenly fragrance banquet. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appeared very sincere. She was also very interested in this 1,000-year flame. For the sake of investigating Xiao Qin's origins, he even made a special trip to Peach Blossom City. This showed his determination. However, it had nothing to do with Xiao Qin anymore. He was a little disappointed and casually said, "I don't really know her well. Goodbye." Originally, Xiao Qin was thinking of finding out where Mo Qin was. Now, it looked like that was impossible. Since that was the case, there was no need to stay here any longer. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt surprised when Xiao Qin wanted to leave. She smiled and said, "Young master still has not told me your name." Xiao Qin. "So, it is young master Xiao. Have a seat. It is rare for us to meet. No matter what, you helped me figure out the origins of this wine. I have to thank you." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter urged Xiao Qin to stay. "Young master Xiao, please have a seat. I am very curious about the person who can make Senior Chui drive his boat." The well-dressed young master playing the zither had just taken a sip of wine when he put down the wine flask and spoke to Xiao Qin. Before this, Senior Chui's boat had passed by. However, he had not noticed Xiao Qin's presence. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Qin immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Qin familiar, but he could not place him. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Qin immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Qin familiar, but he could not place him. Xiao Qin nodded and casually found a place to sit with Iron Egg. Iron Egg felt somewhat uncomfortable. These people all had strange expressions as they looked at the two of them. These people were all proud and arrogant. Although they did not say it, they all showed disdain and contempt on their faces. Even the weakest among them was an initial perfection sovereign personage. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han and the person playing the zither were even more unfathomable. After chatting for a while, Xiao Qin answered every question he asked. Now the group understood. When the group realized that Xiao Qin was not a disciple of Ancestor Dragon City or a noble clan disciple, they immediately lost interest. However, the person playing the zither did not mind. He discussed many interesting topics with Xiao Qin. "Brother Wenren, why don't you play another song for us?" Right. It would be best if you play a duet with the holy daughter's flute." Someone booed and the others immediately chimed in. Xiao Qin felt curious as well. He wanted to hear this person's zither. Of course, he missed the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's flute music even more. Back then she had shocked everyone. This zither-playing youth with the family name Wenren looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, are you willing?" "Never mind. Brother Wenren studied under the zither sage and has learned the true inheritance. This little sister's flute music might not be able to match. Brother Wenren, please play a solo." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did not agree, but she rejected. Naturally, the others did not think that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's music was inferior to Wenren's. However, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had never played a duet with a man before, probably to avoid arousing suspicion. Wenren smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His 10 fingers moved nimbly, and a drawn-out zither music immediately flowed like an unending stream from the foot of a divine mountain, bringing with it a refreshing tinkling sound. The music intoxicated everyone, making them forget everything else and unable to pull themselves out. The spirited zither music, together with Wenren's grace, was pleasing to the eyes and delightful in this residence. When the song ended, everyone slowly woke up. When they opened their eyes, they still felt that it was not enough. Good song. He truly lives up to being the Zither sage's brilliant disciple. Brother Wenren's Zither skills are always refreshing. How unfortunate. If it were paired with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's flute music, it would be the best in the desolate sea. Wenren quietly listened to these praises, not saying anything. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Iron Egg muttered, "It's nothing much. It doesn't hurt or itch. It's soft without any strength at all, like a girl's." Although Iron Egg's voice was soft, everyone here was a sovereign personage. How could it escape their ears? When Iron Egg heard that, his expression did not change. However, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Clearly he still felt somewhat upset. "You are just a country bumpkin. What do you know? If you don't know, then don't say it. Don't embarrass yourself. Xiaoqin, are you not going to discipline your companion? How rude. If you don't want to listen, then scram. Don't just stand there." Iron Egg's words incited everyone's anger. The voices of criticism slowly shifted to Xiaoqin. Actually, these people had long since been dissatisfied with Xiaoqin. Previously they had all appraised the 1,000-year flame. In the end, no one recognized it. Suddenly, this person who came out of nowhere identified it and showed off in front of the holy daughter. Naturally, these people felt upset. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately pointed the spearhead at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Although I do not understand music, I know that there are differences in taste and taste. Everyone has their own taste. It is indeed not good to express one's opinion in public. However, there is no need to criticize others like this." Iron Egg also felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the people in this place all had the same attitude. He had long been upset. He directly said, "Big brother Xiao, let's go. It is tiring talking to this group of people. Even when playing the zither, they still have to say nice things. You country bumpkin, you want to leave without apologizing to Brother Wenren? No way." However, the others did not give up. They wanted Iron Egg and Xiaoqin to apologize as well. "Ah. I also feel that this zither music is very soft and boring. Wenren, do you want me to apologize to you as well?" Just at this moment, boorish laughter rang out from a tall building in the courtyard. At some point in time, a person had appeared. This person wore scarlet robes, and his fine black hair fluttered about. Demonic chi surged from his entire body, and he had a handsome face. A sharp light radiated from his face, making him look unruly. The blood flame scion Pei Xiaoxian. Indeed, wherever the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appears, this fellow will definitely come. The blood flame immortal was the top true inheritor of the blood flame sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. He could be considered an outstanding talent among demonic Dao outstanding talents. This person was arrogant and unruly. However, he was terrifyingly strong. Although Xiaoqin had not been in the desolate sea for long, he had heard of this person before. "Ah, why is this old man not coming? I'm here for my wife. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenren, you shameless bastard. For the sake of chasing after my wife, you left home to learn the sound Dao. Halfway through, you were chased out of your sect. Then you stuck to your wife like a mangy dog. Who in the desolate sea does not know what you, Wenren, are up to? Only you people would lick his stinky feet. This old man does not care." After the blood flame immortal Pei Xiaoxian laughed loudly, he looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'll help you chase away these flies." The blood flame immortal Pei Xiaoxian threw a palm strike, wanting to fight everyone here alone. Chapter 2046. Pei Xiaoxian was simply like a madman. He attacked as he wished without any warning. With a palm strike, countless scarlet flames formed talismans that covered the sky and rained down like a storm. "It's the flame demon talisman. Disperse." Xiaoqin looked at the sky full of blood talismans and fell into deep thought. These talismans were hard to defend against. After being struck, it would immediately burn the body, burn the blood, and even burn the soul. If an ordinary cultivator could release such a blood talisman, it would already be extremely frightening and difficult to deal with. However, the moment Pei Xiaoxian attacked, blood talismans filled the sky. Just looking at this made one's scalp go numb. Wenren snorted coldly. Her hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither, creating waves of sound waves. They turned into rainbow-colored arrows that shattered the terrifying blood talismans. However, many blood talismans still fell to the ground. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter sighed softly and made a move. The sound of the flute rang out, like the sounds of nature, slowly fusing with the power of the surroundings. Space rippled like water, and the blood talismans gradually faded before vanishing completely. Comparing the two, the Tao of music. The difference between the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and one Renyu was immediately clear. Young Master Pei, this is the heavenly fragrance palace and everyone here is a guest. Please don't be presumptuous. There was no joy or anger in the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's voice. Pei Shaoxian withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Dear, I'm just helping you chase away the flies. I'm not being impudent. All of you guys are staring at my wife. Do you want to die?" The moment Pei Shaoxian spoke, the smile on his face vanished. Then, he glared at one Renyu and the others with a fiendish expression. One Renyu said indifferently, "Pei Shaoxian, if you are going crazy, go far away. Don't be impudent in the holy daughter's residence. Others might be afraid of you, but I won't." Pei Shaoxian smiled and said, "Haha, for the sake of pursuing my wife, you embarrassed the profound heaven holy land. Today I'll make you lose all your face. Let's see how you can continue acting in the future." Boom. Pei Shaoxian roared, and a boundless scarlet flame ignited in half the sky. The flames were like painful waves, surging and surging, bringing about an impending pressure. The demonic chi on his body soared into the sky, causing the crimson flames to surge violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. The expressions of everyone below changed. This Pei Shaoxian was truly a madman. Xiao. Suddenly, a person dashed out of the scarlet flames. With a wave of his hand, he caught all the scarlet flames in his hand. With a flip of his hand, a vast universe appeared before everyone's eyes, and the terrifying phenomenon instantly vanished. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The person who made a move was actually the drunkard who had driven the boat for him previously. Blood Flame's son. The city lord had ordered that the saintess was his honored guest. "If you continue to cause trouble like this, I can only tie you up and throw you into the Peach Blossom Cove to feed the fish." A trace of fear flashed in Pei Shaoxuan's eyes. However, he felt extremely displeased in his heart. This old fellow was really ruthless. His expression kept changing and he actually did not let go immediately. After a while, Pei Shaoxian revealed a smile and said, "Senior Chui must be joking. I'm just passing by. I did not intend to cause trouble." You know my temper. If there is a next time, I will not waste words with you." Senior Chui snorted coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. "Holy daughter, are you startled? If you are, I will chase this fellow away. It's fine. He can stay here as long as he does not attack others." Old Shui did not say anything more. He looked at the scarlet flames in his hand and said indifferently, "I'll hold on to this scarlet flame for you first. I will return it to you after you leave the city." Pei Shaoxian waved his hand and said, "Hee hee. Take it. If Senior Chui can help me refine it again, I will be eternally grateful." Senior Chui ignored Pei Shaoxian. His figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. He came quickly and left quickly as well. Iron Egg whispered, "So, Sir is actually so strong." Up on the roof, Pei Shaoxian did not care. He laughed loudly and landed beside Iron Egg. Then he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother, you have pretty good taste. I'll sit beside you. Come, come, come. Everyone continue. Pretend that I am not here. What were you all talking about earlier?" Pei Shaoxian sat down without any fear. However, this made the others feel somewhat awkward, not used to it. No one answered. However, Iron Egg remembered. He said, "Earlier they wanted Big Brother Xiao Chen to apologize. They said that I insulted the Holy Sun and that Big Brother Xiao Chen did not discipline me properly." Pei Shaoxian smiled and said, "You people only know how to look down on others. Seeing that this Brother Xiao does not belong to any sect, you think that he is easy to bully. Ah. If you knew that this Brother Xiao of mine is the ruthless person who recently uprooted 80-odd heavenly slaughter sect branches, I wonder if you would still dare to make him apologize." What? The moment Pei Shaoxian said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Countless gazes landed on Xiao Chen. "So, it is you." Recently, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao sects had hundreds of conflicts in the desolate sea. To think that it is all because of a mixed-blood dragon who is not even a sovereign personage. How dare you? Recently, after the heavenly slaughter sect's branches were uprooted near Peach Blossom City, it triggered a chain reaction. No one knew who was the culprit, but the heavenly slaughter sect took revenge on the surrounding righteous Tao factions to vent their anger. The originally fragile balance between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao broke. The various major factions started fighting, and both sides suffered huge losses. This matter had long since spread like wildfire. However, who could have imagined that the cause was a brat who was not even a sovereign personage? Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he felt slightly startled in his heart. Now he finally understood why Sang said that he would only know what kind of trouble he caused after he fell in Peach Blossom City. Pei Xiaoxian paused for a moment and looked at Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and continued, "Do you know why this profound heaven's holy son is here? Aside from coveting my wife's beauty, it is to mediate the conflict between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The heavenly slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, will be rushing over soon." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had not expected such a thing to happen. Wenren Yu carefully put away the zither, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Young Master Xiao, did you really eradicate the 80-odd strongholds of the heavenly slaughter sect?" With such a question, it looked like what Pei Xiaoxian said was pretty close to the truth. Xiao Chen nodded and replied casually, "That's right. I was the one who eradicated the heavenly slaughter sect's strongholds. Holy Son Wenren, do you have any advice for me?" "Brat, do you know that you have caused us great trouble? How can the demonic Tao factions casually move around? Who do you think you are in this desolate sea? It is not your turn to play the hero. If the demonic Tao factions were that easy to deal with, they would have been eliminated long ago. Ridiculous." This time, 10-odd strongholds of the Fire Flame sect were eradicated. More than 100 people died. Our Water Cloud sect is in a miserable state. The branch that we established more than 100 years ago was nearly destroyed. Our Scarlet Firmament sect is in an even worse state. One of our branch elders died. Before Wenren Yu could say anything, the true inheritors of the rank 7 sects and ancient noble clans all showed somewhat hostile expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled self-mockingly and said, "So, it's my fault. If not you, who should we blame? If not for you, why would there be such a huge commotion?" Some people refused to give up, continuing to pester Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly, "It looks like everyone has forgotten their purpose here. I want to speak to Xiao Chen alone. Everyone please go back." Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's tone already showed some displeasure. The others also felt that making things difficult for the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter in her residence was somewhat overboard. They quickly apologized and took their leave. This gathering should have ended the moment Pei Xiaoxian appeared. Now that Xiao Chen's identity was exposed, there was no reason for this gathering to continue. Before the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han left, he glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. Then he sent a voice projection, "If young Master Xiao has time, you can come to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence for a gathering. I have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Yi Han left with the others. Before Wenren Yu left, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "If Brother Xiao wants to resolve some conflicts with the demonic Tao factions, you can take the initiative to contact me. I can still put in some words." However, Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly at the side and said, "Words are useless." Wenren Yu left with a smile, treating Pei Xiaoxian as air, not caring about his existence at all. "You're not leaving? If you don't, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Pei Xiaoxian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Pei Xiaoxian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Wife, you really know how to joke. This husband will take his leave first. Next time when there is no one around we can chat happily." Before the holy daughter left, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I find you pleasing to the eye. If the Heavenly Slaughter sect's Wang Yun comes looking for you, my name will definitely be more useful than Wenren Yu's." The Tianxiang Imperial residence, which had been bustling with noise just a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. When Xiao Chen looked up, the sky had already darkened at some point in time. Xiao Chen looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, why did you make me stay behind alone?" Chapter 2047. Saintess, why did you ask me to stay behind alone? At this moment on the grassland, aside from Xiao Chen, only the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter remained. Iron Egg had also been arranged to rest elsewhere in the palace. Xiao Chen could not figure out why the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter wanted him to stay behind. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I would like to ask you if you met someone in the desolate sea." The number of people Xiao Chen saw in the desolate sea could not be considered many, but it could not be considered few either. This question was somewhat difficult to answer. Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had indeed seen this person once when he first came to the desolate sea. However, it could be considered a coincidence that the two of them came into contact. Furthermore, it was extremely secretive, so it would be difficult for outsiders to know about it. Unless, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "In that case there is no mistake. Half a month ago I sent someone to seek him out for help. However, he was rejected. He said that he didn't owe anyone a favor in the past few years, and that there was no need for him to make a move. This is also a coincidence. I did not expect the Xiaoqin he mentioned to be the same Xiaoqin who was poisoned by Thousand Taste Red that day. What's more, I did not expect to see you again in Peach Blossom City." Indeed, Xiaoqin guessed right. Unless Qin Zhuolin said it himself, Qin Zhuolin would not be able to hide it. Otherwise, no one would know about his meeting with Qin Zhuolin. However, who exactly was this Qin Zhuolin? He did not even give face to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. One had to know that the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land status was transcendent, and its reputation was excellent. Obtaining the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's invitation and establishing a connection with the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land would be extremely beneficial to him. Regardless of Qin Zhuolin's origins, Xiaoqin looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "So?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "I do indeed have something to ask of Qin Zhuolin. Furthermore, it is very urgent. If he does not appear, it will be very difficult for me to accomplish it. It just so happens that he owes you a favor. I want you to help me persuade him." In the end, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter just wanted to ask Xiaoqin to help her persuade Qin Zhuolin. Xiaoqin said thoughtfully, "I've only met him once. I'm not sure if I can persuade him." "It's fine. As long as you say that you are willing to help me, I will pass on the message." When the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was easy to talk to, she felt gratified. Xiaoqin nodded. "Since the Saintess is really anxious, we can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that he will agree." Seeing Xiaoqin agree so straightforwardly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of joy, a smile on her face. It seemed like it wanted to blow away the fog shrouding him. When Xiaoqin looked over, he felt like he was bathed in a spring breeze and his eyes lit up. Unfortunately, the fog did not disperse in the end, and he still could not see Xiaoqin's appearance clearly. "Then I'll take my leave." Xiaoqin cupped his hands and prepared to leave. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter felt slightly stunned. Then she smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, are you not willing to speak more with me?" It was the same before and it was the same now. He was always in a hurry to leave. "You helped me identify the 1,000-year flame, so I should properly thank you. Now that you have helped me so much, I should thank you even more." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "It was just a small matter. There is indeed no need to thank me. This is the first time we met and we do not know each other. Yet, the holy daughter left behind the antidote to the 1,000 Taste Red for me. What I am doing now is not worth mentioning." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was carefree and at ease, showing that he did not intend to stand on ceremony. After thinking for a while, she said, "Young Master Xiao and your friend have just arrived in Peach Blossom City. I believe you have not found a place to stay yet. If you do not mind, you can stay in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." This was the truth. Xiaoqin thought about it for a while. There would definitely be endless trouble after he left. Staying in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence was indeed much more convenient. In that case, many thanks for the holy daughter's invitation. After Xiaoqin turned and left, a few Heavenly Fragrance disciples appeared. They frowned and said, "Young miss, are we really going to let young Master Xiao stay? The Heavenly Fragrance's residence has never let a male stay in it before. Would it be bad if word got out?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, "What's bad about it? Chu Xiang, you make the arrangements." Meh. The disciple named Chu Xiang was the flirtatious girl who used the 100 flowers twining hand to block Xiaoqin but ended up getting captured by Xiaoqin. The holy daughter's words surprised Chu Xiang. After she recovered her wits, she nodded in agreement. After making some preparations, Chu Xiang went to look for Xiaoqin and Iron Egg, who were resting in a pavilion. Then she brought the two to their lodgings. When Chu Xiang saw Xiaoqin, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, I have already made arrangements for your lodgings. Please come with me." Xiaoqin recognized this girl. He said sincerely, "I have offended you earlier. Miss Chu, please don't take offense." Chu Xiang smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Young Master Zhao's cultivation is not high, but this Chu Xiang admires your strength. My master's 100 flowers twining hand is the true inheritance." Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still managed to break it. "If we have time in the future, we can have a good exchange." Chu Xiang was indeed a good girl. She had a good temper and a good heart. Xiaoqin nodded and smiled. "I would be delighted. The two chatted casually in the residence, discussing some of their understanding of the martial Tao. This somewhat broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. Chu Xiang truly lived up to being a disciple of a holy land. Many of her insights and viewpoints benefited Xiao Chen greatly. Halfway to the residence, Xiao Chen discovered an old man and a youth leaving in the opposite corridor, feeling somewhat disappointed. The old man was spirited and gave off a steady aura, giving off the air of a grandmaster. The youth had an imposing appearance, looking handsome and distinguished. He even exuded the air of a ruler. Upon seeing that youth, the dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body even surged slightly, raring to give it a try, wanting to compete with him. Xiao Chen could not help asking out of curiosity, "Who are these two people?" Chu Xiang took a look and said, "That is the crown prince of the eastern region's Hound Lion Empire, Xiahou Wu. The one beside him is Great Master Yuanfei. They should be here to appraise the 1,000-year flame because of its fame. However, young Master Xiao already appraised the 1,000-year flame, so they have nothing to do with it." No wonder they returned disappointed. Wait, Great Master Yuanfei. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled this Great Master Yuanfei. Wasn't he the one who humiliated Grandpa Seven back then? As a result, Grandpa Seven did not come to Peach Blossom City for 30 years. "Miss Chu, it has been a long time." Xiahou Wu looked at Chu Xiang from afar, and the disappointment on his face immediately vanished. Then he quickly walked over with a smile. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Chu Xiang said somewhat cautiously, "Young Master Xiahou, how have you been?" Xiahou Wu smiled and said, "It has been a year since we parted at Desolate City. Great Master, please give Miss Chu a bottle of my 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. This is just a small gift. Please don't regard it as an outsider." Great Master Yuanfei, who was behind, smiled faintly and took out a flask of wine. Xiahou Wu received it and said, "This spirit flower wine not only tastes excellent, but it also has a beautifying effect on women. More importantly, it can assist in cultivation and increase one's comprehension ability." With regards to his gift, Xiahou Wu was still very confident. However, Chu Xiang rejected, saying, "Young Master Xiahou is too polite. This fine wine is too precious. Young Master Xiahou, please keep it for yourself." Xiahou Wu had not expected to be rejected. He took a step forward, wanting to forcefully give this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine to Chu Xiang. "If you don't want it, you are looking down on me, Xiahou Wu. If Miss Chu continues to reject me, then there is no point in me keeping it. I might as well throw it away." Chu Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to advance or retreat. As she struggled, a hand suddenly reached out and took the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. "Young Master Xiahou, since Miss Chu does not want this wine, it would be a waste to throw it away. Let me drink it for you." Xiao Chen held the wine flask and gulped it down in one go. His body immediately felt hot. The spiritual energy veritable essence energy and demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core surged at the same time. In an instant, his veritable essence energy became denser, a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen reluctantly drank the last drop. Then he shook the flask a few times to make sure that there was no wine left. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Chen returned the flask. Then he smiled and said, "This is indeed good wine. It truly lives up to being the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. Thank you, young Master Xiahou, for your kind intentions." This happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chu Xiang and Xiahou Wu were stunned. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Chen wipe his mouth and return the empty flask to Xiahou Wu, she could not help covering her mouth and giggling. However, Xiahou Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sized up Xiao Chen and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you drink my wine? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There are many people in this world who want me dead. It does not matter if you die or not. I do not even fear the dragon god crown prince. So what if I drink your flask of wine?" "You are seeking death." Seeing that a holy venerate like Xiao Chen dared to show such an attitude, Xiahou Wu became enraged. He immediately threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. Xiahou Wu flew into a rage and his aura instantly erupted. A terrifying aura belonging to the great desolate Ian mutated beast, the Swan and I, pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back his divine dragon bloodline. It erupted, merging his veritable essence energy and vital chi. Then he threw a punch at Xiao Chen. Bang! The two fists clashed amid a loud sound. By relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Xiahou Wu, who had underestimated his opponent, suffered greatly. This punch sent him flying back 100 meters. His internal organs churned, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiahou Wu, this is the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. How dare you be so impudent here? Chu Xiang shouted coldly as she stood in front of Xiao Chen when she saw Xiahou Wu attack and injure him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was not injured. Otherwise, if the holy daughter blamed her, she would have failed in her duty. At this moment, Chu Xiang's gentle and charming air vanished. Her aura was sharp and sharp, no one daring to underestimate her. Xiahou Wu, who was about to continue attacking, withdrew the terrifying aura in his body. Then, he said indifferently, "Naturally, I do not dare to be impudent in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." After saying that, Xiahou Wu looked coldly at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. Chu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Xiahou Wu leave. Then she quickly turned around to look. She saw Xiao Chen's expression turn strange. His cheeks puffed up like he was suppressing the clotted blood in his body, feeling very uncomfortable. Startled, she exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me." Gulp. Xiao Chen recovered to normal. He smiled and said, "What can happen to me? I just could not bear to spit out the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine." Chu Xiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Then she recalled Xiahou Wu's foolish expression when he saw Xiao Chen drink the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go. She could not help laughing again. Chu Xiang's bell-like laughter sounded very pleasing, like a lively musical instrument. Chapter 2048. Chu Xiang's laughter sounded very pleasant, sounding like a wind chime. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had heard such clear and melodious laughter. The holy daughter was like a fairy from heaven. Even when she stood before him, she gave off a distant feeling. A layer of fog shrouded her, making her seem otherworldly. Chu Xiang was a living celestial maiden. One could truly feel her existence and her beauty. When Chu Xiang noticed Xiao Chen paying attention to her, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. However, she still could not hide the smile on her charming face. She said softly, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for helping me out. However, I offended the Bai and Crown Prince. Young Master Xiao, you should be careful in the future." Xiao Chen said softly, "If you are not afraid, all the more I will not fear him. However, his wine is pretty good. It would be a pity if Miss Chu did not drink it. I will not take his things." Chu Xiang's lips curled up as she said, "For the sake of getting close to the holy daughter, many people have targeted me, trying to use me to get close to the holy daughter. If not for the Heavenly Fragrance's rules, I would have slapped such people with impure motives long ago." At the start, Chu Xiang appeared soft and weak. Later, she became incredibly tyrannical. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. This Miss Chu is also a passionate person. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight," Chu Xiang said softly as she pointed to a courtyard in front. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight." The courtyard looked very ordinary. However, after entering, one discovered that it was a completely different world. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and winding corridors. It was elegant and clean, and there was even a place for cultivators to cultivate. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. He nodded and said, "This place is pretty good." Chu Xiang said softly, "This is a place arranged for cultivators. I will arrange another place for young Master Zhao's friend." Xiao Chen nodded. Iron Egg did not have any requirements for a place to stay. Being able to stay in the palace already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Chu Xiang smiled and bowed before taking her leave. After entering a cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly refined the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. As expected of the Bai and Crown Prince. Although this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was much weaker than heartburn, especially since it did not have the ability to strengthen one's bloodline, it was still comparable to the Bai and Crown Prince. However, its effect in assisting cultivation was unparalleled. Right now, Xiao Chen could break through to sovereign personage at any time. He did not want to miss this opportunity. If he was lucky enough to succeed, he really had to thank the Tawan Crown Prince, Xiahou Wu. At the same time, Xiahou Wu, who had just walked out of the Tianxiang Palace, had a dark expression on his face. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely thick. Great Master Yunfei, who was at the side, consoled, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is no need to be anxious. I have already sent people to investigate this person's background. When night falls, we will know this person's background." Xiahou Wu calmed his emotions, unable to hide the pain on his face. The value of the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was worth more than 1,000,000 primeval heavenly pills. Moreover, it was priceless. Spirit flower wine that was over 1,000 years old was limited even in the Hound Lion Empire's imperial family. He had wanted to get on Chu Xiang's good side, but he did not expect this mixed-blood lad to come out of nowhere and ruin his plans. In just 2 or 3 mouthfuls it was all gone. What was even more abominable was that the person whom he underestimated actually got knocked into the air with one punch. Great Master is right. No matter what, we cannot be unbridled in this Tianxiang palace. When Great Master Yuanfei heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he nodded and said, "It is good that the Crown Prince understands. In this trip to the Peach Blossom Garden, we still need to focus on the Wine King contest. Proper matters are more important." Xiahou Wu smiled and said, "With Great Master Yuanfei around, I do not have to worry about the Wine King contest at all. Let's go back first. After we investigate this fellow's background, I will make him spit it out 10 times, 100 times." The bright moon hung alone, and there were no stars for thousands of kilometers around. The gentle, watery moonlight shone on the Tianxiang Palace, looking elegant and tranquil. The night was beautiful. At this moment in the courtyard where Xiao Chen was, azure energy ripples spread out wave after wave, looking like the surface of a lake reflecting the moonlight, beautiful and flawless. Beneath the surface of the water within the courtyard, everything was hazy and indistinct. From time to time, the cyan energy ripples would be thrust thousands of meters high, but they wouldn't break. It seemed like there was a terrifying existence under the ripples, trying to break through but never succeeding. 2 women hovered in the air above the residence. From a distance they looked like they were standing on the full moon. They were tranquil and beautiful, standing out from the crowd. They looked ethereal and otherworldly like people in a painting. These 2 women were the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and Chu Xiang. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Senior sister, the water cloud formation that you laid for him seems to be unable to hide his aura. Chu Xiang felt startled, clearly surprised. Under the moonlight, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter also appeared somewhat unfathomable, frowning heavily. 1 hour later, Chu Xiang suddenly came looking for the holy daughter and told her that Xiao Chen was about to break through to sovereign personage. The aura in the courtyard was somewhat terrifying and startling. After the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter arrived, she immediately laid the water cloud formation to hide the aura in the courtyard. By now, the holy daughter's water cloud formation had already suffered more than 10 attacks. Unlike Chu Xiang, the holy daughter could see the scene in the courtyard through the water cloud formation. Dragon roars rang out in the courtyard, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The seated Xiao Chen was like a powerful treasure saber giving off a faint light. Even though he did not draw his scabbard, he still gave off a terrifying sharpness. After the treasure saber were the 3 Dao wheels. Xiao Chen, who did not look outstanding, actually comprehended 3 great Dao. Among them, his Thunder Dao reached an inconceivable level. This caused the entire courtyard to be engulfed in a sea of lightning. Heavy snow flew above the sea, and strong winds carried a boundless saber intent. Dragon roars rang out in the surroundings of the sea. An ancient and grave dragon might swept out in all directions. In the chaotic and terrifying mysterious phenomenon world, the sun and the moon shone together above the heavenly palace, competing with each other. Such a mysterious phenomenon already surpassed the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's understanding. To her knowledge, any of the mysterious phenomena here would be an incredible existence if it appeared on a cultivator. However, for Xiao Chen, the sun and the moon shone together, a sea of lightning, snow drifted for 5,000 kilometers, a powerful treasure saber, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. What kind of existence can suppress so many mysterious phenomena? Confusion filled the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's eyes, appearing extremely confused. Logically speaking, even someone with a great desolate Ian bloodline could not suppress so many mysterious phenomena. One would explode and die. The mysterious fog shrouding the holy daughter's face scattered slightly, revealing a pair of unparalleled eyes that looked like stars and gems. A faint light flickered in the holy daughter's eyes. A sea of flowers bloomed in her eyes, overlapping and forming a vast world. This was the Heavenly Fragrance's 10,000 flower eyes. Chu Xiang, who was at the side, felt slightly shocked. She did not know why her senior sister executed an eye technique. Just as Chu Xiang felt uncertain, the 10,000 flowers gathered and silently withdrew. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is what happened. An acquired divine body. No wonder he could suppress so many mysterious phenomena. It turned out that he had already cultivated an acquired divine body. This made sense. If one did not have a divine body, who could control so many mysterious phenomena in this world? With such accumulations, once Xiao Chen broke through to sovereign personage, his strength would increase unimaginably. Junior Sister Chu, are you saying that he drank all of Xiahou Wu's 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter asked. At the mention of this matter, Chu Xiang could not help smiling. That's right. I saw that Xiahou Wu was completely stunned. His jaw nearly fell off. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and said, if he knew that Xiao Chen would break through to sovereign personage because of this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Just thinking about it is very interesting. Chu Xiang rubbed her chin and asked, Senior Sister, are you saying that young Master Xiao can really break through to sovereign personage? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter shook her head and said, it's hard to say. I can tell that he has failed at least 5 or 6 times. Every time he has a limitless chance of success. However, he always lacks an opportunity, wasting all his previous efforts. Tell me, what kind of person is he? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter suddenly asked in the end. This question stunned Chu Xiang for a moment. Clearly, she had not expected the holy daughter to ask this. In Chu Xiang's memory, her senior sister had never been so interested in a person before. When they first met, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter thought that Xiao Chen was just a dead man. Out of pity, she gave him a medicinal pill. However, that medicinal pill could not resolve the 1,000-taste red's poison at all. When they met again, Xiao Chen appeared before her brimming with energy. This had already startled her. Furthermore, she had not expected him to be the person that Qin Zhuolin mentioned. However, there was still more to come. Xiao Chen was the one who uprooted the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect branch outside Peach Blossom City. Now this Xiao Chen surprised her again. He actually cultivated and acquired divine body. Chapter 2049. All sorts of mysterious phenomena clashed under the water cloud formation. As Xiao Chen anxiously tried to break through, the holy daughter and Chu Xiang waited patiently for the results. The two felt very curious about whether Xiao Chen would succeed or not. If he succeeded, how strong would Xiao Chen be after advancing to sovereign personage? However, even after waiting until sunrise, there were no results. This attempt to break through was the one that took the longest out of all the attempts he had made. It looks like we will not know the results anytime soon. As the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at the rising sun in the east, she sighed softly and said, Chu Xiang, stay behind. If he fails this time, the consequences will be severe. What do you mean? Chu Xiang did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen's accumulations were, so she did not understand what the holy daughter meant. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. The rebound of his veritable essence energy is not that easy to endure. Chu Xiang nodded and said, I understand. I will watch over young Master Xiao and not let anything happen to him in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Right. Chu Xiang stood guard for 3 days straight. During these 3 days, the water cloud formation that the holy daughter laid endured several attacks. However, it finally stabilized. The holy daughter did not spread out Xiao Chen's horrifying mysterious phenomena or his dragon race aura. The news of Xiao Chen staying in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence spread throughout Peach Blossom City during these 3 days. This caused countless people to be shocked. To think that a man stayed in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. This was something that had never happened before. Hence, everyone felt very curious about Xiao Chen's origins. After asking around, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Chen was the mysterious person who swept through the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's branches. The recent fluctuations between the righteous factions and demonic factions were actually because of Xiao Chen. After that, there was news that the wine that Xiao Chen brought to the Wine King contest was Waning Moon. Back then, old Seven Du, who had not entered Peach Blossom City for 30 years after being defeated by Great Master Yuan Fei, sent someone to kill his way back with a flask of wine. That was not all. After some digging, people dug up all of Xiao Chen's deeds in the Divine Dragon Empire. He could not blame the others for investigating him so thoroughly. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was very famous in the Great Desolate Domain. She was the dream lover of countless people. There had never been a male martial artist who was invited to stay in the Tianxiang Palace. He was the first. Furthermore, the participants of the Peach Blossom Wine Festival were all outstanding talents from various places, all of them backed by super factions. 3 days was more than enough to investigate a person's background. However, Xiao Chen could not become the main character in Peach Blossom City. Right now, the most popular event in Peach Blossom City was the Wine King contest. During every Centennial Wine Festival, aside from agreeing to a reasonable request from the Wine King contest winner, the Peach Blossom City Lord would also take out one of his treasures as a reward. It was said that this year's reward was a mysterious key. As for what kind of key it was, others did not know. However, the great factions of the righteous and demonic paths already knew. For the sake of this key, an increasing number of outstanding talents gathered in Peach Blossom City over the past few days. The one who had the most hope of winning the Wine King competition was still the crown prince of the Hound Lion Empire, Xiahou Wu. This was because Xiahou Wu brought Great Master Yuanfei. Great Master Yuanfei was the legendary brewer of Peach Blossom City. In the past few decades, he had practically always won every wine festival he participated in. However, it was a little different this time around. This was because the number of people who came far surpassed the previous ones. Not just the top disciples of the righteous Dao sects came. The young sect masters of the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect of the demonic Dao factions also came. Among the demonic Dao factions, the 6 great demonic Dao sects were like the holy lands of the righteous Dao. As for the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect, they were 2 of the 6 great demonic Dao factions. Aside from the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, the one with the greatest background among the righteous Dao factions was undoubtedly the Profound Heaven Holy Lands Holy Son. After him were the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han, the Hound Lion Empire's Xiahou Wu, and the other rank 7 factions' crown princes and top disciples. This was the first time in a century that so many factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered at the same time. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival looked the same as usual. In reality, as the factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered, undercurrents surged. After so many factions arrived, the commotion caused by Xiao Qin staying in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence slowly faded. The Heavenly Fragrance's residence remained as bustling as before. Every day the outstanding talents of the various major factions came to visit. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter refused to see anyone. There were only 2 days left until the Wine King contest. However, Xiao Qin still showed no signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Xiang, who had been guarding the courtyard, already started to worry. "Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Should we go in and take a look?" Chu Xiang showed some worry on her charming face. She had never seen someone take so long to break through to sovereign personage before. However, when one was breaking through, one feared being disturbed the most. However, no one dared to act rashly, only feeling anxious. "Is there still no movement?" A figure drifted over in the air. Chu Xiang turned her head and saw the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. "Yes, senior sister. There are still no signs of him coming out of closed-door cultivation. In the past few days, the water cloud formation has not even stirred. It is like a pool of dead water inside, showing no movement at all." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter nodded. Seeing Chu Xiang's worry, she said softly, "Don't worry. Let me take a look." The holy daughter personally laid the water cloud formation. Others could not see the scene inside or sense the aura inside. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was not restricted. A faint light flashed in the holy daughter's eyes as she peered through the rippling water screen. She saw that the courtyard was calm. The mysterious phenomenon she saw earlier had vanished. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. Even the fallen leaves in the courtyard turned slightly yellow. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Did he fail? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter thought to herself. Such a situation does not seem like something that should happen after a successful breakthrough. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Qin, who was seated cross-legged, and was about to take a closer look. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. The two's gazes met in the air. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter saw an ancient and grave azure-colored dragon image in Xiao Qin's eyes. The azure-colored dragon image disappeared in a flash. Following that, the sovereign personage will from Xiao Qin's soul pool erupted from his body. In that instant, winds and clouds gathered. Fallen leaves flew everywhere and strong winds howled. This startled the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. She withdrew her gaze and could not help taking a step back. Chu Xiang quickly went over to support the holy daughter. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter held her forehead, feeling a piercing pain in her eyes. Earlier, Xiao Qin's gaze was very scary. That fleeting dragon silhouette caught her off guard. The dragon might that originated from ancient times shook her divine soul. "I'm fine. Come in with me and congratulate young Master Xiao." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter waved her hand and entered. When Chu Xiang heard that, she felt slightly stunned. Then she reacted. Xiao Qin succeeded in breaking through to sovereign personage. Chu Xiang quickly followed. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, feeling very worried. Xiao Qin finally succeeded. It had not been easy. Back then, when she tried to break through to sovereign personage, she had not been this worried. Young Master Xiao, congratulations on successfully advancing to sovereign personage. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she drifted in. Xiao Chen looked at the water cloud formation above him. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Miss Chu Xiang for protecting me." Sovereign personage was the final major realm of the Cloud Sea realm. After entering this realm, one could become a sovereign among humans, the peak of humans. If one cultivated any further, they would no longer be a human realm. From the initial veritable personage to the current sovereign personage, it had not been easy for Xiao Chen to get to where he was. Outsiders did not know the hardships involved. As someone who came from an abandoned land, Xiao Chen had climbed step by step to where he was today. If he told others everything, no one would believe him. Even among the outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm, very few could advance to sovereign personage. Those who could advance to sovereign personage at Xiao Chen's age were even rarer. They were either the people of the Holy Lands or the true inheritors of rank 7 sections. There were practically none like Xiao Chen who fought his way up step by step. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter seemed to want to see through Xiao Chen. However, she discovered that he was shrouded in mystery, appearing even more mysterious than her. The holy daughter could only give up helplessly. She said, "After advancing to sovereign personage, you should properly cultivate and stabilize your foundation. However, the Wine King contest will begin in 2 days. I'm afraid that young Master Xiao will not have much time to familiarize yourself." Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, "I took so long to break through? A total of 5 days. Chu Xiang said from the side, raising her hand. Time was really tight. Xiao Chen had to set aside the joy of advancing to sovereign personage for now. He had to spend some time to prepare for the Wine King contest. He had to do his best to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest and complete Grandpa Seven's unfulfilled wish, ensuring the peace of the village for 100 years. Chapter 2050. While you were in closed-door cultivation, Senior Chui sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Wine King contest. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter handed Xiao Chen a gold-plated invitation. Many people came to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. However, not many people could obtain this invitation. Only with this invitation could one qualify to participate in the Wine King contest. Young Master Xiao, are you participating in the Wine King contest for the ethereal Immortal Palace's treasure key? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked when she saw Xiao Chen receive the invitation. What ethereal Immortal Palace? Xiao Chen felt confused. He did not know what the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was talking about. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. Then she said, "Indeed, it is as I thought. In every centennial wine festival, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will take out one of his treasures as a reward. This time the reward is a key. Anyone with some connections would know that it is the key to the ethereal Immortal Palace. Many people have come for this key." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't know about that. I don't even know what the ethereal Immortal Palace is." Chu Xiang covered her mouth and smiled faintly. "Young Master Xiao is really surprising. You are already a sovereign personage, yet you do not know some things that everyone knows. I am from another region. I came to the Central Great Realm only 2 or 3 years ago." Xiao Chen answered honestly, answering the two's doubts. "We can talk about the ethereal Immortal Palace later. You should have many things that you do not understand now that you have advanced to sovereign personage. I will leave Chu Xiang here. If you have any questions, you can ask her for answers. Don't underestimate this junior sister of mine. If we really fight, you might not be a match for her." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled sweetly and slowly withdrew. This was not an exaggeration. This Chu Xiang had advanced to sovereign personage at least 2 or 3 years ago. Furthermore, she came from a holy land. She definitely had a lot of resources. It would be hard to say if she was a match for her. Holy daughter overestimates me. I will wait outside the courtyard. If young Master Xiao needs anything, just call me at any time. The junior sister of the holy daughter served Xiao Chen like a maidservant. This caused him to feel slightly uncomfortable, but Chu Xiang didn't give him a chance to refuse. She smiled, bowed and left. Let's not think anymore. Let me see what changes there are when I advance to sovereign personage. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen's consciousness entered the soul pool. After advancing to sovereign personage, the greatest change was the vague dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool, which represented his will of soul. It was completely clear and distinct, radiating a resplendent light. King's might spread to every corner of the soul pool. King's will. The qualitative improvement of Xiao Chen's will of soul allowed him to rival a small perfection sovereign personage's will of soul. If he advanced further, he could rival a great perfection sovereign personage or even surpass them. Apart from that, his quintessential essence had been further condensed, reaching the limit. Lowering his consciousness to his dantian, Xiao Chen discovered that the 9-star primal core had already solidified, flickering with black and white lights. The amount of true essence it could hold had increased by 10 times. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, "Small perfection sovereign personage?" The materialization of the primal core was the mark of a small perfection sovereign personage. His primal core would be further transformed and could be molded directly. When one reached peak sovereign personage, the primal core would advance further, turning into an illusory object, somewhere between tangible and intangible. At that time, the primal core would no longer be destroyed and one would reach the limits of a human. If one wanted to advance further, one had to undergo a rebirth, break through to the Cloud Sea realm and start cultivating the soul. However, all of this was still a distant goal. Right now, Xiao Chen was shocked that he had directly surpassed initial perfection sovereign personage and advanced to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chen could not help wanting to laugh out loud. The sovereign personage realm was divided into initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With each increase in the 4 stages, there would be a qualitative improvement. Many people would remain stuck at a certain stage for the rest of their lives, unable to advance further. However, now when Xiao Chen advanced, he skipped initial perfection and reached small perfection. Xiao Chen's deep accumulations finally erupted at this moment. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it might have something to do with the flask of heartburn that he drank. It was the best wine of the dragon race. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also convert one's bloodline power. Qin Zhuolin once said that back then, a sovereign emperor was willing to pay a jade mine for this wine. With the aid of this excellent wine and his acquired divine body, Xiao Chen still needed to add in the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine that Xiahou Wu gave him. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen managed to advance to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if Xiahou Wu will die from anger when he finds out." The various changes made Xiao Chen's current strength several times stronger than before he broke through. Now that he ran into a great perfection sovereign personage, while Xiao Chen did not dare say that he could defeat the other party, he would not fear it. Saber. With a thought, the tyrant's saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand and he drew it. The blade was perfectly straight and 2 fingers wide. It looked delicate and pretty, but when paired with its nearly 4 feet long length, it made one shudder in fear. As Xiao Chen gently caressed the saber, he felt somewhat rueful. He had not truly drawn his saber for a long time already. It was not that Xiao Chen did not want to, but that his saber skills had fallen too far behind. The Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage combined with his Peak Thunder Dao could help him settle most battles. However, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber's third move, Entering Hell, required a sovereign personage to truly control. Otherwise, if Xiao Chen cultivated it rashly, he might end up like Zhen Yuan falling into the demonic Dao. All this while Xiao Chen had not dared to touch it. Now that he had advanced to sovereign personage, he did not want to wait any longer. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen had been suppressed for too long. "I've wronged you. Bus." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the tyrant's saber seemed to understand him. It trembled gently and buzzed endlessly. The sharpness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out, turning into a boundless saber intent sweeping out in all directions. A tyrannical aura surged in Xiao Chen's heart. The bloodline in Xiao Chen's body instantly surged. Using this aura, Xiao Chen immediately executed the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's third move, Entering Hell. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. Compared to breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, it contained a broader and boundless boldness and breadth of mind. Without the will of soul of a sovereign personage, one would not be able to control this fearless saber strike. If one was not careful, one would lose control and become a slave to the saber, unable to extricate themselves. Outside the courtyard, Chu Xiang, who was waiting, heard a saber hum. His heart instantly trembled and his entire body shivered. He was bewildered and bewildered. Just as she was feeling uncertain, a boundless saber strike containing a fearless boldness soared into the sky from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. What a strong saber strike! This startled Chu Xiang. She nearly thought that this saber strike would destroy the entire residence. However, just as Chu Xiang was about to make a move, she was shocked to discover that this saber strike was forcefully pulled back just as it was about to leave the courtyard. He stabilized it? Such a strong saber strike was actually more terrifying when it was pulled back than when it was unleashed. The saber strike was already so terrifying, inspiring fear. In that case, how terrifying was the person who could subdue this saber strike? Xiaoqin. Aside from Xiaoqin, there was no one else in the courtyard. Clearly this saber strike came from Xiaoqin. He is also a bladesman? Chu Xiang could no longer suppress the curiosity in her heart. She gently spread her arms and flew up like a butterfly, landing firmly on the courtyard wall. She saw saber winds in the courtyard, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Malicious spirits wailed and evil spirits cried amid the howling saber winds. The saber winds caused Chu Xiang to lose her footing and nearly fall. The saber winds were so intense that she could not open her eyes. Chu Xiang squinted and looked over with some difficulty. Finally, she saw the mysterious phenomenon formed by the saber wind. Finally, she saw the white-clad Xiaoqin in the purgatory storm with a calm expression and a saber in his hand. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiaoqin's forehead. Xiaoqin did not seem to be holding a saber in his hand but an evil dragon from hell that ruled the world and could devour the world. Chu Xiang trembled in fear, afraid that Xiaoqin would lose control and release this evil dragon of hell. Chu Xiang worried for Xiaoqin. She could tell how terrifying this saber strike was and feared that Xiaoqin would lose control and sink into it. However, Chu Xiang slowly discovered that she had worried for nothing. Xiaoqin's initial control was somewhat stiff, making the onlookers nervous. Soon he could control it as he pleased. It was like Xiaoqin's white robes made him look like an azure lotus walking in hell. His figure swayed, but his heart remained calm. Clang. At some point in time, a melodious saber hum rang out beside Chu Xiang's ears. Only then did Chu Xiang come to her senses. She discovered that Xiaoqin had already sheathed his saber at some point in time. He had a faint smile on his delicate face as he looked at Chu Xiang, who was standing on the courtyard wall. Chapter 2051. On the courtyard wall, Chu Xiang calmed down for a long time before saying, "Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao is actually a bladesman as well. This is truly surprising." Xiaoqin said softly, "I haven't used it for a long time. Fortunately, I'm not rusty. Miss Chu Xiang's swordsmanship should be pretty good. Would it be possible for you to give me some pointers?" "My pleasure. I haven't used a saber in a long time, and I've just entered hell." His improvement would be much faster than if he were to cultivate on his own. It was great that Chu Xiang could help him. As for Chu Xiang, after seeing Xiaoqin's saber skills, she was already tempted. Even if the other party did not mention it, she would have taken the initiative to bring it up. It would also be of great help to her. Xiao. With that, a sword appeared in Chu Xiang's hand, and she swung it at Xiaoqin. As the long sword was unsheathed, rays of light shone out. Immediately, the courtyard was filled with vitality. Hundreds of flowers suddenly appeared between the ground and the ground. The moment the flowers bloomed, Chu Xiang's sword also arrived in front of Xiaoqin. Among the hundreds of flowers, her sword was the king of the flowers. Under the scorching sun, he bloomed proudly. What a powerful life force. Xiaoqin felt shocked in his heart. To think that Chu Xiang cultivated the life Tao. This reminded him of the merfolk Yan Songming who cultivated the death Tao. Compared to the Tao of death, the Tao of life was much harder to cultivate. However, be it the life Tao or the death Tao, they were both special great Taos that stood above the wind Tao, fire Tao, lightning Tao and the other elemental Taos. Xiaoqin did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately drew his tyrant saber. Infusing the thunder great Tao into the great Tao, Xiaoqin swung his saber to block this unstoppable, exuberant life force. When the saber and sword clashed, Chu Xiang was shocked to discover that the two of them were actually evenly matched. She had advanced to sovereign personage 2 years ago. Without a doubt, her cultivation was much denser than Xiaoqin's. However, she could not suppress Xiaoqin who had just advanced to sovereign personage. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the 100 flowers fluttering petals swiftly changed his move. Under the scorching sun, one of them used a saber while the other used a sword, exchanging blows with each other. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. Gradually, the two of them began to unleash the strength they had been suppressing. They were evenly matched and Chu Xiang had the upper hand. After all, he came from the heavenly fragrance holy land and advanced to sovereign personage 2 years earlier than Xiaoqin. Furthermore, this was just a spar. Xiaoqin had many trump cards that he could not use. Such an outcome was reasonable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqin exchanged moves with Chu Xiang during the day and stabilized his cultivation at night. He did not notice the passage of time. Just like that, 2 days passed just like that before he could do his best. However, even if he wanted to continue, he had to stop. The Wine King contest was about to begin. No more fighting. Chu Xiang sheathed her sword, feeling some lingering fear. She still had a slight advantage on the first day. On the second day he couldn't hold on any longer. Furthermore, this was before Xiao Qin executed that horrifying killing move. Chu Xiang had never seen a bladesman with such startling comprehension ability. His comprehension was so strong that it made people feel a little scared. Xiao Qin asked softly, "Miss Chu, do you want to participate in the Wine King contest with me?" Chu Xiang smiled faintly and replied, "I'm afraid not. I have to go with the Holy Daughter. Senior Sister is a specially invited appraiser. You can secretly approach Senior Sister now and use your connections." Xiao Qin knew that the other party was joking. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I'll take my leave first then. Let's meet at the Wine King contest." "Right. I look forward to your good performance." After saying goodbye to Chu Xiang, Xiao Qin headed to the Wine King contest with Iron Egg. The venue of the Wine King contest was in the City Lord's residence. Today, the City Lord's residence was open to the public and exceptionally bustling. However, ordinary people could only watch the Wine King contest from the outer courtyard and could not enter the inner courtyard. "Brother Xiao." Someone called out to Xiao Qin at an intersection. When he turned his head back, he saw that it was the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han. What a coincidence. Xiao Qin had a good impression of this person, so he replied softly, "This is not a coincidence. I've been waiting for young Master Xiao at this intersection for 5 days already. Young Master Xiao never came to my Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence, so I could only wait here." Yi Han did not hide anything, directly stating that he had purposely waited here for Xiao Qin. Only now did Xiao Qin recall that before Yi Han left a few days ago, he did invite him to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. Unfortunately, time was too tight, so Xiao Qin had completely forgotten about it. "Sorry, young Master Yi, why are you looking for me?" Yi Han looked around. There were many people and carriages on the streets, but no one paid attention to the two of them. Yi Han walked over and whispered, "If young Master Xiao wins the Wine King contest, will you give me the Ethereal Immortal Palace's key? Of course the price is negotiable. I will definitely not disappoint young Master Xiao." The Ethereal Immortal Palace again. Xiao Qian's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Brother Yi really thinks highly of me. Let's talk about it later. In any case, that Xiahou Wu will definitely not agree to it. I can only try to get young Master Xiao. If you agree, you can come and look for me at any time." Yi Han did not say anything more. After saying that, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Yi Han did not show any intention of traveling with Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin looked at Yi Han's departing figure, he entered deep thought. It looks like I have to spend some time to find out what kind of existence the Ethereal Immortal Palace is. Xiao Qin continued on his way. Half an hour later, Xiao Qin arrived at the City Lord's residence and handed over his invitation, successfully entering the inner courtyard. The venue for the Wine King contest was set up on a tall platform. After entering the inner courtyard, someone led Xiao Qin to the tall platform to take a seat. The tall platform was already filled with people. When Xiao Qin looked around, he found many of them familiar. They were the guests at the Heavenly Fragrance Palace that day. Their gazes were hostile, but there was no murderous intent. Only 2 people were exceptions. One was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu. Great Master Yuanfei stood behind him, smiling coldly as he looked at Xiao Qin. The other person sat beside Pei Xiaoxian. This person had a sullen expression, pitch-black eyes, and extremely heavy demonic qi spreading from his body. Due to the different demonic cultivation techniques one cultivated, demonic qi was ever-changing. The characteristics of the other party's demonic qi were very familiar to Xiao Qin. Many of the Heavenly Slaughter sect cultivators he had killed had this aura. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master Wang Yun. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. He guessed this person's identity, but his expression did not change as he sat down calmly. The Xiao Qin is really bold. To think that his expression did not change at all when he saw Wang Yun. He probably does not know how horrifying Wang Yun's strength is. I can tell that Great Master Yuanfei's gaze on this fellow is somewhat strange as well. Who knows what's going on? You still don't know? The wine that this fellow brought was brewed by old Du Qi. How could Great Master Yuanfei find him pleasing to the eye? There will be a good show to watch now. On the high platform, many people were whispering and discussing in low voices. Suddenly, a group of people walked over from behind the tall platform. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary. He was casually dressed and had an unruly smile on his face. His two glasses were slightly red and he seemed to be a little drunk. This was Peach Blossom City's City Lord, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Aside from the City Lord's residence as experts, there was also a group of appraisers that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had invited over. Greetings, City Lord. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was no ordinary sovereign emperor. He possessed extremely horrifying strength. Even those demonic Tao outstanding talents had to give him face. At this moment, he didn't dare to be impudent and obediently bowed. Aha, you're welcome. It's time for the Centennial Wine Party again. Thank you, everyone, for taking the trouble to bring me good wine. I don't like red tape and I don't like to talk nonsense. Drink 3 glasses with me first. After 3 cups, we'll talk about the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor appeared rather laid back. He stumbled over to the host's seat and casually waved his wide sleeves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of wine cups flew out from his sleeves and shot toward him. Bang, bang, bang. The wine cups instantly struck a few loose cultivators with weak cultivations. They vomited a mouthful of blood, and all their bones shattered as they went flying back in miserable states. These loose cultivators fell off the tall platform, losing their qualifications to continue participating in the wine party. Xiaoqin felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. The other participants were also somewhat surprised. There had not been such a rule in the past. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's way of doing things was unfathomable, with no rules to follow. Right now there was no time to think too much. Xiaoqin had to catch 3 cups of wine first. Otherwise he would be eliminated before it started. Chapter 2052. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's move caught everyone by surprise. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's attack instantly knocked 4 or 5 people into the air, causing them to fall off the tall platform in a sorry state. Even a sovereign personage could not withstand an attack from this wine cup. How strong was the energy contained in the wine cup? How startling was it? However, the many winemakers standing on the tall platform were not injured. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor made his move, his target was clear. He would not harm the innocent. Xiaoqin had no more than 3 seconds to think. If he could not make a decision within 3 seconds, he could only dodge. Soon the wine cups would empty. Even if he wanted to attack, he would not have a target. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the demand on the outstanding talents here was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiaoqin thought for only 1 second before making his move at lightning speed. He instantly circulated his vital qi and fixed his gaze on the wine cups flying at him. Then Xiaoqin caught one of the wine cups. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wine spun in the cup at a startling speed. A huge force surged out from the cup, numbing Xiaoqian's arms slightly. Xiaoqian's footing was somewhat unstable, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He swung his right hand slightly and scattered the force. Then he firmly placed the wine cup on the table. Bang! Just as Xiaoqin caught the wine cup, the arms of a few rank 7 sect true inheritors who also caught the wine cup broke. Led by the wineglass flew out. 2 cups. After stabilizing the first cup, Xiaoqin moved much more easily, placing the wine cup on the table. Interesting. I like it to be more interesting. Pei Xiaoxin was the first to catch the 3 wine cups. After drinking wildly, he guffawed. Then he ferociously attacked, sending out energy. Ding, dang, dang. Hundreds of wine cups immediately shattered. The scattered wine splattered in all directions like raindrops with great force. Immediately, many people were hit by the splashes. Their skin and flesh were lacerated as they screamed in pain. Here's a cup for you. Xiahou Wu suddenly let out an evil laugh, fiercely pushing the cup of wine in his hand towards Xiaoqin. With a kacha sound, Xiaoqin was just about to receive the cup of wine. On the spot, it was smashed by the flying wine cup, and the fragments flew everywhere. They were all sharp weapons that could injure people. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He gently waved his right hand and saber winds spread everywhere. These boundless fragments transformed into a wild storm of blades that swept towards Xiahou Wu. The Xiahou Wu who was waiting for Xiaoqin to make a fool of himself jumped in fright. He had never expected this to happen. Xiaoqin casually resolved the crisis and even materialized such a terrifying saber wind. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, he quickly dodged in a sorry state. After this game, Xiahou Wu did not dare to find trouble with Xiaoqin. He focused on receiving his 3rd cup of wine. When all the wine glasses in the air had flown away, only 9 people managed to catch 3 cups. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's move eliminated most of the participants in the Wine King contest. Not bad. There are still 9 people remaining. I know that many of you are here for the ethereal immortal palace's treasure key. Without any strength, obtaining the key is just sending yourself to death. Don't blame me for chasing you away. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor showed a smile that did not seem like a smile. To him, the Wine King contest was more like a game. The defeated cultivators and the people from the outer courtyard watching the excitement now understood. So that is the case. No wonder the previous Wine King contest did not have such a move. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before saying, "After drinking my wine, it is time for me to drink yours. Come, bring out your wine. Let me see what good wine old Chui chose for me." The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, clapped his hands, and the wine master behind him quickly took out a wine flask. After receiving the flask, Wang Yun walked out first. "I specially prepared this flask of unfettered sky for Senior Peach Blossom. It is a forbidden wine of the Blood Moon dynasty. With just 1 cup, one can achieve all one's wishes. Fellow appraisers, please consider carefully before you drink it." Wang Yun was very confident in his unfettered sky, revealing a smile on his face. Unfettered sky. Rumor has it that ordinary people cannot drink this wine. Just 1 sip will make one die from happiness. Even if you are a martial artist, if you do not have an outstanding state of mind, you cannot simply drink. The ingredients for such a forbidden wine are extremely rare. To think that Wang Yun managed to find it. I thought that Xiahou Wu would win this time. It looks like it is going to be difficult. Wang Yun felt very cocky when he heard these discussions. However, drunkard Chui, who was beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, waved his hand and said, "Go down first. The people behind are still waiting." Wang Yun could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thought that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would look at him in a different light after he delivered this forbidden wine. Wang Yun had only spoken a few words with Wang Yun. Unexpectedly, Senior Chui chased him away. In that case, this junior will take his leave first. After Wang Yun left, Pei Xiaoxian stepped forward, carrying a round wine flask with both hands. The wine flask was covered in mud, looking very old. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "I don't know what wine this is either. It was dug out from underground and has never been opened before. I estimate that it has at least 3,000 years of history. Let's see if the city lord likes it." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. This Pei Xiaoxian is really messing around. How dare he participate in the Wine King contest with wine that he dug out from a pile of corpses? What made him even more speechless was that he didn't even know what kind of wine it was. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Pei Xiaoxian. Then he asked, "Don't you find it heavy?" Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "It is quite heavy." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor clapped his hands ferociously, and the soil on the wine bottle cracked. Then the wine bottle exploded. It revealed a white crystal glass-like skull that flickered with cold light. It was incomparably sinister and cold. This was actually a wine cup made from a skull. The owner of the skull was at least a sovereign emperor when he was alive. The sinister skull that suddenly appeared startled everyone. Pei Xiaoxian could not help taking a few steps back, his complexion pale. He didn't expect that he was hugging a skull. Inside the skull, there was some liquid that sparkled under the sunlight. "You may leave," the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said indifferently. Only then did Pei Xiaoxian leave with some lingering fear in his heart. The people who were mocking Pei Xiaoxian earlier all kept their mouths shut, completely stunned. First, there was Wang Yun's unfettered sky forbidden wine. Now there was Pei Xiaoxian's mysterious skull wine. The wines of the 2 demonic Dao cultivators were completely unconventional, turning this Wine King struggle into a confusing affair. Following that, the others stepped forward and offered up the wines they brought. Without exception, all of them were excellent brews of the world, opening everyone's horizons and making them sigh in amazement. When Xiahou Wu stepped forward and brought out the 9-colored divine phoenix that Great Master Yuanfei brewed, everyone was shocked. My goodness, it is actually the 9-colored divine phoenix. Great Master Yuanfei truly lives up to his name. This is the 9-colored divine phoenix. Since Great Master Neng Xinyun passed away 500 years ago, no one has been able to brew the 9-colored divine phoenix. Unexpectedly, I get to see this wine again today. I thought that the demonic Dao cultivators would snatch away the title of Wine King. Unexpectedly, a great master is truly a great master. To think that he took out the 9-colored divine phoenix. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help showing a slight change in expression. He said softly, I finished the last bottle of the 9-colored Divine Phoenix 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, I get to see it again today. Great Master, many thanks. On the tall platform, Great Master Yunfei pressed his palms together and returned the bow. City Lord, you are too polite. Excellent brews only exist for true winemakers. Without the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, there would be no 9-colored Divine Phoenix. These words made the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor happy. He said to Xiahou Wu, "Stay behind and sit beside me then." Xiahou Wu rejoiced. After bowing, he quickly walked over. This action set the crowd abuzz. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's generous gift, it looked like the title of Wine King would fall to Great Master Yunfei again. The victor of this Wine King contest was still Xiahou Wu. Now that the 9 people offered up their excellent brews, only Xiaoqin remained. Xiaoqin had 2 choices. One was to take out Waning Moon to compete, and the other was to take out Heartburn. However, honestly speaking, even if he took out Heartburn, he might not win. Xiaoqin had not expected Xiahou Wu to bring the 9-colored Divine Phoenix. The grade of this wine was no lower than Heartburn's. This was especially so after Great Master Heart Cloud passed away. No one had been able to brew it for hundreds of years, making it even more precious. Most importantly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor clearly missed this 9-colored Divine Phoenix and had a special liking for it. When Xiahou Wu saw that Xiaoqin did not move, he smiled and said, "Xiaoqin, why are you still not stepping forward? If you feel ashamed of your inferiority, you can forfeit. There is no need to feel embarrassed." Indeed, the 8 wines that took the stage could all be called excellent brews. Some of the eliminated people even celebrated in their hearts, glad that they managed to survive. If they were still here and took out a wine of too low a grade, they would have embarrassed themselves too much. There was no way to compete at all. The others had similar thoughts as Xiahou Wu. They felt that Xiaoqin should be ashamed that he could not take out a wine of the same grade. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw the situation, he consoled softly, "Little friend, just step forward. There is no need to worry. Being able to stand until the end is already a success. No matter what wine you bring, even if it is just a cup of water, it is better than those who are not qualified to stand here." When Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Xiaoqin was a smart person. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words were just a form of consolation. The meaning of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words was very clear. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor already had a wine that he liked. No matter what wine Xiaoqin brought, it did not matter. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was already satisfied. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly and did not say anything. He stepped forward and placed Heartburn with the other wines. Then he left without saying a word. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor only loved the 9-colored Divine Phoenix. All the other wines were destined to serve as foils. Chapter 2053. Xiahou Wu took over and said loudly, "This wine has. Everyone slapped the table and could not help cheering. However, they were afraid of disrupting this beautiful zither music. Seeing Xiaoqin remain silent, Xiahou Wu revealed a victorious smile. There was no need to say who the champion was. Everyone laughed and evaluated each other. Wang Yun's Unfettered Sky, Pei Xiaoshuan's Bone-Grinding Wine, Yihan's Heavenly Ice, the Profound Heaven's Holy Sun's Flying Cloud Wine, Xiaoqin's Heartburn, Xiahou Wu's 9-colored Divine Phoenix. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. It melted on contact and his hand felt cold. It looked extremely ordinary. When Xiaoqin looked at the wine cup and saw that the wine was even more ordinary, he could not help mocking it. The entire place erupted into an uproar. As everyone looked at the wine cup containing the 9-colored Divine Phoenix, their eyes blazed with desire. Such a scene was considered a miracle at the wine party, eliciting mockery from the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards. Immediately, countless envious gazes landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Many people felt their mouths go dry. They wanted to go forward and drink the wine in one go. The prohibition of alcohol truly lived up to its name. Just one look was already so frightening. What would happen if one really drank it? The other appraisers quickly put down their wine cups and quickly walked over. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by Wenren Yu's Flying Cloud Wine perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be ethereal. A hazy fog rose up from the unfettered sky along with the wine, materializing a twisted illusion. Everyone saw a different illusion in the hazy fog. They were all the desires buried in the depths of their hearts. The previously bustling city lord's residence instantly fell deathly silent, devoid of any sound. The place immediately turned noisy. The originally relaxed wine party immediately turned tense. After taking a sip, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter put down her wine cup and praised, "This is indeed an excellent wine. Even the legendary Jade Lake Immortal Brew is not as good as this." An older old man could not bear to see Xiao Chen in such an awkward situation. He walked over and picked up Heartburn. The wine that fell was like a spirit spring falling from a celestial river in the sky. If it weren't for the fact that it was on the same stage as the 9-colored Divine Phoenix, the other top-grade wines would have had the opportunity to become the main characters. As the wine was poured into the glass, thin snowflakes gushed out. Snowflakes fluttered about, spreading out and drifting over the entire high platform. "Master Feng, what happened to you?" The moment the light appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, causing them to inhale a mouthful of cold air. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Lord Bai waved his hand, and a few attendants immediately stepped forward to pour wine. As expected of an excellent wine. How rare. A 9-colored Divine Phoenix. To be able to see a 9-colored Divine Phoenix in my lifetime, I am satisfied. Knowing that it was no match for Zhang Xian, the 9-colored Divine Phoenix casually picked up a flask of wine to make up for it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Since the holy daughter is willing to give me face and come over, I will let the holy daughter taste the first cup of 9-colored Divine Phoenix wine." Just a gentle breath of the multicolored light made one feel refreshed and refreshed. As the flowing water hit the wine glass, it produced a quiet and rhythmic tune. Wenrenyu smiled faintly and took out the zither on her back. She casually plucked the zither strings with one hand, and the beautiful zither music immediately merged with the tune of the wine. To think that he dares to bring poison wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Does he not know how to spell death? 9 types of excellent wines were placed before the Peach Blossom Sovereign Lord and the many appraisers. With one look, it was clear that this wine was prepared for an ancient demonic sovereign. When Xiahou Wu heard the appraiser's words, he could no longer hide the cocky feeling in his heart. He could trample on the profound heaven's holy son Yi Han, Pei Shaoxian, and the others. Even if it was just a wine festival, it was enough to make him feel proud. 9 attendants raised the 9 wines at the same time and slowly tilted them. The fragrant wine turned into strands of gorgeous silver light under the sunlight and fell into the wine glass. There was a saying, "The success of a general rests on the bones of 10,000 people." How many corpses were there under the feet of an ancient demonic sovereign? Without an unparalleled tyranny, one would not be able to suppress the baleful aura in the wine glass, not even able to raise it. Of the 9 people present, aside from Xiahou Wu, no one else had been invited. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Lord looked at the other impatient appraisers. Then he smiled and said, "Everyone feel free to taste the wine." Poison. This was the charm of the unfettered sky. The more one abstained from alcohol, the more tempting it was. These appraisers are too much. At the very least they are just putting on a show. This is too hurtful. Plop. Xiao Qin fell heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Be it the 2 unconventional demonic wines, the profound heaven's holy sun's flying cloud wine, or Yi Han's heavenly ice wine, they all pale in comparison. What is a wine king? This is the true wine king, suppressing the righteous and evil, standing out above everyone else. This is the king of wine. There was a total of 9 bottles of wine, 9 types of excellent wine competing for the title of wine king. The holy daughter overpraises me. If you are willing, I am willing to offer up another flask at the heavenly fragrance banquet. The wine cup emitted a 9-colored glow as the wine was poured into it. This Peach Blossom Wine Festival far surpassed the previous ones, creating a history that would not be surpassed for a long time. However, the mysterious phenomenon materialized by Pei Shaoxuan's demonic bone wine was incredibly sinister, radiating a horrifying cold qi. What flowed out of the skulls did not seem like wine but terrifying corpses. The wine cup contained a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the people left behind would bring out such excellent wines? Even the 9-colored Divine Phoenix came out. Xiao Qin can only blame himself for being unlucky. How could the Peach Blossom Wine Festival be treated like this? However, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. They had to cover their mouths the moment they opened them. It had to be said that the mysterious phenomenon of so many excellent wines appearing at the same time was a feast for the eyes. However, Xiao Chen's heartburn remained quietly on the table, no one touching it. After the 9 kinds of wine were poured, it was time to taste the wine. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression changed slightly. As his gaze fell on Xiao Qin, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The multicolored light became increasingly resplendent, flowing with many colors and changing many forms. "Senior sister, what's going on? What wine did young Master Xiao give?" Chu Xiang asked the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter somewhat anxiously. "Although the wine of the others is slightly inferior, it is not that much inferior. It is still very attractive and people are willing to drink it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not specifically thanked any winemaker to show his respect. This nameless ancient wine inspired fear in everyone, not daring to look at it for long. "This is too embarrassing. Fortunately, I did not go up. Otherwise, I would have ended up like this." Compared to these two unconventional demonic wines, Yihan's Heavenly Ice wine was like a clear stream. "I thought that this wine would never appear again. Who could have thought that it would appear in Great Master Yuanfei's hands?" Each of these wines had their own merits and could be said to be unique. However, after the 9-colored divine phoenix phenomenon appeared, the other mysterious phenomena instantly paled in comparison. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, "Many thanks, Crown Prince Xiahou." This fellow had also given up on himself. An awkward scene appeared. Even the unfettered sky and the cold demon bone wine had appraisers willing to try it. If I were one of these appraisers, I would do the same. At the very least, you have to taste all of these top-grade wines. The clouds swirled and the wine in the jug pierced through them. It was as if it was falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters, turning into a clear waterfall that fell into the wine cup. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was in a good mood. When he saw this, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the 9-colored divine phoenix with a fervent gaze. Putting down the wine cup, Zhang Xian was just about to leave when his face suddenly warped. He clutched his chest, revealing an expression of extreme pain. There were also people who saw themselves hugging two beauties, with the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter on their left. On his right was the White Dragon Holy Daughter, and behind him was a group of Heavenly Fragrance's disciples. The scene was rather alluring. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter shook her head and said, "I don't know either. However, this wine should not be an ordinary wine. It is not as simple as it looks." Everyone's gazes fell on Xiao Qin, feeling extremely incredulous. When these people looked around, they suddenly discovered that the wine that Xiao Qin served did not show any mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the result went without saying. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his hand and flicked away the people charging at him. When the wine cup was filled, a bright multicolored light ignited and turned into a fierce flame. When the wine cup was filled with the Heavenly Ice wine, the snowflakes that spewed out slowly gathered and formed an ice flower swaying in the air. The appraisers immediately stood up and poured a glass of the wine they liked. As the wine flowed out of the wine bottles, all sorts of magnificent mysterious phenomena appeared. Of course, not everyone felt that Burning Heart, which was served without any introduction, could be considered as a top-grade wine. Right after the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke, an envoy brought wine cups to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. There were even some people who could not resist the temptation and flew up, wanting to charge into the tall platform. Ding, 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 ding. Some people saw themselves becoming famous, surpassing sovereign personages and becoming a sovereign emperor. A divine phoenix soared out of the flames and soared into the sky. Then it circled the tall platform, attracting everyone's gazes. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. With just one look at such a fine wine, one would find it pleasing to the eye. When one felt a chill, one's heart instantly calmed down. As one stared at the ice flower, one's heart swayed with it, recalling the many happy and peaceful memories of the past. When these people met this 9-colored divine phoenix, they were destined to lose their splendor, becoming foils. These people whispered to each other and shook their heads, showing dissatisfaction and disappointment in their eyes. This mocking voice attracted the attention of others. Many appraisers looked at Xiao Chen's wine cup. Whoosh! The divine phoenix flapped its wings and multicolored light descended. The entire city lord's residence bathed in this multicolored light. After taking a look, the divine phoenix raised its wine cup and casually drank it. "This wine is poisonous." Up on the tall platform, just as the holy daughter prepared to move and try heartburn, the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards all showed shocked expressions, sighing in amazement. After receiving this praise, Xiahou Wu's eyes filled with pride as he casually made a promise. The old man known as Grandmaster Feng showed a pained expression as he pointed to the wine flask on the table. However, before he finished speaking, he stopped. Chapter 2054. Poison? The expression of the seated Xiao Chen did not change. However, his heart sank. How could the wine be poisonous? Grandpa Seven personally brewed this wine. Up until now, he had only unsealed it twice. The first time was in Grandpa Seven's house and the second time was now. Grandpa Seven could not have poisoned the wine. No one would dare to play tricks under the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's nose, so there was absolutely no problem with the wine. The only possible reason was that something went wrong with Grandpa Seven's brewing. Wanting to brew Heartburn, the Dragon Clan's #1 fine wine, was not an easy task. The process was complicated and profound, and it required a high level of skill from the brewer. It was possible that a slight mistake would cause the wine to turn into poison. However, Xiaochen trusted Grandpa Seven's skills. In a short instant, Xiaochen's thoughts raced as he thought of many possibilities. However, the current situation did not give Xiaochen much time to think. City Lord, he is not breathing. His heartbeat has stopped, and his aura of life is very weak. We need to quickly save him. The expressions of the two City Lord's residence experts who went to check on the old man's aura changed drastically after a while. Although this old man was an appraiser, his cultivation was not low. He had been a sovereign personage many years ago and could be considered famous in Peach Blossom City. Even if it was a poisonous wine, such a ferocious poison was simply too startling. The moment Xiaochen said that, another round of startled cries rang out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. There had to be something strange about this. Logically speaking, Xiaochen should not have brought poisonous wine. However, the problem now was indeed the wine that Xiaochen brought. How bold. Xiaochen, to think that you dare to bring poisonous wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At this moment, Xiaohu could no longer hold back. Now that Xiaochen was seeking death, this was the best opportunity to trample on him. Xiaochen ignored Xiaohu. He stood up and asked, "City Lord, can you let me take a look at this sir's condition?" Xiaohu smiled coldly and retorted, "Are you seeking death? This sir is already in grave danger. If you delay him, what if he really loses his life? City Lord, I suggest we take down this brat now. We can interrogate him later if he has any conspiracy." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought. This was indeed the best course of action. However, it still felt somewhat strange. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor hesitate, Xiaohu continued, "Lord City Lord, if there are no surprises, this wine should be tasted by Lord City Lord. I think his goal is..." Xiaohu's words caused one's hair to stand on end. This Xiaochen's heart was a little too big. Enough. However, just as Xiaohu was about to continue speaking, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter stopped him. Then she looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, "City Lord, I have interacted with Xiaochen before. He is definitely not such a person. Let him have a look. With me here, I can guarantee this lord's life." Now that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter spoke up for Xiaochen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had to give her some face. He said seriously, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you cannot give a reason, there is no need for you to exist. No one has ever dared to cause trouble at my Peach Blossom Wine Festival." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression remained calm, showing no signs of anger. However, Xiaochen was well aware of the danger of the situation. The other party was not lying. As long as the other party wanted to, they could make Xiaochen disappear from this world in an instant. Xiaochen's life hung on a thread. He could not afford any mishaps. "Many thanks, City Lord." Xiaochen stepped forward and looked at the old man on the ground. Then he sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, Xiaochen frowned slightly. The old man was indeed not breathing, and his heart had stopped beating. The old man's life force was extremely weak. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, he looked like he was in grave danger. "What's going on?" Seeing Xiaochen's confused expression, Xiaohu said coldly, "Quickly leave. Don't delay the treatment. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter will not be able to protect you if he dies." Clearly, Xiaohu was very rude to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter for interrupting him. "What's going on?" Xiaochen did not hear what Xiaohu said at all. He was only thinking about the reason. Suddenly, he remembered the feeling he had when he drank Heartburn for the first time. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Then he asked the person beside him, "Old sir, what was your previous cultivation?" "Great perfection, sovereign personage." "What's wrong?" The city lord's residence's people did not understand why Xiaochen asked this. However, they still answered honestly. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. Then he stood up and looked at the city lord. "City Lord, it was just a false alarm. I already know the reason." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor showed an unfathomable expression as he asked indifferently, "What reason?" This old sir was not injured, much less poisoned. He was just drunk. Xiaochen explained calmly, enunciating every word. "Ah, he was drunk." Xiahou Wu felt stunned when he heard that. Then he guffawed. "Xiaochen, are you joking?" Do you know who these appraisers are? They are all famous wine tasters of the desolate sea. They have been drinking wine for hundreds of years. Drunk? When they were drinking wine, you were not even born yet. It was not just Xiahou Wu. When the others present heard Xiao Chen's words, they could not help laughing. Is this Xiao Chen crazy? I think he really is crazy. Without a certain level of appreciation, why would the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor invite them over? Earlier, those grandmasters drank so many excellent brews and did not get drunk. It is impossible for this lousy wine to get drunk from just one cup. What a joke. I believe that these appraisers have tasted all kinds of excellent brews before. I have never heard of anyone getting drunk before. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival has a history of several thousand years. I have never heard of an appraiser getting drunk before, right? The cultivators in and out of the city lord's residence discussed this matter. They all showed expressions of disbelief and mocked Xiao Chen. Speaking big words. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Senior Bai did not even get drunk from my unfettered sky. How can he get drunk from your lousy wine? The heavenly slaughter sect's Wang Yun already disliked Xiao Chen. When he heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he could not help scolding him coldly. Indeed, Xiao Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated. To those who drank wine, getting drunk was already a rare occurrence. After all, they were all cultivators. It was not easy to get drunk. Furthermore, Xiao Chen only drank one cup. How could that be? If that was true, then wouldn't Xiao Chen's wine be even more amazing than the excellent brews that they brought? What a joke. This old man has brewed so many wines, but I have never seen a wine that can get someone drunk from just one cup. 30 years ago, old Seventh Du said the same thing. Even after 30 years, his temper has not changed. Great Master Yuanfei could no longer sit still. He stood up and snorted coldly, looking at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and anger flashed in his eyes. Great Master, you can just say it about me. There is no need to implicate Lord Seventh. Great Master Yuanfei smiled coldly and said, Why can't I say it? A trashy brewer hiding in a remote and desolate place for 30 years actually dares to let a descendant come out and embarrass himself. I think this Peach Blossom Wine Festival is getting worse. Anyone can come and participate. Your Highness, let's go. There is no need to remain in this place. Xiahou Wu's lips curled up as he said, That's true. A trash giving away a cup of lousy wine, yet he dares to boast shamelessly. Hee, my 9-colored divine phoenix can't make people drunk. It's embarrassing. Your Highness, I think there is no need to send the 9-colored divine phoenix to your heavenly fragrance banquet. Just bring Xiao Chen's lousy wine. Right after Xiahou Wu spoke, he tidied up the 9-colored divine phoenix and prepared to leave. The other appraisers quickly stepped forward and tried to persuade Xiahou Wu with kind words. Immediately, Xiahou Wu gained a lot of face. He smiled and said, Everyone, it is not that I do not want to stay. It is just that my 9-colored divine phoenix cannot compare to this lousy wine. It cannot make everyone drunk. Sorry for the ridicule. The place immediately turned somewhat chaotic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he showed anger. Xiao Chen's words were indeed somewhat overboard. City Lord. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's heart skipped a beat. She knew that the situation was bad, so she quickly called out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand to stop the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter from continuing. He said indifferently, I already gave him a chance, but he is still trying to run his mouth in front of me, spouting nonsense. Damn it. Xiao Chen panicked. Unable to care about anything else, he immediately kicked the old man on the ground. Who kicked me? A miserable shriek came from below. Old Bai, who was lying on the ground, his fate uncertain, suddenly cried out miserably. Old Bai stood up in a daze, staggering. His face flushed red as he looked around, appearing confused. He woke up. Based on Old Bai's confused appearance, he was clearly a drunkard who had just woken up. Up on the stage, the appraisers and geniuses were all dumbfounded. He really did wake up. This was especially so for Xiahou Wu. He was stupefied, not knowing what was going on. Who kicked me? Old Bai shook his head and recovered somewhat. However, rage filled his face. A murderous intent even flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out of Old Bai's body, eliciting startled cries. Consummation Peak Sovereign Personage. The tall platform immediately fell silent. Everyone was stupefied. Old Bai broke through. All he did was drink a cup of wine and sleep. Unexpectedly, he broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for hundreds of years. What exactly is this wine? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. 2163, Who kicked me? While everyone was shocked, Old Bai, who had stood up, did not give up. He demanded furiously, burning with rage. The others appeared confused, not knowing what to do. They did not understand why Old Bai was so angry. Xiaochen replied calmly, I did it. Damn it. This old man nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Murderous intent immediately radiated from Old Bai. However, when he saw that the person who came was Xiaochen, he showed a stunned expression. Old Bai withdrew his murderous intent and said somewhat embarrassedly, So, it is young Master Xiao. Sorry for the offense. Seeing that Xiaochen had kicked him, Old Bai's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, quickly apologizing. However, the others did not pay much attention to this. Instead, they were stunned by Old Bai's earlier words. Xiaochen nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. What exactly is this wine? The people at the scene were going crazy, including those outstanding talents. They were all dumbfounded. Old Bai's words were somewhat exaggerated. However, what happened to Xiaochen forced everyone to believe it. Previously, who would have believed that someone would break through the bottleneck of Great Perfection Sovereign Personage after getting drunk? Great Master Yuanfei was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Could it be that Old Du really brewed such a miraculous wine? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Great Master Yuanfei rushed towards the heart burned somewhat crazily, wanting to find out what it was. Whoosh. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was faster. He stretched out his hand and caught the wine bottle. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor removed the lid and gently sniffed. It was just an ordinary wine fragrance, nothing strange about it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help frowning slightly. To think that there was a peak wine that he did not know about in this world. At this moment, everyone knew that the bottle of wine that Xiaochen brought over was not poisoned but a peak quality brew. It had an incredibly miraculous effect, far surpassing that of the other 8 peak wines. However, when the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor sniffed it, he showed a confused expression, unable to guess anything. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help looking at Xiaochen and asking, Little friend, what wine is this? Heartburn. Xiaochen answered calmly, resolving the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's doubts. Heartburn. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's eyelids twitched. He asked somewhat excitedly, Is this the strongest wine of the dragon race, Heartburn, which has not appeared in 5,000 years? Xiaochen nodded. That's right. Whoosh. The moment Xiaochen said that, a huge commotion broke out. Everyone showed incredulous expressions. Heartburn? What wine is this? How come I've never heard of it? Does anyone know? It has been lost for far too long. 5,000 years ago, the Dragon Emperor bestowed the last flask of Heartburn to someone in the Divine Dragon Empire. As for the recipe, it was lost long ago. The origins of this wine are too great. No wonder there were no magnificent mysterious phenomena. It turns out that it is a strong wine. The Xiaochen really hid his strength. I heard that back then someone was willing to use a jade mine to exchange for a flask of Heartburn. The people on the tall platform showed all sorts of expressions. Some were shocked, some found it strange, and some felt incredibly disappointed. When Great Master Yuanfei heard the words Heartburn, he said somewhat dispiritedly, Heartburn? How could he brew Heartburn? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord City Lord, please let me have a sip. Otherwise, I will not be able to accept this. Drink a sip? Ah. Didn't Great Master say that he was leaving earlier? Why are you still here? Now no one is begging you to stay. However, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan laughed faintly at this moment. His laughter was filled with mockery. This made Xiahou Wu feel embarrassed. He had been too cocky earlier, thinking about the 9-colored Divine Phoenix. No matter what, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would give in under pressure. After dealing with Xiaochen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not expected Xiaochen to take out Heartburn. Naturally, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not agree to Great Master Yuanfei's request. He said calmly, Someone send Great Master off. No, I'm not leaving. Let me have a sip. I don't believe it. I don't believe that old Seven Du can brew Heartburn. However, Great Master Yuanfei seemed somewhat deranged. He continuously shoved the people sending him off, appearing somewhat frenzied. How stubborn. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lost his patience. He had always respected the brewer. However, such nonsense crossed his bottom line. These people seemed to have forgotten that he was a Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not see the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor do anything, but he directly sent Great Master Yuanfei flying. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiahou Wu and said, "Crown Prince Xiahou, please go ahead." After all, Xiahou Wu was the Crown Prince of the Hound Lion Empire. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him some face, making an inviting gesture with his hand. Xiahou Wu's face was completely lost. In front of everyone he felt a burning pain on his face. "Many thanks for Lord City Lord's magnanimity. Goodbye." Xiahou Wu showed a cold expression, not saying a word as he quickly left with his head lowered. Xiahou Wu did not want to remain in this place for even a moment longer. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. This was especially so when he pretended to leave in front of everyone. Who knew he ended up overreacting? He would probably be the laughingstock of the desolate sea for a long time. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he felt some joy amid his calmness. If one did not seek trouble, one would not die. This Xiahou Wu kept jumping around. In the end, Xiao Qin slapped his face until it swelled up. Xiahou Wu had only himself to blame. However, what made Xiao Qin happy was that Grandpa 7 finally proved himself by not stepping into Peach Blossom City for 30 years. 30 years later, Xiao Qin finally fulfilled Grandpa 7's long-cherished wish with the heartburn that Grandpa 7 brewed. "Xiao Qin, why did you not explain the origins of this wine earlier?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Qin in confusion, feeling suspicious. The others did not understand either. If Xiao Qin had introduced this wine as heartburn, Xiahou Wu would not have dared to jump around like that. Or could it be that Xiao Qin was very scheming and purposely dug a hole for Xiahou Wu? If that was the case, it would be too scary. Xiao Qin said honestly, "I did not know that heartburn would have such value. In reality, I already drank a flask of heartburn before, but it did not benefit as much as this old sir. I only felt that it was sufficiently strong and that it was a good flask." Furthermore, the city lord clearly fell in love with the 9-colored divine phoenix back then. I felt that the victor was already decided, so there was no need to waste words. Indeed, at that time, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had called Xiahou Wu to his side alone. His love for Xiahou Wu was already indescribable. However, there was one more thing that Xiao Qin did not mention, as he could not be bothered to explain. This was because of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude when he spoke to Xiao Qin. Since the other party did not care, naturally Xiao Qin did not need to say anything else. "What cultivation realm did you drink it at?" the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked in shock. "Middle stage Holy Venerate." After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that, he felt that it was a pity. He sighed, "What a waste, what a waste. You are too wasteful. The effects of this heartburn can only be brought out when one is at least a sovereign emperor. Only the first time you drink it will have an effect. If you drink it again, the effects will be much weaker. You will never be able to make up for this regret." Actually, Xiao Qin already knew about this. However, this heartburn allowed him to skip initial perfection sovereign personage. His advancement to small perfection sovereign personage and the conversion of his bloodline power more or less made up for some of his losses. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the many appraisers behind him and said, "Xiao Qin, this wine is already certain to be heartburn. However, it is too precious. There is no way for everyone to taste it. I will directly name heartburn as the winner of this Wine King contest." That's how it should be, how it should be. If the 9-colored divine phoenix had not left, we might have been able to compete for it. Since Great Master Yuanfeng forfeited, it must be heartburn. Ah! Congratulations to the city lord for obtaining this fine wine. The other appraisers all agreed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words. Sighs resounded in the crowd. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Xiao Qin. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Xiao Qin, whom no one had expected. This was simply unbelievable. Alright, since no one has any objections. Since no one has any objections, I will fulfill my promise. Xiao Qin, this is the key to the ethereal immortal palace's treasure. Keep it first. If you have any other requests, I can agree to them as long as they are not overboard. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Qin. At the same time, a simple brocade box flew into Xiao Qin's hand before many people's fervent gazes. Xiao Qin received the brocade box. After he put it away, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, "City Lord, I would like to have City Lord protect Lord Seven's village for 100 years, preventing the bandits and the various large factions from harming it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt shocked. "This is too simple. I just need to say a word, and no one will dare to touch Old Seven's village. Consider this request a gift from me. Make another request." Given Xiao Qin's strength, he could rank among the best among sovereign emperors. No one would offend him over a village. Xiaoqin felt surprised. Unexpectedly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was so agreeable. He did not know what to say. What request should I make? Chapter 2055. What request should he make? His request could not be too excessive. He could not possibly ask for the extermination of all the Heavenly Slaughter sect disciples present. Many people focused their attention on Xiaoqin. They were all very concerned about what kind of request he would make. Even among Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was one of the strongest. Xiaoqin even dared to slap the Hound Lion Empire's royal court's winemaker. Most importantly, in the Desolate Sea, Peach Blossom City was a rather special force. Peach Blossom City was also a rather special force. It did not differentiate between righteous and evil, not stopping people from coming and going. Both the righteous and demonic factions would give the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some face. It was extremely rare for someone to make a request of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After a while, Xiaoqin said, Lord City Lord, if I return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, can you protect my life? The moment Xiaoqin said that, everyone fell silent. Many people thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, they had not expected Xiaoqin to make such a request. Everyone here had long since figured out Xiaoqin's background. They knew that he caused a huge commotion in Divine Dragon City during the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Furthermore, he cultivated the forbidden Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiaoqin had become a thorn in the Golden Dragon bloodline's side. It was already a miracle that he managed to escape the Divine Dragon Empire. To think that Xiaoqin still wanted to return. This person was truly suicidal. Interesting. If we want to protect his life in the Divine Dragon Empire, how can we talk about merging? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor definitely has no problem protecting himself. However, it will be difficult to protect him from the Golden Dragon bloodline. This person is really stubborn. Of all requests, he could not make such a request. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor collected many secret treasures and secret techniques. Any one of them would be a priceless treasure. To think that he wants to return. It is unknown whether he can avoid the Golden Dragon's pursuit outside. The cultivators in the City Lord's residence discussed this, feeling pity for Xiaoqin. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor remained silent for 3 seconds before saying, I do not know if I can protect your life in the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, when I fought with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, we both had our victories. If you knew about the horrifying existence behind the Golden Dragon bloodline, you might not have made such a request. However, since you raised it, I will still agree. If you really return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, I will do my best to protect your life. There was a terrifying existence behind the Golden Divine Dragons? Xiaoqin felt slightly stunned when he heard that. To think that even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that. Xiaoqin once suspected that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor imprisoned the previous generation Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. This was because Xiaoqin learned a secret that he should not have known. After that mysterious faction got the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to restrain the previous generation Heaven Dragon. This was because the appearance of the Heaven Dragon could raise the Divine Dragon Empire's luck. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would sever their own arm to imprison the Heaven Dragon. Thank you, City Lord. Before Xiaoqin could think too much, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor agreed in the end. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then he looked at the others and said, this time everyone brought peak quality wine. Peach Blossom City will not mistreat everyone. After this, Old Shui will pick some treasures from my treasury to give to everyone. Many thanks, City Lord. Even if they did not win the Wine King contest, they might be able to obtain a part of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's collection. This trip was not in vain. The others all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. This Peach Blossom gathering came to an end here. All that was left was the Peach Blossom banquet. However, just as the group prepared to take their leave, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master suddenly said, Brother Xiaoqin, if you can trade Heartburn's recipe to me, I can let bygones be bygones for what you did to the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. The moment Xiaoqin said that, the atmosphere turned somewhat strange. Originally, everyone had a tacit understanding about this topic. Since Heartburn appeared, then Xiaoqin must have obtained the recipe. However, the matter of this recipe was somewhat sensitive and not suitable to be discussed in public. Now that the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun mentioned it in public, he clearly harbored malicious intent. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at Wang Yun and said, in Peach Blossom City, we only talk about wine and nothing else. If you are not willing to stay and drink, I can send young Master Wang out of the city. I don't dare. I was just speaking casually. When Wang Yun saw the situation, he quickly changed the topic, not saying anything more. Clearly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor meant that as long as Xiao Qin remained in Peach Blossom City, he would protect Xiao Qin. This stopped the other people who had other thoughts from thinking too much. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He had long expected that someone would bring up the recipe. Actually, before he came, he had already thought of a way to deal with this. Xiao Qin stepped forward and took out the recipe. "City Lord, can you help me keep this recipe safe?" After it was exposed, this recipe would be a disaster in Xiao Qin's hands. He might attract a great perfection sovereign personage or even a sovereign emperor. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiao Qin might as well do the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor and hand it over to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The recipe for heartburn was written on a special beast bone. The words were similar to divine characters and could not be read or memorized. He was unable to read or memorize it. Only when he held the beast bone in his hand could he correctly read the formula. In reality, the 9-colored divine phoenix had used a similar method. The Peach Blossom City Lord felt slightly stunned before understanding. He received the recipe and took a look. Then he said, "Don't worry. It is in my hands. You can come and take it at any time." Wang Yun was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Qin to do this. Xiao Qin decisively gave up on heartburn's recipe. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "This fellow is a smart person and very decisive. If we keep it, as long as we leave Peach Blossom City, we will die within 3 days." The others all showed different expressions. Some even showed disappointment. Clearly, it would be much easier to obtain the recipe in Xiao Qian's hands. In the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's hands, there was practically no chance of obtaining it. The eyes of the profound heaven's holy sun, Wen Renyu, flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. After putting away the recipe, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, "Let the banquet begin. Everyone drink to your heart's content." The Peach Blossom banquet began. The Peach Blossom City Lord took out some of the fine wine he normally collected for the cultivators attending the Peach Blossom Wine Festival to enjoy. The bustling banquet lasted until dusk before slowly ending. Xiao Qin returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence together with the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. "Congratulations, young Master Xiao. It is truly rare for you to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest," the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said with a faint smile. Chu Xiang said in admiration, "Young Master Xiao is really decisive. You gave up on the recipe of the dragon race's best wine without hesitation, not giving that Wang Yun any chance." Xiao Qin said calmly, "For this recipe to land in my hands, I practically did not spend much effort. It is not a pity to give it away. Furthermore, it is not easy to brew heartburn. Even Grandpa 7 does not have a high success rate. I was lucky to be able to brew a flask this time. Oh, by the way, I have something to ask the holy daughter." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter asked, "You want to ask about the ethereal immortal palace?" "There is no rush for the ethereal immortal palace for now. I would like to ask the holy daughter if you know the faction behind the golden dragon race that the city lord mentioned." It was not difficult to find out about the ethereal immortal palace. What truly concerned Xiao Qin was the existence behind the golden dragon race. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter hesitated for a while before replying, "Young Master Xiao will naturally know what you need to know. If you do not know now, there must be a reason. I can only say that the time is not right." Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter knew the answer. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Qin looking at her, she smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Xiao, don't look at me. I do not know what you are talking about." "All right, the time is not right." Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and did not pursue the matter. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said calmly, "Young Master Xiao, not pursuing the matter is actually a good thing. You will know when you need to know. There is one more thing that I need to tell you. Qin Zhuolin will come and look for you 3 days from now." He already agreed. Xiao Qin felt slightly surprised. "I only passed on a message and he agreed?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "Indeed. I owe young Master Xiao a favor. If you need any help, you can come and look for me at any time. As long as young Master Xiao says the word, I can help you resolve your conflict with the Heavenly Slaughter sect, getting them to stop bothering you." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "I'll owe him a favor first. There is no need to trouble the holy daughter with such trouble." "Good. It is getting late. Chu Xiang, send young Master Xiao back to rest." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. She bowed slowly and left. Chapter 2056. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter seemed to be separated by a thin veil, preventing Xiao Qin from seeing through her. Fluttering over, fluttering away. However, Xiaochen was already used to it. As he watched her leave, he said, "This senior sister of yours is really strange. It's just a few steps away, yet she still asked you to send me off. Clearly she could have done it herself." Chu Xiang said softly, "That's how senior apprentice sister is. There are many times when you want to show concern for someone, but because of your status, you can't completely put down your airs. She could only ask me to do this on her behalf. You can just treat me as your senior sister. There's no difference. Isn't this unfair to you? You're just like a shadow." Hee, there's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. We grew up together and are like sisters. How could I possibly fuss over such things? Hearing this, Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't that mean you've seen her true appearance? Even if one felt the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's appearance, one could clearly see it. However, the scene that appeared in his mind was always separated by a thin layer of fog. It was extremely strange. Basically, everyone who saw the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter would be curious about her. Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Of course I have. Actually, you have seen it too. However, senior sister is currently cultivating heart force. Those who have not grasped heart force will not be able to retain her appearance in their hearts." Heart force. Xiaochen had some understanding of heart force. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had comprehended heart force. Furthermore, he had used his peerless talent to write the heavenly heart art, which allowed people who could not comprehend heart force to use their soul energy and quintessence to create a simplified version of heart flame. One could not cultivate heart force. One could only rely on comprehension ability. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King comprehended it only after advancing to Divine Vein Realm. This heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually comprehended heart force at such a young age. This was truly shocking. This is a secret. No one else knows about it. I can tell you everything that I know. However, I truly do not know what sort of existence is behind the divine golden dragon bloodline. Chu Xiang shrugged, indicating that she was indeed unable to help. Xiaochen, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm already here. There's no need to send me off. Alright, see you tomorrow. If you're not in a hurry to leave, we can continue to spar." Alright. At night, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and there were no stars in the sky. Aside from the blood moon, there were no stars in the desolate sea's night sky. Just as Xiaochen was about to sleep, he suddenly recalled the brocade box he obtained during the day. The key to the Immortal Palace. Let's see what it is first. Xiaochen took out the brocade box, opened it, and immediately saw an ancient key shaped like a sword. There was some fine handwriting on the key. Xiaochen took a closer look. When he saw that the inscriptions were actually divine characters, he gave up on the idea of continuing to look at it. Divine characters could not be memorized or read. The special recipe for heartburn was a simplified version derived from the divine characters. Only by holding the animal bone in his hand could he read and memorize it. I wonder what use it has. Is the misty immortal palace related to immortals? After pondering for a moment, Xiaochen was still clueless. Thus, he placed it back into the brocade box before placing it back into his storage ring. Looking at the blood moon outside the window, he lay on the bed and let his imagination run wild for a while before he gradually fell asleep. When a thick layer of clouds covered the blood moon, outside the heavenly fragrance's residence, a figure covered himself up so tightly that only a pair of eyes could be seen. This figure looked at the sky and took out a talisman. After the talisman burned, his figure started to turn immaterial until it completely vanished. This was very similar to the void talisman that Xiaochen and Jiang He used in the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon city. After the figure immaterialized, the black figure silently passed through the many restrictions of the heavenly fragrance's residence. Then he entered Xiaochen's courtyard. In the dead of night, no one expected that someone had already sneaked into Xiaochen's courtyard. Furthermore, that person arrived at Xiaochen's bedroom. After the black figure entered the bedroom, his figure slowly revealed itself. However, that person seemed to have another treasure on him. It was similar to the death god mask, isolating his aura, making it hard to detect. The black figure's gaze locked on Xiaochen's storage ring, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he formed hand seals with both hands and took out a palm-sized astrolabe. As the astrolabe spun, his soul energy immediately turned into thousands of strands that slowly seeped into Xiaochen's storage ring. The infiltration process was extremely difficult. Furthermore, he did not dare to startle Xiaochen. The black-clothed man appeared to be cautious and extremely patient. An entire hour passed and he did not move at all. Success. A strand of soul energy finally succeeded in seeping into Xiaochen's storage ring. Then, the black-clad person closed his eyes and did his best to recall what the brocade box that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiaoqin looked like. After a while, the black-clad person's soul energy detected a spot of bright light in the pitch-black storage space. The bright light disappeared in a flash. However, in this 1,000th of a second, the black-clad person's soul energy quickly wrapped around it. The black-clad person pulled, and an incredible scene appeared. The brocade box in Xiaoqian's storage ring actually appeared in the black-clad person's hand. Joy flashed in the black-clad person's eyes as he quickly opened it in excitement. However, the instant the black-clad person opened the brocade box, the ethereal immortal palace key flew away from his eyes. The black-clad person saw that Xiaoqian had woken up at some point in time, firmly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key. The black-clad person cursed in his heart. Then he turned around and left through the window, not lingering at all. However, Xiaoqian was no slower than the black-clad person. The black-clad person turned into a flash of lightning and instantly gave chase. Whoosh! After revealing himself, Xiaoqian snorted coldly and instantly drew his tyrant saber. A saber light lit up the night sky, firmly locking on to this black-clad person. Damn it! The black-clad person discovered that he could not dodge this saber strike. Helpless, he could only turn around and send out a palm strike. The palm light and the saber light clashed. In that instant, the courtyard supported by the formation shook somewhat. They were also on the verge of collapse, continuously stirring up commotion. Boom! It was also at this moment that the heavenly fragrance palace, which was originally pitch black, suddenly became brightly lit, as bright as day. More than 100 heavenly fragrance disciples appeared from the various pavilions, charging at the black-clad person with weapons in hand. Dodge! With Xiaoqian delaying him, the black-clad person looked like he was about to fall into an encirclement. So he roared, no longer suppressing his strength. The black-clad person unleashed his aura, erupting with startling and terrifying might. Then he sent out a mountain-like palm image. Before the many heavenly fragrance disciples could close in, this person's palm strike knocked them back. It looked like this black-clad person was about to flee. Just as Xiaoqian was about to give chase, a figure descended from the tallest pavilion in the residence. This figure looked like an immortal and knocked this person back. After suffering this attack, the black-clad person's aura weakened significantly. Clearly he was severely injured. Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, you are actually so strong. The strength that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter burst out with seemed extremely surprised, shock flashing in his eyes. However, you still can't stop me. As the black-clad person spoke, his body started to fade into nothing, slowly fading away. Void Image Talisman? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter frowned slightly. In the end, she was too late. When Xiaoqian discovered this person, he had already activated the Void Image Talisman. However, the holy daughter was not willing to let this person off. Her figure soared up and gave chase under the moonlight. The Void Image Talisman had a time limit. This person could not remain hidden forever. As long as he revealed some clues, she would have a chance to catch him. Xiaoqian, are you all right? Chu Xiang asked out of concern as she arrived beside Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber and replied softly, I'm fine. If he wanted to kill me, I would have died already. That's why he came. The ethereal immortal palace key? Xiaoqian nodded. Fortunately, I left a mark on this key during the day. The instant he opened the brocade box, I noticed it. Even so, Xiaoqian still felt some lingering fear. This person came to his room without a sound. If he really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do so. If he really wanted to kill Xiaoqian, it would be hard to say whether he could survive or not. It looked like he could not let down his guard even though he was in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He could not be so lucky every time. Sorry I nearly killed you. To think that this person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Chu Xiang said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. Xiaoqian entered deep thought, finding this strange. Who could this person be? The Ice Snow Mountain Manners Yihan? The Heavenly Slaughter Sex Wang Yun? The Blood Flame Sex Pei Xiaoxian? Or perhaps the Profound Heaven's Holy Son Wen Rinyu? Many candidates appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. All of them were suspicious, but he could not match them up. It was even possible that none of these people were Xiaoqian. It looked like some people's desire for the ethereal immortal palace key far surpassed his expectations. This person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He wondered if the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter could catch up to him. Chapter 2057. When dawn was about to arrive, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter returned alone. Senior sister, you failed to catch him? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly. An expert obstructed me along the way, so I lost him. Young Master Xiao, are you injured? Xiao Qin shook his head and repeated what he told Chu Xiang. Who do you think that person is? Xiao Qin asked in the end. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied helplessly, I can't figure it out. However, we should have met this person before. He purposely hid his familiar martial techniques. Otherwise, I would not have injured him so easily. If I guessed right, he should be one of the people participating in the Wine King contest on the tall platform. As for who it is, I am not sure. This person had a treasure that could isolate his aura and purposely hid his identity. It would be difficult to find him. It was already very difficult for the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter to narrow the search to 9 people. If Xiao Qin had to ask who it was, the first person he thought of would be the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han. This person desired the ethereal palace's key and even took the initiative to seek Xiao Qin out. Perhaps Xiao Qin's vague attitude at that time made Yi Han feel that there was no hope of obtaining it through a transaction. Hence, Yi Han took the risk to come to the heavenly fragrance's residence to plunder it. However, is he really that strong? Xiao Qin knew that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter comprehended heart force. It would be difficult for Yi Han to escape from her hands. Aside from Xiao Qin, there were also the profound heaven's holy son Wen Renyu, the heavenly slaughter sects Wang Yun, Xiahou Wu and Pei Xiaoxian. Does young Master Xiao have a candidate in mind? Xiao Qin recovered his wits and replied, I do not. Actually, it does not matter. Even if I guessed it, I cannot do anything to these people without evidence. As long as he does not give up on his evil intentions, he will fall into my hands sooner or later. Holy daughter, can you explain to me what kind of place this ethereal immortal palace is and what is the use of the key? After some thought, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked, Do you know how many grades of soul tools there are? Xiao Qin knew this. He answered casually, Soul tools are divided into 3 grades, inferior grade, medial grade and superior grade. Regular rank 6 sects had inferior grade soul tools. Only rank 7 sects and factions could control medial grade soul tools. As for superior grade soul tools, only the Holy Lands and dynasties could control them. The Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow in Xiao Qin's hands were both medial grade soul tools, carefully chosen by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. It was extremely rare. Even among medial grade soul tools, it was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Qin would not dare to take out these 2 soul tools. If news of them leaked out, it would bring him great trouble. Wrong. Rank 4? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter corrected Xiao Qin. 4th class. Right. Aside from inferior grade, medial grade and superior grade, there are also transcendent grade soul tools. Xiao Qin asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the immortal palace key? Legend has it that the ethereal immortal palace hid a transcendent grade soul tool. After the heavenly realm shattered, divine tools no longer existed in the martial epoch. A transcendent grade soul artifact is the strongest artifact in the world. Any force that possesses it will immediately become a holy land, or even surpass it. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter continued, 100,000 years ago, the blood-soaked dragon emperor used this transcendent grade soul tool to defeat and seal the unparalleled Black Dragon King, ending the war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The blood-soaked dragon emperor once used this soul tool? Startled, Xiao Qin quickly searched through the vast blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories for any transcendent grade soul tools. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories were too vast. If one did not have any crucial clues, one would not be able to search for them rashly. He might not be able to find any useful information even after a year and a half. The transcendent grade soul tool that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had given him was different. Soon Xiao Qin found some useful memories. He could not help asking, Are you talking about the Wings of Time? You actually know. That's right, it was the Wings of Time. Back then, the Black Dragon King had been insufferably arrogant. He had used the destruction dragon flame to burn down the world tree. He caused the heavenly realm to lose its source of energy and collapse in an instant. All the martial gods were severely injured, and their strength plummeted. Nearly no one was a match for him. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Qin knew such a secret. However, when she thought about how he was a member of the dragon race, she understood. After a pause, she continued, The righteous Dao factions worked together to gather the divine Aeon steel fragments and forge the Wings of Time that could reverse time. Then, they helped the blood-soaked dragon emperor defeat the Black Dragon King, ending the previous war between righteous factions and demonic factions. Xiao Qin remained calm and collected as he continued searching for information about the Wings of Time in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. He finally found it. After the Black Dragon King was sealed, there was no longer a need for the Wings of Time. Because the Wings of Time were too strong, the various Holy Lands feared them, so the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continued to hold the Wings of Time. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor understood this principle, so he returned the Wings of Time. The various Holy Lands refined an immortal sect remnant to seal the Wings of Time. This immortal sect remnant was the ethereal Immortal Palace. After that, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor lost his memories. In the battle with the Black Dragon King, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor also suffered irreparable injuries and vanished 100 years later. Xiao Qin looked at the ethereal Immortal Palace key in his hand and immediately felt incredibly heavy. Don't tell me that this ethereal Immortal Palace key is the key to opening the ethereal Immortal Palace? If that were the case, why did the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor give him away as a prize? The Wings of Time was a transcendent grade soul tool. Why did he not open the ethereal Immortal Palace himself? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "That's right. This is indeed the key to opening the ethereal Immortal Palace. However what?" Xiao Qin asked. "However, it is useless even if you have this key. No one knows where the ethereal Immortal Palace is now. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 keys. Some of them are already missing. The most important inheritance key has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years." Xiao Qin felt somewhat speechless. "In that case, isn't my key useless?" "That is natural. Otherwise, why would the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor give away such a precious item? However, it is not completely useless. Did you notice the divine characters carved on it? If you use the divine characters to cultivate soul energy, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is actually very useful to you who just advanced to Sovereign Personage. The divine characters could indeed cultivate soul energy." Back then, Xiao Qin relied on reading the divine characters to temper his will of soul to the level of a great perfection Sovereign Personage. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's words reminded Xiao Qin of something. While it was useless to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, it was very useful to Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, "What is the purpose of that black figure coming to my room and stealing my key?" At the mention of this matter, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's expression turned somewhat grave. "I hope that he just wants to rely on the key to raise his soul energy. What if that is not the case?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter remained silent for a long time before sighing. "If that is not the case, then there will be great trouble. It will be a boundless calamity that will affect the entire martial epoch. A transcendent grade soul tool like the Wings of Time should not have appeared in the world." Xiao Qin understood that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was not exaggerating. If someone really opened the doors to the ethereal Immortal Palace and the Wings of Time appeared, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's words would break. The fragile balance between the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao would immediately break. The previous great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions had already destroyed the heavenly realm, severely weakening the martial epoch. If there was another great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions, it would be hard to say whether the martial epoch would still exist. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a calamity. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said after some thought, "However, don't overthink. I don't believe that someone can gather all 7 keys. No one even knows what the inheritance key looks like. The ethereal Immortal Palace is like its name. It will probably remain ethereal forever." Xiao Qin thought about it and felt that this was a groundless worry. It was just a black figure coming to steal the key, yet the two connected it to the calamity of the martial epoch. As they spoke, the sky turned bright without them realizing it. When the sun rose, the blazing sun shone with a fiery light and shone on the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Such an intense sun only existed in the desolate sea. "Your Highness the Holy Daughter, Senior Chui is here. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's reward for young Master Xiao is also here." Just at this moment, a Heavenly Fragrance disciple came to report. Xiao Qin felt slightly surprised. He recalled that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said yesterday that anyone who entered the Wine King contest could obtain one of his treasures. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had one as well. "I'm looking for you. I won't be going." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and took her leave. Chapter 2058. After the holy daughter left, Chu Xiang led Xiao Qin to meet old Chui. "Xiao Qin." When old Chui saw Xiao Qin, he walked over with a wide smile. It was clear that he was very excited. "Congratulations. When you go back, help me ask old 7. Tell him that an old friend in Peach Blossom City misses him, old Shui said in a somewhat choked voice. After waiting for his old friend for 30 years, all he got was a cup of old wine. However, in the end, Xiaoqin still helped Grandpa Seven fulfill his long-cherished wish. Xiaoqin won the Wine King contest and even defeated his old rival, Great Master Yuanfei, resolving the knot in his heart. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Definitely. Keep this well. The city lord and I chose it for you. The city lord likes your heartburn a lot." Old Shui took out a brocade box and solemnly handed it to Xiaoqin. "What is it?" Just as Xiaoqin was about to open the box, Old Shui pressed down on his hand and smiled. "There's no rush to open it. Open it when you go back. Also, help me give this Heavenly Origin pill to Old Seven." The Heavenly Origin pill was used by cultivators to extend their lifespans when they were nearing the end. It was a rank 5 heaven-ranked medicinal pill, something worth cities. Xiaoqin felt slightly startled. It looked like Old Shui and Grandpa Seven had a deep friendship. Old Shui even gave such a precious medicinal pill to Xiaoqin. "Ah, I won't stay any longer. I still have to help you deliver the collections of the others." After chatting for a while, Old Shui performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave to deliver the collections of the other winners of the Wine King contest. "Senior Shui, please wait." Just as Old Shui was about to leave, Chu Xiang called out to him, sending a voice projection. Old Shui's expression immediately changed drastically. To think that there is such a thing. To think that someone dares to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence in Peach Blossom City. He is simply lawless. "Don't worry. I will do as Miss Chu said." Old Shui left in a rush with a somewhat angry expression. However, this left Xiaoqin somewhat confused. "Chu Xiang, what did you say to Senior Shui?" Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Since Senior Sister said that, the person from last night must be a cultivator who participated in the Wine King contest during the day. Just nice, we can let Shui Lao test the waters and see who's injured, who doesn't dare to appear and who's worthy of suspicion." Xiaoqin said softly, "It's better not to spread this matter. Don't worry, I've already instructed Shui Lao to keep this a secret." Back in his room, Xiaoqin opened the brocade box. Inside was a jade strip and a beast horn. Xiaoqin picked up the beast horn and examined it. He was shocked to discover that it was the heartburn recipe that he had given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. It was only after a long while that he regained his senses. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor truly lived up to his character. He had never thought of taking advantage of Xiaoqin returning the recipe. However, it helped him shoulder all the danger. Everyone knew that Xiaoqin had publicly given the recipe to Peach Blossom City. However, they did not know that he had secretly given it to Xiaoqin. Going back and forth had saved Xiaoqin a lot of trouble. As for the other jade slip, Xiaoqin placed it on his forehead, and many cryptic mantras entered his mind. It was the rare eye technique, the Candle Dragon Eyes. Xiaoqin used his Ice Great Tao energy and Soul energy at the same time to imitate the Candle Dragon Eyes. Once he activated it, he could seal his opponent in ice. It could seal not just the physical body but the soul as well. This was both an eye technique and a soul technique. Its offensive power was extremely strong, catching others off guard. Think about it. In the middle of a battle, the opponent was imprisoned by you. Even if he could freeze his opponent for only 1 second, it would be sufficient for Xiaoqin to kill his opponent hundreds of times. The scarier thing was that even if this eye technique broke the ice seal, the Candle Dragon Eyes would keep an eye on the other party, interfering with the other party's movement technique and veritable essence energy circulation. The only flaw of this eye technique was that it was somewhat troublesome to execute. It was very hard to execute instantly. However, this Candle Dragon Eyes was very suitable for Xiaoqin. It looked like the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could tell that Xiaoqin had 3 Great Tao. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor used the Ice Great Tao less, so he chose this eye technique for Xiaoqin to make use of the Ice Great Tao. With the Dragon Race bloodline, it would be much easier for Xiaoqin to execute this eye technique, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When the sun set, Shui Lao returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence and informed Xiaoqin and Chu Xiang of the results of his probing. The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun is missing. A Heavenly Slaughter Sect elder received the items on his behalf. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yi Han already left the city. Pei Xiaoshan seems to be injured. He said that something went wrong while he was cultivating. Aside from these 3, the others are rather normal and are not suspicious. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then he asked, "What about the profound heaven's holy son, Wenrinyu? This person should be the least suspicious. He took the initiative to stay and chat with me for a long time. I did not notice anything strange," Shui Lao said honestly, not hiding anything. Chu Xiang said, It looks like the suspects are Wang Yun, Yi Han, and Pei Shaoxian. Pei Shaoxian is the most suspicious. Once something goes wrong in a demonic Dao sect, the backlash is extremely severe. He should be recuperating in closed-door cultivation. Why would he need to come out personally? Xiao Qin remained silent, not saying anything. Could it be Pei Shaoxian? So, this person is rather horrifying. He appears crazy on the surface, but he is so scheming. In the following days, Xiao Qin had the innate fragrance disciples send Iron Egg back alone. Then he remained in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. During the day he sparred with Xiao Qin, practicing his saber techniques. At night he practiced his eye technique, the Candle Dragon Eyes. Once he succeeded, this eye technique would become a powerful killing move that rivaled the Divine Lightning Eye. 7 days later, Xiao Qin said goodbye to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and left the residence. Before Xiao Qin left, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "Young Master Xiao, please take care of yourself. If you need help, you can contact me at any time." "Many thanks." Chu Xiang said somewhat reluctantly, "How unfortunate. I do not know when we can meet again after parting with young Master Xiao this time." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Tell me how to get to the Heavenly Fragrance. I can go and see you." The location of the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had always been a mystery. No one knew. Even during the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King had searched many times but returned empty-handed. Xiao Qin's words were just a form of mockery. "In your dreams." Chu Xiang covered her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter was as melodious and pleasing as before. "Goodbye. Chu Xiang, help me send young Master Xiao off." Chu Xiang sent Xiao Qin out of the peach blossom garden. Then Xiao Qin grew increasingly smaller in her vision until he vanished. Only then did Chu Xiang sigh and turn to leave. The return journey was much smoother than Xiao Qin imagined. The journey was calm and peaceful. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts in the desolate sea, there were no other disturbances. There were no surprises or dangers. 7 days later, the Azure Mountain appeared before Xiao Qin. The ancient and mysterious Azure Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring thousands of years of worship from the surrounding villages for 5,000 kilometers around. The ancient and mysterious Green Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring the worship of the surrounding villages for thousands of years. The momentum that was originally rising came to an abrupt halt at the peak of the mountain. The Azure Mountain was still there, but where was the dragon's head? When Xiao Qin reached the Azure Mountain, the village would be close. He would be able to rush back before sunset. The journey was overly peaceful. However, Xiao Qin was not used to it. Originally, he thought that even if the black figure did not seek trouble for him, the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu, and the Heavenly Slaughter sect's Wang Yun would not let him off so easily. Along the way, Xiao Qin was very cautious, not daring to be careless. Who knew the two did not make a move? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter secretly helped him deal with this matter. Otherwise, given Wang Yun and Xiahou Wu's characters, they would not easily seek trouble for him. This is good. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the Azure Mountain. Whoosh! Gently pushing off with his feet, Xiao Qin's figure moved like lightning, heading for the Azure Mountain. This mountain seemed to have a magical power. Every time it would attract Xiao Qin's attention. After looking at it for a while, he could not help rushing over. 10 kilometers away from the Azure Mountain, Xiao Qin stopped. Xiao Qin recalled the strange encounter when he first touched the Azure Mountain and the uncontrollable demonic qi covering his body when he climbed to the summit. The more taboo something was, the more it tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Qin considered himself a calm person. However, when facing the taboo mountain, he found it hard to suppress the impulse in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Qin raised his feet and walked over step by step. Xiao Qin could cross the distance of 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Qin walked very slowly. A strange force field spread around the entire Azure Mountain. The air was filled with hatred, rage, killing intent, pain, and other negative emotions. Among them, despair was the heaviest. In the eyes of ordinary people, this should be an out-and-out demonic mountain. However, Xiao Qin's intuition told him that there was something strange here, hiding a startling secret. Don't touch it. Just as Xiao Qin was about to touch the Azure Mountain again, someone stretched out a hand from behind and placed it on his shoulder. Chapter 2059. The atmosphere near the Azure Mountain was strange in the first place. Suddenly, someone appeared and patted Xiao Qin's shoulder. Xiao Qin, who already felt nervous, immediately turned around and threw a palm strike as if he faced a great enemy. Bang! The two palms clashed and Xiao Qin knocked that person back. When he landed, he paled slightly and grimaced in pain, appearing extremely unbearable. Qin Zhuolin. When Xiao Qin saw this person's appearance, he felt startled. Why is he here? He hurriedly flew forward and walked over with quick steps. Are you all right? Qin Zhuolin smiled bitterly and said, It has only been half a year, and your strength has increased a little too much. This is truly incredible. Half a year ago, Xiao Qin was still a holy venerate. When they met again, Xiao Qin had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage, surpassing initial perfection sovereign personage and reaching small perfection sovereign personage. This is all thanks to the heartburn you gave me. I don't know whether to thank you or blame you. Heartburn can only be used once in my lifetime, and I wasted it at the holy venerate realm. Without the accumulations of heartburn, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Qin to break through to small perfection sovereign personage in one go. Qin Zhuolin smiled abashedly and said, I did not expect heartburn to be so strong. Sorry. Since you hit me earlier, we are even, right? Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? I've been waiting for you for a few days already. Let's talk after we return to the village. All right. When Xiao Qin returned to the village, the villagers welcomed him like he was a hero, welcoming him warmly. Iron Egg, who had returned early, had already told everyone about Xiao Qin winning the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had already declared that anyone who dared to touch their village within 100 years would become an enemy of Peach Blossom City. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's strength and prestige, the villagers would no longer have to worry about bandits or demonic Dao factions invading them. They no longer had to worry about the thing that they feared the most. How could they not be happy? After the commotion, Xiao Qin, Sang, and Qin Zhuolin gathered together. What exactly is the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looking for you for help? Xiao Qin asked. Qin Zhuolin took a sip of wine and said after some thought, She wants me to help her find the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and bring back a jade pendant. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced and he quickly guessed, the body of the previous generation's saintess should be in an underground tomb somewhere. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked for your help. Smart. Even the Holy Lord of Tianxiang wouldn't dare to enter this place. The stronger one is, the greater the danger. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said, Guess where the remains are? It's just outside the village under that well. These few days if you have nothing to do, go there. Before Xiao Qin could say anything, Sang spoke up from the side. Really? Qin Zhuolin said awkwardly, Indeed. The corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is in that well. 50 years ago, the Heaven Dragon of your dragon clan seemed to have discovered a shocking secret in this place. Not only did it attract the attention of many people, but it also offended someone that it should not have offended. When it fled into the well, many people who did not know what was going on wanted to follow and take a look. In the end, they were all trapped in there. The infamy of this well spread throughout the desolate sea. From then on, it became one of the most horrifying forbidden lands in the desolate sea. Xiao Qin remained silent. Indeed, he had not expected the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter to do something related to this well. After a long time, Xiao Qin said, I went into this well before. You came out? This time, it was Qin Zhuolin's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, This is really shocking. In the past, there were fearless geomasters who wanted to go in and check it out. However, no one came out. Xiao Qin raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then he revealed an expression of lingering fear. After some thought he said, There is a heavenly Dao killing formation inside. The killing formation perfectly blends with the environment, preventing people from feeling any danger. Everyone who died in there showed shock on their faces, not knowing how they died. I did not go too deep and only managed to come out due to some fortuitous encounters. Xiao Qin told Qin Zhuolin everything that happened that day, holding nothing back. After Qin Zhuolin heard that, he thought for a long time. Then he smiled bitterly and said, To think that it is a heavenly Dao killing formation. Had I known, I would not have agreed to her request. It looks like the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land's people went down before. However, they were already scared out of their wits. Brother Qin, can you tell me honestly how much do you know about this place? Xiao Qin asked directly as he looked at Qin Zhuolin, not wanting to beat around the bush. Be it the azure mountain that had lost its dragon head or the mysterious and unfathomable ancient well, Xiao Qin urgently wanted to know the answer. He had a feeling that as long as he solved these two mysteries, he would be able to figure out why the blue dragon race was destroyed. Qin Zhuolin was stunned for a while. Then he said, I don't know much either. I only heard from my master that the desolate sea was not like this in the past. In the past, desolate slaves could be seen roaming the desolate sea even during the day. Look at how desolate the desolate sea is now, right? The desolate sea used to be even scarier and more dilapidated than this. The corpses and blood of the righteous and demonic sects turned this place into hell on earth. However, because of two people, because of their fight, the entire desolate sea's terrain changed. Xiao Chen asked, which two people? The desolate sea was vast and boundless, even larger than the eastern region and northern region combined. Just because of a fight between two people, the landscape had completely changed. Just how powerful was that person? One was the dragon race's dragon emperor Xiao Yun, and the other was a mysterious existence without a name. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? There doesn't seem to be such a dragon emperor. I once checked the dragon race's records of emperors, and there was no such dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's memory was not bad. If this person was truly strong, he should have a deep impression of him. There isn't? I don't know about that either. My master told me. My sect only has a single inheritor, so my master should not lie to me. However, that does not matter. I will only tell you what I know. Xiao Chen nodded and said, speak. For some reason, this dragon emperor Xiao Yun wanted to sacrifice the entire desolate sea. TSK. Think about it. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions had just ended. Who knows how many sovereign emperor and foe god corpses were buried in the desolate sea. There were even more sovereign personage corpses. If he really succeeded in the blood sacrifice, how horrifying would it be? So, someone came to stop him and the two started fighting. Qin Zhuolin continued, no one knows who won. In any case, the desolate sea became like this after that. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, what does this have to do with this place? My master speculated that this towering mountain might be the totem that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun set up back then, using the totem as the formation core. Then he used the entire desolate sea as the formation core and carried out the blood sacrifice. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, of course that master of mine is not very reliable. What he said is something passed down by his ancestors. Take Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun for example. Even you said that there was no such thing, so don't take it too seriously. I really don't believe that someone could use the entire desolate sea as the formation core and lay a blood sacrifice formation. How strong would that person have to be? However, I'm only telling you what I know. Xiao Chen? As Qin Zhuolin spoke, he discovered that Xiao Chen was in a daze, not listening to him at all. Sang saw some clues and already guessed some things. The Emperor record did not have any records of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. However, that did not mean that there was no such Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire's history. If this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was the Blue Dragon race's Dragon Emperor, then everything made sense. Xiao Chen must have guessed this, which was why he was in a daze. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, nothing. Go on. Flabbergasted, Qin Zhuolin said, I already said everything. What else do you want me to say? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Chen could only change the topic. Who exactly is the person who fought with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? Qin Zhuolin shrugged and said, who knows? There are always some people in the Great Thousand Realms who hide their strength. Take you for example. Who could imagine that you were just a holy venerate half a year ago? Now, you are already a small perfection sovereign personage. Now that the topic returned to himself, Xiao Chen stopped asking. However, he felt exceptionally curious about Qin Zhuolin's identity. To think that Qin Zhuolin knew such a secret in such detail. Since you are here, I will not linger. After drinking this cup of wine, I will be going down. I hope that I can return alive, Qin Zhuolin said resolutely as he drained the wine in one go. Qin Zhuolin downed the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. He still wants to go to the Cold Springs ancient well?